Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 12 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 29 June 2026. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026 and Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation of Proposals Bill No. 1 2026 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill.
I call the Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable Member Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I speak on the Regulatory Reform Omnibus Bill 2026. The Coalition will not oppose this bill through the House of Representatives, but will reserve our position in the Senate. Reducing red tape and unnecessary regulation is something the Coalition strongly supports. Good regulation, to the extent it exists, protects Australians, but excessive complex regulation increases costs for businesses and households. It slows down investment and discourages innovation, and more importantly, it constrains time, investment and building out the future of Australia. Reducing red tape isn't just about removing safeguards. It's about ensuring that regulation serves the public interest efficiently, making sure capital is deployed, that energy and investment is going where it needs to build out a better country for us all. Australia's administrative and regulatory burden is the second highest in the G7 behind only Japan, and we rank 37 out of 43 on the OECD ranking for administrative and regulatory burden. Small businesses spend the equivalent of nearly a full day each week on business activity statements, wage awards, licences, insurance and privacy obligations. Of course, this is the advantage of those who are the brokers in these conversations, particularly trade unionists, but not good for Australians or workers. 40% of owners say payroll tax and workplace laws stopped them hiring staff in the past year. And according to the AICD, the cost of businesses of complying with federal regulation has risen to $160 billion, 5.8% of the GDP, up from $65 billion, 4.2% of GDP in 2013. Board time on compliance has doubled from 24% to 55%. So there you go. Half of the time of a board is spent focused just on managing regulatory compliance. And that's been in 10 years, while the external legal spend now sits at $16 billion, up from $6 billion in 2010. You can see why, prior to the budget, we saw the Alliance of Industry Associations, made up of nearly 30 groups representing small, medium and large businesses and universities, calling on all levels of government to reduce red tape costs and commit to a 25% reduction in unnecessary regulation by 2030. But it fell on deaf ears. As Cosboa CEO Sky Capuccio said, quote, "For small business, red tape often means hours each week spent navigating compliance complexity instead of running their business. That's taken time from customers, staff and growth. Reducing duplication would ease costs and support stronger productivity growth across the economy." At a time when productivity is flat and has already fallen more than 5% under this Labor government, lifting productivity and encouraging growth should be a paramount focus for the government. Labor says this bill, to quote the Minister's second reading speech directly, supports the government's work to build an economy that is more dynamic, more resilient and more productive for all Australians. I'd like to believe that, Speaker, but we know the loose relationship with the truth that this government has. Now this bill is a fine step towards simplifying and removing some unnecessary regulation, but it is only a small step. Many of the measures in the bill are modest administrative changes. They will benefit specific groups of businesses, individuals and government agencies, but they are not the kind of reforms that will materially shift Australia's productivity or reduce the growth compliance burden for business. If the government genuinely believes regulatory reform is a key productivity lever, then Australia needs reforms that tackle the major drivers of compliance costs faced by businesses. So let's look at what this bill actually seeks to achieve. The bill includes 21 measures, amending 26 acts and repealing 2 acts affecting 19 Commonwealth government agencies. These are sensible measures throughout it. There are sensible measures throughout it. There are provisions that simplify administrative processes, reduce duplication and make government systems work more effectively. The intellectual property reforms, including changes to trademarks and plant breeders' rights, will reduce unnecessary administrative burdens and make it easier for Australian businesses and innovators to protect their ideas and bring new products to market. That's good. Likewise, the anti-dumping measures will improve the efficiency of Australia's trade remedy system by speeding up decision-making processes and reducing delays for businesses seeking refunds and reviews. We also support the Tell Us Once reforms. The Coalition announced a commitment to these principles before the last election. Once again, Labor following the Coalition. So we remain pleased to see the government embrace this idea. Australians rightly expect government agencies to work together and make better use of information that has already been provided. These are practical reforms that reduce duplication, improve service delivery and make interactions with government less frustrating for individuals and businesses alike. But there are also measures in this bill that simply won't shift the dial. Take, for example, the 2 measures which repeal the 2 acts that have been made redundant. 2 measures that will make the statute book cleaner, but they are not reforms that will materially reduce costs for businesses, households or taxpayers. While the Coalition will not be opposing this bill in the House, there are, however, 2 measures that are of concern. Schedule 2, Part 3 repeals Section 311A of the Commonwealth Electoral Act, which currently requires Commonwealth entities to disclose payments made to advertising agencies, market research organisations, polling organisations, direct mail organisations and media advertising organisations. The government claims that this reporting requirement is unnecessary because Commonwealth entities are already required to disclose information about advertising campaigns under the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Rule 2014. But that is not an equivalent transparency measure. What a shock. This government is trying to hide something again, including the truth. The PGPA reporting requirement only requires departments and agencies to disclose advertising campaigns they have undertaken. They do not explicitly require disclosure of payments made for polling, market research or other related services. Of course, something we know the government will have spent an awful lot of money on, Speaker, in the lead up to the last budget. And no doubt they'll be market testing every other of their, it's too generous to use the word ideas, let's just say their positions, because you never quite know when they're going to change next. The Department of Finance does produce a consolidated report on campaign advertising for all government departments and agencies, published in December of each year. However, there are 2 points to make about these reports. The first is there is no explicit requirement in the PGPA for disclosure of market research. The Coalition would hate to see that being taken advantage of for less information to be provided to the Australian public about the money being spent on government campaigns. The second is that the change makes it more difficult for ordinary Australians to track down how much is being spent on campaigns by the relevant agency or department. So if an Australian wants to know how much the Department of Employment spent on a campaign, their first instinct is to look at the Department of Employment's website. Not unreasonable. If they want information about a Treasury campaign, they do the same to the Treasury website. That is exactly where the information is available today. This change centralises that reporting into a single annual finance report, making it harder to find, harder to compare and harder for the public to scrutinise. What a shock. A Labor government hiding information from the Australian people because how dare Australians ask simple questions. Transparency is not just about whether information exists somewhere in government, it is about whether that information is accessible, discoverable and easy for Australians to find. Good transparency measures should bring information close to the public, not move it further away. At a time when trust in institutions is under pressure, that's a very generous way of putting it, Speaker, when the trust has been utterly destroyed by this Labor government through their betrayal of the Australian people and saying one thing before an election, then doing something explicitly, directly after in deceit of the Australian people. We should be making it easier for Australians to see how taxpayers' money is being spent, not requiring them to search through consolidated reports on a different department's website to find answers. Transparency should not be viewed as an administrative burden. It is a fundamental element of public accountability. This proposal is particularly concerning given the government's repeated promises about openness and transparency. But let's face it, Speaker, no one really believes them anymore. Australians were promised the most transparent government ever. Instead, we continue to see measures that reduce scrutiny and make it harder for the public to understand how taxpayer money is being spent. The government says this is a minor administrative change, but transparency measures are often only noticed when they are removed. If the government wants to streamline reporting, it should do so without diminishing public scrutiny, while ensuring Australians can easily find information about how taxpayers' money is being spent. The other item of concern in this bill is contained in Schedule 2, Part 4. This item removes the requirement of the Australian Human Rights Commission to notify a person when an adverse allegation has been made about them in a discrimination complaint where they are not themselves a respondent to the complaint. And of course, having been Australia's Human Rights Commissioner, I do have a mild insight into these matters. The government's justification for this change is its notification process inefficient, creates confusion and adds administrative burden for the Commission. Not unreasonably, I think if complaints are made against somebody, they should probably know about them. But procedural fairness should not be sacrificed simply because a process is administratively convenient. Just like the truth, just like a policy one took to the last election, you can't just change your positions because it suits you. If an adverse allegation is made about an individual, that person should be made aware of it. That principle should apply regardless of whether they are formally named as a respondent to the complaint. The explanatory memorandum argues that these individuals are not parties to the complaint and are not subject to legal consequences arising from it. But that misses the point. An allegation can still have serious reputational consequences, it can still concern a personal conduct, and it can still form part of a process being considered by a statutory body. At a minimum, individuals should have the opportunity to know the allegations concerning them have been raised. Let's face it, Deputy Speaker, every single Labor member has a right to know that the Australian people currently thinks that they have a very loose relationship with the truth. And of course, if similar allegations are made against others, perhaps they should know so as well. Imagine finding out that you've been named in a complaint by doing a Google search of your name that is a very real risk from change. While administrative efficiency is important, it cannot be the sole consideration. Taken together, those transparency and procedural fairness concerns warrant closer examination. That is why the Coalition believes this bill should be referred to a Senate inquiry. The Coalition supports sensible deregulation. We support reducing unnecessary red tape. We support making it easier for Australians and Australian businesses to interact with government. And there are measures in this bill that achieve those objectives and they deserve support. But there is an important distinction between removing burdensome bureaucracy and removing safeguards that protect transparency and procedural fairness. The concerns we have raised today are not about preserving unnecessary regulation, they're about preserving accountability and fairness. Australians should be able to see how taxpayers' money is being spent. Individuals should be informed when serious allegations are being made against them. Those are not administrative inconveniences, unless you're a Labor government, because they are fundamental principles of good government, which is probably why they're being thrown by the wayside. This bill contains some worthwhile reforms, but also demonstrates the limits of the government's approach to regulatory reform. At a time when Australia's productivity challenge is becoming more acute, Australians should expect more than legislative housekeeping dressed up as a regulatory reform. At a time when Australian businesses are carrying a regulatory burden worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and yes, Speaker, it is that high, and productivity growth has stalled, yes, it definitely has, Speaker, this bill represents only a modest step forward, or arguably more like a single step forward. Australia needs a more ambitious agenda for deregulation, productivity and economic growth. For those reasons, while the Coalition will not oppose this bill in the House of Representatives, we believe the matters raised in relation to transparency and procedural fairness warrant further examination, and we will be seeking a Senate inquiry into this bill to achieve that objective. But we all know, Deputy Speaker, if you actually want to achieve regulatory reform, if you want to build a better Australia, if you want to see a change and a direction that builds out the future growth of the Australian economy, we need a change of government. And to that end, I commend the bill to the House.
Give the call to the Minister, the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Customs Tariff Amendment, Incorporation of Proposals Bill number 1, 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Customs Tariff Amendment Bill number 1, 2026. And the Coalition will support the passage of this bill. This is, in broad terms, a technical but practical piece of legislation. It amends, It amends the Customs Tariff Act 1995 to incorporate into the Act a number of tariff changes that have already been given effect in the Parliament through customs tariff proposals. That is a well-established mechanism in customs law. Tariff changes are often initiated through customs tariff proposals before being incorporated into the Act through subsequent amending legislation. It allows changes to take effect promptly while still ensuring that the Parliament has the opportunity to consider and legislate for them. The bill contains 2 central measures. The first is the removal of a further 497 so-called nuisance tariffs from the 1st of July 2026. This follows the first tranche of nuisance tariff removals in 2024, when 457 tariffs were abolished by having their existing rate of duty reset to free. The second is the extension of duty-free treatment for most Ukrainian goods for a further 2 years to the 3rd of July 2028, and an accompanying extension to the 24th of October 2027 of the extra 35% customs duty on goods from Russia and Belarus. In addition to the nuisance tariff measures, the Coalition supports sensible tariff simplification where it reduces unnecessary compliance costs and does not undermine Australian industry. Low-yield tariffs that generate little revenue, provide little or no meaningful protection, and impose disproportionate administrative costs are difficult to justify. In many cases, these tariffs apply to goods that already enter Australia duty-free under free trade agreements or other concession arrangements. That means Australian businesses can still be required to spend time and money navigating paperwork, classification issues or concession arrangements, even where the practical value of the tariff itself is limited. That is not good policy. Australian businesses should not be forced to carry unnecessary compliance burdens where those burdens serve no meaningful economic purpose. Importers, custom brokers and border agencies should not be made to amend resources dealing with low-yield tariffs that provide little benefit. Now, where a tariff raises little revenue, does not serve a meaningful industry policy purpose and simply creates unnecessary work, it should indeed be subject to abolition or repeal. And that is the basic principle behind this aspect of the bill, and the Coalition supports this principle. We also note that the 2024 Treasury consultation process on these kinds of changes attracted support from major business groups, including the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And a range of other stakeholders also pointed to benefits, including lower red tape, consumer benefits, active transport, energy transition, health and cost living considerations in a general sense. However, the Coalition's support for tariff simplification does not mean that every concern raised through that process should be dismissed. Some domestic manufacturing and industry stakeholders identified concerns about the potential impact of tariff removal on local manufacturing, sovereign capability, circular economy outcomes, domestic processing, emerging advanced manufacturing, specialised production and fair competition. Now, these concerns, however, do not justify blocking this bill in its entirety, but they do mean that the government should be clearer than it has to date about how the final list of nuisance tariffs was chosen, what sectoral modelling was undertaken and how potential impacts on domestic industry were assessed. The government should also provide more detailed information about the financial impact of these measures. Now, the bill is intended to produce compliance savings for business and administrative efficiencies for government, and that is welcome. But there remains limited public detail about the overall revenue impact, the sectors most exposed to the changes, and the expected value of the compliance savings for importers and custom brokers. The government should provide that information. It should also be cautious about overstating any cost of living benefits. Tariff removal may reduce costs at the import or wholesale level. However, it is not guaranteed that every saving will flow through to consumers at the checkout. Those are not reasons to halt the passage of the bill through the House. But, to us, they do make obvious that there is cause for better clarity to be provided about what this legislation will and will not achieve. Australian businesses continue to face very significant pressures under the Albanese government, including enormous energy and labour costs, complex regulation and weak productivity growth. Removing nuisance tariffs may help at the margins, but it does not address the deeper economic pressures that are being felt by businesses and households across the country. And it should not be lost on Australians that any benefits from this bill will be completely dwarfed by the tax increases that will hit millions of Australians as a result of Labor's atrocious budget. The Albanese government is seeking to force through tax increases that will hit millions of Australians, and the Coalition opposes them. We will scrap Labor's toxic taxes and deliver substantially larger tax cuts for every income earner. In relation to the Ukraine measure in the bill, the Coalition strongly supports the extension of duty-free treatment for most Ukrainian goods. This measure was first established by the former Coalition government in 2022, following Russia's military invasion of Ukraine. It was part of Australia's broader response to that invasion, and it was intended to support Ukraine's economy and help maintain Ukraine's participation in international trade at a time of extraordinary national crisis. Australia's support for Ukraine has been bipartisan and should remain bipartisan, and the continuation of tariff relief for the Ukrainian goods is both practical and symbolic. It is a practical contribution to Ukraine's economic resilience, which is so important to their overall war effort, and it is also a symbolic demonstration that Australia continues to stand with Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. The measure is appropriately targeted. Excise equivalent goods, including certain alcohol, fuel, tobacco and petroleum products, remain outside the general benefit of the concession. For those reasons, the Coalition supports this aspect of the bill as well. In essence, this bill is largely technical, but it gives effect to sensible objectives. It simplifies aspects of Australia's tariff system, removes low-yield nuisance tariffs, reduces unnecessary compliance burdens, and extends Australia's tariff relief for Ukraine. The Coalition will therefore support the passage of the bill through the House. However, we say that the government should also better account for the detail behind it, particularly in relation to any recent consultation, the treatment of domestic industry concerns, especially in relation to advanced manufacturing, and the accuracy of any claims around the overall economic benefits. With that, Mr Speaker, I thank the House.
I give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. The call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3. Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces number 1 Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And this bill should really be called Bringing the CFMEU to Canberra, because that is what this bill is all about. And the deceitful and dishonest way the government is ramming this bill through is an utter disgrace, because it will have enormous consequences for all major federal government procurement processes. And what it will mean is we will see cost blowouts on all of those, we will see cost overruns on all of those, we will see time delays. It will be an absolute debacle, and I cannot believe that this government is doing this. It only has to look at where state governments have done this kind of dirty deal to have a look at what the implications are going to be for this nation. Look at Queensland under the previous Labor government and have a look at the disasters that occurred because of legislation like this, and then go to Victoria. the state which is completely and utterly broke, where we've seen the CFMEU not only infiltrate workplaces but then bring with it organised crime into those workplaces. And now we're seeing from judicial inquiries that there is $15 billion worth of corruption, $15 billion worth of corruption in these major projects in Victoria. And so what does the Albanese Labor government do? It decides, oh, we better follow what's been happening in Victoria and what's been happening in Queensland. This is appalling. It's atrocious. And that is why we will oppose this legislation. And the way the government is going about it, we oppose as well, because once again, it shows we have a dishonest Prime Minister, who says one thing before an election and then does the complete opposite after. But I'll get to that later. Let's have a look what serious industry groups are saying about what the Labor Party are trying to ram through with this bill. The Business Council of Australia has warned that public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses that have signed the right union agreement. The AI Group has warned that the proposal risks undermining freedom of association. So undermines freedom of association by opening the door to governments forcing employers and employees to strike deals with unions in order to commercially deal with the government. I wonder who they've got in mind. They're going to force companies to do deals with the CFMEU. Good on you, the Albanese Labor government. That's going to just do wonders for value for money and for the Australian taxpayer. What does the Master Builders Association or the Master Builders Australia say? They've warned that the provisions may unfairly exclude businesses lawfully operating under awards, including small businesses in the building and construction industry. So if you're a business lawfully going about what you do, but you don't have the preferred union contract that the government wants to sign you up on, then bad luck, you're not going to get the deal. Now, why would they be doing this? Why would they be doing this, especially when it comes to the building sector? Because they want their mates in the CFMEU in on the deal. Absolutely. It's an absolute national disgrace what they're trying to ram through the parliament. What does the Housing Industry Association say? They have raised concerns that the bill effectively fast-tracks the Secure Australian Jobs Code while that process is still in consultation and development. So what the government's trying to do is, without even putting in place proper protections, look after their mates. So, you know, it just goes to show you what are the priorities of this government. What are their priorities? First priority is to make sure you're taxed more. We've got old Sir Tax-a-Lot, the Treasurer, just wanting to just find more and more ways to tax you. That's the first thing they want to do. They want to spend more. They want to spend more, and they're trying to find every which way they can to spend the taxpayer dollar. And that spending, which is, you know, at record levels, they're going to increase even more now, because they're going to make sure that projects, major projects, have a dirty deal with the union movement on them. And what's that going to lead to? It's going to lead to time overruns, and it's going to lead to cost overruns. And if you want an example, have a look at Snowy Hydro. You've got the most incompetent minister I think the Commonwealth has ever seen, the Minister for Climate Change. He not only did he change the contract arrangements, which has seen a blowout from $6 billion to $12 billion, but now they're forecasting it could go as high as $42 billion. And guess what they've done with Snowy? They've also done a workplace relations deal where it's likely that that's going to add billions and billions. So you can take what the Minister for Climate Change has done and just say, well, that's what's going to happen across the board now with all these Commonwealth procurement proposals. I mean, it beggars belief that they would want to do it, especially when you can see the damage and the harm that's been done across the nation where state Labor governments have done this type of thing. It beggars belief that they would be trying to do it. And it not only beggars belief that they're doing it, but the way that they're doing it's so underhanded. It's so underhanded because guess what they've done? They've put it in with another bill which is about improving the Fair Work Commission and how it goes about its job and trying to make it more timely. And guess what? Guess what the Prime Minister said about this type of legislation? This is what he said on the record, and numerous times on the record. And once again, it shows you how dishonest he is, This is what he said at his first press conference as Prime Minister on the 23rd of May 2022. I look forward to leading a government that makes Australians proud, a government that doesn't seek to divide, that doesn't seek to have wedges. That's at his first press conference. Then, when he addressed the caucus, when he addressed all the Labor Party members, this is what he said. And they just sit back and, of course, allow him to be dishonest. This is what he said. We want to be more inclusive. We want to make sure there's less shouting and more delivery. The former government sat around and talked about how to wedge the other side of politics. We're not really interested in that. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this up. That's at his first caucus meeting as Prime Minister, after his first press conference as Prime Minister. And then, as opposition leader, House of Reps, 17th of September 2019. The objective is not to promote legislation, it's to promote legislation. It's about trying to find legislation that the Labor Party will oppose. This is a great example of it. It's a government really in search of an agenda and a plan. Well, you're being damned by your own words, Prime Minister, damned by your own words. This is what he said at a doorstop as opposition leader, May 2022. This is a guy who never looks to bring people together, who never looks for unity. It's always just looking for wedges and always looking for division. Once again, damned by your own words, Prime Minister. This is what he said on the 10th of May 2022. I want to bring people together. I think that we've had a decade of division, a decade of a Prime Minister who's always looking for the wedge. What we need to do is actually work out what our common interests are. Well, I can tell you, this bill is legislation and there is no common interest in it. And yet you're happy for it to be rammed through the Parliament in this form. It is a disgrace. This is what he said on 3rd of May 2022. This guy, for everything, is an opportunity to play politics. He doesn't have legislation, he has legislation. They sit around the cabinet, they don't think about the national interest, they think about how we can wedge Labor on this issue. Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, the hypocrisy knows no bounds. Yep. It is. And look, I can go on and on, but I'll give one more example. You know, it's like Pinocchio's nose growing. It's sort of example after example after example. It just grows and grows and grows. But now, my opponent is always looking for an argument, always looking for disagreement, never looking for a solution. And I think really people are sick of a government that has legislation, as I call it, looking to wedge the opposition rather than the legislation. I mean, talk about damned by your own incompetence. Talk about damned by your own words. Talk about damned by your deceit. Talk about being absolutely damned by your hypocrisy. Now, Speaker, I've talked about the legislation, and this is where it becomes important as to how the opposition is going to deal with this bill. The Coalition supports practical reforms that improve the operation of the Fair Work Commission. So being clear on that. But we cannot support the bill in its current form while it contains these appalling provisions that will bring the CFMEU to Canberra. We cannot support that. So the government should split the bill. That is why the opposition has circulated detailed amendments to that effect. We don't want the CFMEU coming to Canberra. Why those opposite do is beyond me, but we do not. And this is where it goes to the legislation. I want to just make it very clear as to what the government has done here. Yesterday's gag motion, so this was gagged, yesterday's gag motion from the Leader of the House will mean that there will be no opportunity for the opposition to speak to other amendments. This matters because at this stage the opposition has circulated an amendment which tries to achieve the same objectives as the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth. I understand that the member for Wentworth's amendment will be considered first, therefore obviating the opposition's amendment. Without Labor's gag, the opposition may have been able to move its amendment first. That's what we were going to do. As it stands, Labor's gag motion prevents the normal consideration in detail process from occurring. Still, if our circulated amendment were to pass, the coalition would support this bill because we take out the bringing the CFMEU to Canberra part and deal with the Fair Work Commission part. But it doesn't, so that is why we will not support this bill. We will not stand by and allow the government, to rush through under a gag motion this appalling piece of legislation which brings the CFMEU back to Canberra and basically opens the taxpayer up for enormous cost overruns, which is the last thing we need as a country at this moment.
The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, in a surprising moment in this place, the member for Wannon opposes legislation that fundamentally is focused on workplace relations reform. What a shocker. And it's so unsurprising in actual fact because the member for Wannon voted against same job, same pay. He reckons that what we should do is if you're working side by side, you shouldn't be getting paid the same. Because the member for Wannon sent manufacturing workers overseas, thought that their jobs should be offshored. Because these are the architects of work choices, they're the architects of AWAs, they're the people who are the natural enemy of working Australians. And they've got their backs up today. And it's because one of their favourite pastimes is giving working people a big kick. And like Dennis Shanahan, I don't think that endless alliteration and the new wordplay that we've heard today is anywhere near sound political strategy, but I'll have a go because I'll play along. The member for Wannon is the worst for workers. And not only because of the positions that they've taken in terms of workplace relations over not just this term but for decades, but also because of what the coalition have stood for when it comes to reforms that help everyday working Australians every day. And Deputy Speaker, that's why they voted against a tax cut for every working Australian. That's why they chose to vote against policy that would assist working Australians to get into their very first home. And that's why they voted against every single piece of cost of living relief moved by this Labor government. Deputy Speaker, across my electorate on Brisbane's south side, people work hard for their families. And whether it's a tradie from Coopers Plains heading out before dawn, a nurse at the QE2 hospital finishing a long shift, or a barista in Sunnybank, people want the same thing. They want a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. They want secure employment. And they want a workplace relations system that works for them. A system that protects workers, a system that supports business, a system that rewards productivity and helps people get ahead. That's what this bill is about. The Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 makes a series of practical improvements to Australia's workplace relations framework. These changes are designed to ensure Australia's workplace relations system remains fair, is efficient and capable of delivering better outcomes for workers, employers and indeed the broader economy. Deputy Speaker, legislation such as this is often portrayed by those opposite as a choice between supporting workers and supporting business. But the reality is that strong economies and strong workplaces depend on both of those things. They depend on workers having secure jobs, fair wages and confidence in their rights at work. And they depend on businesses having the certainty to invest, to innovate and to create opportunities. Deputy Speaker, my local electorate is full of fantastic small businesses. And the other day I was at French and Moore Cafe in Sunnybank with Bianca. I was also at Njua in Archerfield, which specialises in electrolyser technology. And I was talking to Richard Wong, who heads up the Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce, all on the south side, all running strong small businesses. And what they all share in common is that they want certainty for those businesses. And a workplace relations system that is fair, that is effective, and that is fit for purpose helps make that possible. And that's why it's important that our workplace laws and institutions continue to evolve alongside the workplaces, the industries, the technologies that they are designed to support. This bill contains a series of practical reforms designed to strengthen that system. So no, it is not surprising that those opposite don't support it. Deputy Speaker, the Fair Work Commission sits at the core of Australia's workplace relations system. Every year, it assists thousands of workers and employers to resolve disputes, to negotiate agreements, and to access workplace protections. When the Commission works well, disputes are resolved more quickly, uncertainty is reduced, and workplaces can move forward. But when delays occur, the consequences are felt by everyone. Workers can be left waiting months for certainty about their future. Businesses can be left navigating lengthy and costly processes. And resources that should be directed towards resolving disputes can instead be consumed by procedural issues. I cut my teeth representing working people in the manufacturing industry. And when you sit down with someone who doesn't know what's going to happen with their job, who's not sure where their next paycheck might come from, who can't plan for what their family might be able to do in the months and years ahead, that's a problem. This bill responds to those challenges. It introduces a series of practical reforms that will help the Commission manage its workload more effectively and resolve those kinds of matters more efficiently. Importantly, these reforms are not about reducing workplace protections, nor are they about limiting access to the Commission. They are about ensuring the Commission can focus its time and resources where they matter the most: resolving disputes, supporting bargaining, and delivering outcomes. The bill streamlines a number of administrative processes and provides additional mechanisms to deal with applications that are frivolous, vexatious, or have no reasonable prospects of success. And Deputy Speaker, that matters. And it matters because every hour spent dealing with matters that have little prospect of success is an hour that cannot be spent assisting workers and employers with genuine workplace disputes that need to be resolved so that all parties can move forward. The bill also responds to practical challenges that have emerged in recent years, including growing workloads and increasing complexity across the workplace relations system. Following a federal court decision several years ago, the Commission has often been required to determine complex jurisdictional questions before parties can even begin the process of conciliation or mediation. The complexity starts before they even get to the table to try and work things through. And in practical terms, this can mean that workers and employers spending additional time and resources arguing about whether a matter can be heard before they've even had an opportunity to attempt to resolve the dispute itself. This bill restores a much more practical approach. It allows the Commission to move more quickly to assisting parties to resolve disputes through conciliation and mediation, while preserving that ability for substantive issues to be properly considered if a matter proceeds further. That is sensible reform. It would allow the Commission to focus its resources on helping parties reach outcomes rather than getting bogged down in procedural questions. And fair outcomes, that's what's important here. That's what this legislation is about. Because we know it impacts on livelihoods, we know it impacts on family planning, we know that it goes beyond the worker and the business. It goes to the people surrounding them. For working people, it goes to impact on their families. For businesses, it goes to the aftermarket and their employees. And ensuring that that is resolved as soon as possible is surely a logical, simple, and straightforward reform that the Australian people need. The bill also strengthens the Commission's ability to deal with applications that are frivolous, as we've said. And the overwhelming majority of people who engage with the Fair Work Commission do so legitimately and in good faith. But where processes are misused, it places additional pressure on the system and it delays outcomes for others wanting to use the system to resolve their challenges. These measures will help protect the integrity of the Commission while ensuring genuine applicants continue to have access to workplace protections and dispute resolution mechanisms. Deputy Speaker, Labor understands that workers deserve timely outcomes. Employers deserve timely outcomes. And the Fair Work Commission deserves the tools necessary to perform its role effectively for everyone. Deputy Speaker, one of the most effective ways of building productive and cooperative workplaces is through good faith bargaining. Enterprise bargaining allows workers and employees to negotiate arrangements that reflect the particular needs of that workplace. And when bargaining works well, workers can secure improved wages and conditions. Employers can secure arrangements that support productivity, flexibility and long-term planning. And workplaces can develop solutions that benefit both parties. This bill also includes practical reforms designed to streamline bargaining processes in circumstances where parties have already established successful bargaining relationships. We don't want things bogged down. We want to make sure that if people can come to the table, they can find fair outcomes, rather than requiring workers and employers to repeat unnecessary procedural steps over and over. These changes allow bargaining to proceed more efficiently where appropriate safeguards are already in place. This is not about changing the fundamental principles of bargaining. It's about reducing unnecessary duplication and allowing parties to focus on reaching agreements. Again, to focus on reaching outcomes. This bill also includes a practical change to bargaining arrangements, where employers and workers have already successfully negotiated a supported bargaining agreement and wish to bargain for a replacement agreement. Covering substantially the same cohort, the legislation creates a more streamlined pathway to recommence that bargaining. And at present, parties can be required to repeat that again and again. It means that additional administrative burden for employers, employee representatives and the Commission can come off. The reforms before the House recognise that where bargaining relationships are already established, already functioning effectively, unnecessary procedural duplication serves little purpose. Instead, parties should be able to focus their efforts on negotiating those outcomes. This is a practical example of the broader purpose of this bill: protecting rights, maintaining safeguards while ensuring the workplace relations system operates as efficiently as possible. And the bill also removes an outdated restriction that currently prevents the Commonwealth from considering enterprise agreements when making certain procurement and funding decisions. And importantly, this does not require businesses to have enterprise agreements, nor does it override value for money requirements. Deputy Speaker, this bill forms part of the Albanese Labor government's broader commitment to supporting workers. That's in our blood. That's in our DNA. We have always been the party that backs workers in when they need it most. And strengthening job security and helping Australians managing cost of living pressures is an important part of that. Deputy Speaker, that's why this government has strengthened job security. It's why we delivered same job, same pay. We've criminalised wage theft. We've introduced the right to disconnect. We've expanded paid parental leave. And in 1 week's time, mums and dads across this nation will be able to access 26 weeks of paid parental leave. These reforms are designed to help Australians. And at its core, this bill is about ensuring that Australia's workplace relations system continues to work as intended and continues to work for everyday working Australians.
I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to speak after that ideological sermon that we had to just witness here from the former Secretary of the Australian Labor Party in Queensland, because what that ideological sermon failed to do was speak about half of the bill. It only spoke about one part, which was very convenient, and that's the part that is non-controversial in this legislation. And I do say to those opposite that you should be absolutely ashamed of what you're trying to do. You should be absolutely ashamed of what you're trying to do here, because what you're doing is you're bringing the CFMEU to Canberra, and this is all about politics. It is all about politics, despite the fact that we've got a Prime Minister and a Treasurer and a government who have continuously said that they're going to do politics differently and that they're going to work in the interest of the Australian people. It's all rubbish, and we're seeing that today in legislation. Now, the Coalition has long said that it will support practical reforms that help the Fair Work Commission deal with its workload. And there are some serious issues that the Fair Work Commission has encountered over the last couple of years, and part of the legislation is designed to address that. But the government shouldn't be using those sensible Fair Work Commission reforms as cover for passing other unrelated procurement changes that are going to mean Australians and the Australian taxpayer is worse off. And the bill should be split. But do you know, Deputy Speaker, I don't know how many times I've come into this chamber in the 12 months that I've been here and had this same conversation time and time again, where the government they find some legislation that they know is going to have support from the opposition because it's reasonable. And what do? They find something that is going to give them a political strategic benefit, or that is going to give them an ideological advantage, and they put it through the same legislation and try and ram it through the Parliament. And that's what we're seeing here today. Now let's talk about the process, because, Deputy Speaker, the Parliament of Australia is a place of debate, and it should be a debate that is free-flowing, and it should be a debate where we consider the detail of what is proposed by the government of the day. But what did we see yesterday? We saw the manager of government business in the House come in here and announce a suspension motion which in effect guillotines debate on the bill. And that contained not only this, it wasn't only relevant to this bill, but it also contained a series of gags on other controversial legislation. How does this compare? How does this compare to what the Prime Minister has said in the past about how he's going to do business differently and how he's going to conduct himself as Prime Minister of this country? In his very first press conference, the Prime Minister said, "I look forward to leading a government that makes Australians proud, a government that doesn't seek to divide, that doesn't seek to have wedges." In his very first caucus address as Prime Minister, he said, "We want to be more inclusive. We want to make sure there's less shouting and more delivery." The former government sat around and talked about how to wedge the other side of politics. There's a theme here, Deputy Speaker. As opposition leader, even before he came into government, he said in relation to our side of politics, he doesn't have legislation, he has wedgislation. They sit around the cabinet, they don't think about the national interest. So something must have happened. Something must have happened when this Prime Minister was elected. Because what's happened, Deputy Speaker, is we've got a Prime Minister who has said one thing before and he is doing the exact opposite afterwards. Now, it's not just in relation to process that he does that, it's also in relation to policy, and we've seen that in its finest form as a case study after the most recent budget. The Prime Minister went to the Australian people no less than 50 times saying he wasn't going to make changes to negative gearing policy in this country. And what did he do? He made those changes. And he looked down, he changed his mind. He changed his mind because apparently you can do that if you're the Prime Minister. Now that's ridiculous, and Australians are seeing through this. And that's why, if you look around, and I'm sure the Prime Minister tries to keep off social media because it's not his friend right now, but if you look around social media, if you actually get out and speak to people in your electorates, and I'm sure that the members of the backbench who are here today and who are also watching from their offices, they've all got their heads down because they know that in their electorates they're seeing the consequence of this Prime Minister's, not only his incompetence, but also his inability to maintain the truth. And that is something that is resonating with the Australian public right now. And when you put through legislation like this, what do you expect? What do you expect? So let's have a look at what the actual issue is. Because, like I said, the previous speaker on this debate only spoke about the good parts that we've all said we agree with anyway. What she failed to speak to was the controversial provisions in relation to procurement bargaining. So how does this work? Currently, the Fair Work Act, it doesn't allow discrimination against an employer because of whether they're not... The Fair Work Act prohibits discrimination against an employer because of whether its employees are or are not covered by certain industrial instruments. Now, I think that's fair. We shouldn't be giving preferential treatment. And this includes the National Employment Standards, workplace instruments or enterprise agreements. And in practice, that means that no one, including the Commonwealth, can prefer one company over another just because it has a union-affiliated enterprise agreement. What does this bill do? The bill creates an exemption that would allow the Commonwealth to preference employers whose employees are covered by a union-covered enterprise agreement. So put simply, it's actually allowing discrimination where the employer's employees are not covered by an enterprise agreement or a kind of enterprise agreement, or are covered by an enterprise agreement that does not cover a union. Now I say, Deputy Speaker, and I do hope that the Teal Party representatives in this place walk in here and speak to this bill, because this is something that should raise serious alarm bells. And I say, where is the National Anti-Corruption Commission when we need it? Because, Deputy Speaker, what this legislation is doing is it is wedging Australians, it is wedging businesses and saying to them, if you don't tie yourself up to a union, we're not going to help you. And that's wrong. It's wrong fundamentally and in principle. And it's just an example, yet again, of the Labor Party at its worst. Deputy Speaker, if you ask around, it's not just the public that is starting to notice this government's failures. It's not just members on this side of the House who are pointing them out. It's actually people across the sector and across industry in this country. And I note the stakeholders that have contributed to this debate, none of whom were quoted by the previous member speaking, by the way, who failed to focus on what the legislation, what the controversial parts of this legislation actually are. The Business Council of Australia said, and I quote, "Public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses that have signed the right union agreement. The reach goes far beyond a single contract. A single Commonwealth project could impose these conditions on every business in its supply chain. The consequences would ripple through the entire industries." But it's not just the Business Council of Australia. The AI Group, a cornerstone of our workplace relations systems, the principle of freedom of association, which is the idea that workers have a right to join or not to join a union. Legislation introduced into the Parliament today completely risks undermining this vital principle by opening the door to either the current or future governments forcing employers and their employees to strike deals with unions in order to commercially deal with the government. The simplest course would be to just abandon the proposal entirely. But instead of abandoning the proposal, what has the government done? They've tied it in to something that we fundamentally support, because we are, on this side of the House, prepared to work with the government on reasonable reforms in relation to the Fair Work Commission. But the government, again, in fine form and in typical form of this Prime Minister, is wedging us. They're wedging us and they're trying to play politics yet again instead of determining good policy. And if you look at, Deputy Speaker, I represent the southern Gold Coast and I acknowledge there's another Queenslander in the room here and in the member for Wide Bay. But what I will say is we've gone through this. We've gone through this Labor Party obsession with the CFMEU and with unions, trade unions who are, not doing the right thing time and time again. And we've gone through a decade of incompetent Labor governments at a state level. And we've seen the Deputy Premier of Queensland, who was only elected in the last 2 years. He had to come in and fix some of the mess that was left behind in Queensland. But what has he said in relation to this legislation? He actually wrote to the Prime Minister, who wrote to the Minister, accusing the Albanese government of trying to revive Queensland's most controversial construction policy on a national scale, jeopardising the 2032 Games delivery. In the letter, he declared that Queensland would not back proposed workplace law changes that he claims would nationalise the former Best Practice Industry Conditions, or BPIC, policy, dubbed the CFMEU tax. Now, I know I'm a federal politician, but can I tell you, ever since Queensland addressed BPIC, the amount of small businesses and their employees who are coming up to me and saying that was one of the best decisions of the Crisafulli government is endless. And the reason I say that is because, again, where is the National Anti-Corruption Commission when we need it? Because what we're seeing here is a government that is intent on playing politics and they're not actually doing what's in the national interest. Now, Deputy Speaker, I like to always reflect in this place, because I think we have a duty to do so, on the implications of this legislation on the Australian taxpayer. Because what we're actually asking, or what the government's asking us to sign off on today, is a situation where the Australian taxpayer is paying for preferencing certain producers or producers of goods or services who are actually affiliated with certain unions. And the consequence of that, at a time when we need to manage our national finances far better than what we're doing, is that things are going to go up. It's that we're not going to get the most cost-effective, not going to get the most value for money situation or solution, but we are going to get the most Labor-aligned solution. and that is not what the Australian taxpayer deserves. Now, we know, Deputy Speaker, that this government is struggling. They are really struggling to manage the economy, and they don't know how, quite frankly. They don't know how to generate wealth. So what they're doing, and we're seeing this across the board, is they're finding pockets of our community that have generated wealth. Those who have invested, those who have worked hard, those who have saved, those who are retirees now, and they're saying we're going to take the wealth from you and we're going to reallocate it to somewhere else because we don't know how to grow the economy ourselves. That's the ethic of this government, and that's the ethic of Labor. It's fundamentally a Labor Party value, I'd say. But what is happening is we're now also seeing a government who, as a consequence of that and not being able to manage the economy, they're desperate for money. And what they're doing is they're spending more at a time when we actually need to be spending less as a country. We're fueling inflation, this government's fueling inflation, and they're doing that through this legislation, again, because we're not going to be putting the principle of value for money at the centre of Commonwealth procurement policy. And if we're not doing that, why should anybody in this House be asked to support this legislation? Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports, as I said, the practical reforms that will help the Fair Work Commission deal with its workload. If the Prime Minister and those opposite had any respect for the Australian people, any respect for the people in the galleries today, what they would do is they would separate this bill into two parts. They would take out the procurement bargaining sections and separate it from the reasonable reforms to the Fair Work Commission. Because what those opposite would find, and I note that none of their contributions are focused on the procurement bargaining provisions, they're all focused on the Fair Work Commission's side, but what those opposite would find is that they would get support to put forward or to put through the appropriate legislation. And then we could have a proper discussion about the bits that are controversial. But Deputy Speaker, this goes to the height of this government. It goes to their irreverence and their inability to do what's right in the national interest. And I say that the bill in its current form should be voted down.
And I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces, number 1 Bill 2026. This bill makes practical improvements to the workplace relations framework. It supports a Fair Work Commission to manage its workload, improve supported bargaining, allows Commonwealth procurement to promote secure jobs and fair conditions, and provides better support for truckies and road transport businesses. Some of these reforms are technical, but they are not minor. In workplace relations, procedure counts. It determines whether a worker can access a remedy, whether an employer can get certainty, whether a union can progress bargaining, and whether the independent umpire can deal with disputes efficiently. I come to this debate with a practical view of industrial relations. I was a qualified electrician before I became an industrial lawyer. I represented electricians for the Electrical Trades Union and firefighters for the United Professional Firefighters Union. I've been covered by industrial agreements. I've relied on them, I've enforced them, and I've helped negotiate them. That experience gives me a clear view of what is important. Workplace rights must be strong, but they must also be usable. A right buried behind the delay, cost, or procedural obstruction is not much comfort to the person who needs it. The Fair Work Commission is central to this system. Its workload has increased substantially, including through the growth of paid agents, the rise of artificial intelligence in the preparation and filing of materials, and the consequences of the Milford decision, which affected how some general protections and unlawful termination disputes are processed. The Commission needs to be fair, but it also needs to be able to move. A system that is too slow is not fair. A system too easily clogged by procedural arguments is not fair. A system that allows hopeless claims to consume time that should be spent on genuine disputes is not fair. One of the key reforms in this bill concerns jurisdictional objections in general protections dismissal disputes and unlawful termination disputes. At present, where a jurisdictional objection is raised about whether a dismissal or termination actually occurred, the Commission may have to determine that issue before it can proceed to conciliation or mediation. I've seen what that kind of procedural fight can do. When I worked as an industrial lawyer for the Firefighters Union, jurisdictional issues arose in proceedings in the state industrial system. And that's not the federal system affected by this bill, but the practical effect is similar. The parties can spend time and money arguing about whether the umpire can deal with the dispute before anyone gets near the substance of the dispute itself. Sometimes a jurisdictional objection is properly taken. Parties are entitled to run legitimate arguments about jurisdiction. Those arguments can be important and they should remain available. But when a dispute becomes locked in a preliminary jurisdictional contest, the process can slow down, costs increase, and the focus can shift away from resolving the workplace issue. This bill addresses the unintended consequences of Milford by allowing the Fair Work Commission to move to conciliation or mediation without having to first determine the jurisdictional issues as a preliminary step. That does not remove the jurisdictional argument. It does not stop a party from maintaining its position. It does not prevent the issue being determined later if required. It simply allows the Commission to get the parties into a dispute resolution process and test whether the dispute can be resolved. And also just want to wish WA's professional firefighters well in their ongoing pay and conditions dispute with the state government. Firefighters do difficult and dangerous work. They are relied upon by the community in the worst moments of people's lives. Their bargaining campaign is a reminder that industrial relations is about whether people who protect us are properly valued, properly staffed and properly supported. This bill also allows the President of the Fair Work Commission to delegate the power to certify that a general protections dispute is unlikely to be resolved by conciliation. Those certificates allow parties to take the next step, including consent arbitration or court proceedings. Where a trained Commission staff member has handled the conciliation and dealt directly with the parties, it is practical for that person to issue the certificate. That is not a final determination of rights. It is an administrative step that allows the dispute to progress. The bill also gives the Commission stronger powers to deal with claims that are frivolous, vexatious, or have no reasonable prospects of success. Access to justice counts, but access to justice does not mean allowing the Commission's processes to be misused. The Commission must be available to genuine applicants, but it also has to protect respondents and its own resources from claims that are plainly hopeless or brought for an improper purpose. The bill also expands the circumstances in which the Commission can decide a dispute on the papers without holding a hearing or conducting a conference. Importantly, the final bill requires the consent of the parties before the Commission can determine certain contested disputes on the papers. That was an important change following consultation. Efficiency is being improved without removing procedural fairness. Not every dispute requires an oral hearing. Some disputes can be fairly determined on documents or agreed facts. If the parties consent and the Commission is satisfied the dispute can properly determine that way, the system should allow it. The bill also improves supported bargaining. Supported bargaining is particularly important in sectors where workers are lower paid, workforces are fragmented, or traditional single enterprise bargaining is difficult. If the Commission has already authorised bargaining for substantially the same group of employees and employers, the law should not force everyone to repeat unnecessary procedural steps. The next major part of this bill concerns enterprise agreements and the Commonwealth procurement. The government has committed to developing a secure Australian jobs code to ensure the Commonwealth is spent and to ensure Commonwealth spending supports secure jobs and fair pay conditions. Public money should not drive a race to the bottom. It should support decent employment practices, lawful conduct and fair standards. And the reason I'm in this place today is because of what those opposite did when they had total control of the industrial relations system. And I would like to remind everyone that they would implement work choices again if given the chance. Enterprise agreements that are genuinely agreed and negotiated in good faith are transparent and effective way of delivering secure jobs and fair conditions to workers. They can also deliver flexibility, productivity for employers. A good enterprise agreement is not just about wages, although wages do count. It can deal with classifications, rosters, allowances, dispute resolution, redundancy, training, travel, accommodation and safety. It gives workers a structured voice and it gives employers certainty about the rules of the workplace. This bill allows government purchasing power to promote fairer wages and more secure jobs through enterprise agreements where it is appropriate to do so. It does not impose an obligation on the Commonwealth to do this in every case. Commonwealth entities will still need to comply with procurement rules, grant guidelines, value for money requirements and delivery obligations. And I want to acknowledge the current bargaining being undertaken by the Electrical Trades Union with BHP in the Pilbara, and I wish them well. That bargaining involves workers performing skilled and demanding work in one of the most economically significant regions in the country. Electricians, technicians, maintenance workers and other tradespeople keep critical operations running. The work is complex, the environment is demanding, their contribution should be reflected in the agreements that cover them. And I understand from my own working life what those kind of rosters mean. During my time as a construction electrician, I worked a 4 weeks on, 1 week off roster. From outside the industry, people just see the headline wages. They do not see the cost of being away for long stretches, missed birthdays, pressure placed on partners, strain on children, and the difficulty of coming home and trying to fit back into family routines before leaving again. The research into FIFO mental health has made those issues plain. The Western Australian report into FIFO arrangements found that FIFO workers and their partners are an at-risk group for mental ill health. It also identified the importance of roster design, workplace culture, accommodation, bullying, stigma and support services. And that is why bargaining is important. It is not only about the hourly rate, it is about the structure of work, it is about rosters, fatigue management, travel, accommodation, consultation, dispute resolution and safety. It is about whether workers have real and a lawful mechanism to raise issues before they become crises. The bill also supports a National Construction Industry Forum. The forum is a tripartite body that brings together government, employers and workers to provide advice on work in the building and construction industry. This bill updates the ministerial membership of the forum to reflect the machinery of government changes and recognises the strong skills component of its work. That is sensible. You cannot have a serious discussion about construction without discussing skills. Apprenticeships, training quality, workforce shortages and pathways into trades are central to the future of the industry. The final major area the bill concerns is road transport. The Albanese Labor government is committed to ensuring truckies get a fair go. This bill allows new road transport industry high income threshold to be made for contractors in the transport industry. That is necessary because conventional high-income thresholds are not fit for purpose in road transport. A contractor may appear to have a higher income on paper, but the reality is different once fuel, tyres, maintenance, insurance, finance, registration, compliance and downtime are all taken into account. Gross income is not the same as take-home income. In road transport, that distinction counts. The purpose of this reform is to ensure more truckies can access the quick and practical process in the Fair Work Commission to challenge unfair contracts. For many road transport contractors and small transport businesses, unfair contract terms and unfair termination can have serious consequences. A truck is a major capital investment. If a contract is terminated unfairly or unfair terms shift too much risk down the chain, the impact can be immediate and severe. Road transport is essential to the Australian economy. Goods move because truck drivers and transport businesses do the work. The law should reflect the commercial reality they face. I also note that this bill has been subject to consultation. The department has consulted with state and territory government officials, the Fair Work Commission and key stakeholders including the ACTU, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Australian Industries Group and the Australian Business Council of Australia. As a result of that consultation, the bill was refined. Party consent is now required before the Commission can determine certain contested disputes on the papers. Proposed expanded grounds for dismissing applications were not proceeded with. That is what consultation should do. It should test the drafting, identify the risks and improve the final bill. The financial impact of this bill is modest and no additional funding is provided. Measures supporting the more efficient Commission processes are expected to have minor positive impact on the Commission and help it respond to increased lodgements. The common thread through this bill is practical improvement. It helps the Fair Work Commission deal with disputes more efficiently. It supports enterprise bargaining and supported bargaining. It allows Commonwealth purchasing power to promote fairer wages and secure jobs where appropriate. It recognises the real economics of road transport. It supports tripartite consultation in construction. A fair workplace relations system must protect workers, give employers certainty, support bargaining and equip the independent umpire to resolve disputes properly. But those opposite no doubt say this bill is about favouring unions, and that is the usual line, but it misses the point entirely. This bill is not about punishing businesses, it is about recognising businesses that do the right thing. If an employer sits down with its workforce, bargains in good faith, reaches a genuine enterprise agreement, pays fair wages, provides secure conditions and gives workers a voice, why should the Commonwealth be prevented from taking that into account? The Liberal Party says it supports business, but too often what it supports is the lowest common denominator. It should not be controversial to say that public money should support employers who bargain properly, comply with the law and provide decent jobs. The businesses that do the right thing should not be undercut by competitors whose business model relies on minimum standards, insecure work and avoiding bargaining wherever possible. This is where the opposition's arguments fall apart. They say they are standing up for business, but in opposing this bill, they are standing against the businesses that have done the work to negotiate proper agreements with their employees. They are standing against employers who value certainty. They are standing against employers who understand good wages, proper consultation and safe systems of work are not obstacles to productivity, they are part of productivity. They are standing against the small transport businesses and owner-drivers who need a fairer threshold because gross income is not the same as take-home income. They are standing against a more efficient Fair Work Commission, even though delay hurts workers and employers alike. This bill does not ask employers to do anything unreasonable. It says that where employers bargain properly, where they provide secure jobs and fair conditions and where they contribute more to a cooperative workplace relations system, that should be recognised. That is not anti-business, that is pro-business, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Government's Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill of 2026. The bill amends the now tome-like Fair Work Act of 2009, the Independent Contractors Act of 2006 and the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act of 2009. Schedule 1, Parts 5 to 8 seeks to make it easier for the Fair Work Commission to determine or dismiss applications to the Commission. The President of the Commission, as well as near any practitioner in this area, will tell you that the Commission has been inundated with applications composed by generative AI like ChatGPT or Claude. Earlier this year, Justice Adam Hatcher, President of the Commission, announced that by the end of the financial year, the Commission's total workload will have increased by over 70% in the space of 3 years, and that this is principally being caused by the increasing use of AI tools by potential litigants. In testimony before Senate estimates recently, representatives of the Commission advised that early indications are that around 40% to 50% of people were telling us that AI had been used to make an application to the Commission. So this bill expands the Commission's capacity to dismiss applications that are, in their view, frivolous, vexatious or lacking reasonable prospects of success, and empowers the Commission to make orders restricting vexatious litigants from filing further applications without permission. Certain matters will now be able to be determined on the papers by consent without the need for hearings or conferences. In my consultation since taking on the role as Shadow Assistant Minister for Industrial Relations, I have met widely with stakeholders across the spectrum of IR interests, from the President of the Commission to daily practitioners before the Commission. I have been somewhat taken aback by the uniformity in views that something must be done about the avalanche of cases being brought before the Commission. Well written, yes, but often riddled with false facts or assertions rather than borne out in the applicant's actual workplace experience. Given this change in the nature of the work as well as the constrained resources of the Commission, these changes all seem sensible, and we hope it will do something to produce a more manageable workload at the Commission while retaining applicants' and respondents' right for a proper consideration of workplace matters and a right to be heard in respect of cases which should be heard. A second measure to streamline the work of the Commission is to enable it to deal with matters involving an alleged dismissal without first having to determine whether an actual dismissal has occurred, responding to the case of Coal Supply Chain in Milford back in 2020, which has effectively required the Commission to determine if a dismissal had occurred as a threshold issue, thereby increasing the Commission's workload before the somewhat preliminary processes of conciliation and mediation could begin. The bill, therefore, addresses an issue which, according to its own testimony, the Commission has been raising with this Albanese government for some 3 years. These are reasonably sensible reforms which the Coalition supports. But this brings me to the part of the bill which the Coalition cannot and will not support, which goes to the Commonwealth preferencing employers with enterprise agreements in relation to grants, procurements or other contractual purposes. Here is where the devil is to be found in the detail hidden behind the cloak of Orwellian language, such as preference enterprise agreements negotiated in good faith and genuinely agreed, or supporting enterprise bargaining that promotes job security and fair conditions. I have found myself in recent months needing to go back to Orwell's 1984 and the principles of Newspeak that were espoused in it. Now, you might remember, Newspeak was the language of Oceania, the totalitarian superstate invented to meet the needs of English socialism, known in the book as INGSOC. Newspeak is a controlled language with simplified grammar and restricted vocabulary, so as to minimise critical thinking, critique, and indeed to deny the neurological path to criticism itself. In Orwell's appendix to 1984, commenting on the methodology of Newspeak, he described it as follows. Its vocabulary was so constructed as to give exact and often very subtle expression to every meaning that a party member could properly wish to express, while excluding all other meanings and also the possibility of arriving at them by indirect methods. The appendix goes on. It was expected that Newspeak would have finally superseded Old Speak, or Standard English as we should call it, by about the year 2050. Well, with the members for Rankin and Kingston in their current roles, we are well on our way to Newspeak by 2050. Indeed, one might give the Minister's second reading speech on this bill an encouraging B+ in the dialect. Because what these provisions do is not in some way elevate or incentivise job security, fair conditions, good faith and genuine agreement. They entrench union power, effectively operating to let the Commonwealth grant lucrative contracts to enterprises in a union headlock. Currently, discrimination is not allowed to preference or punish employers whose employees are covered by an enterprise agreement. But this bill creates exceptions to make that discrimination not only acceptable, but encouraged to increase participation in enterprise bargaining. Item 55 in the bill inserts proposed subsections 354(2)(a) to 2(d) and effectively says it's okay to discriminate on the basis of coverage or non-coverage of an industrial agreement. So in plain language which, may I say, even defied the writers of the Bill's Digest in this instance, discrimination will be allowed where employees are not covered by an enterprise agreement, or employees are covered by an enterprise agreement which does not cover an employee organisation, also known as a union, or where employees who are the subject of proposed coverage or non-coverage. So who is allowed to do the discriminating? The Commonwealth, a person acting as required or authorised under a contractual arrangement with a Commonwealth entity, which itself is defined as the Commonwealth or a Commonwealth authority, or in a Commonwealth contractual arrangement chain. When is this discrimination allowed? In relation to the making or administering of a grant of financial assistance, procuring or providing goods or services, entering into or fulfilling the terms and conditions of a contract of a type determined under section 354(2)(c). And if that's not enough, then there's a catch-all clause in item 55 which gives the Minister power to determine any contractual arrangements to enliven the permission to discriminate against employers whose employees are not covered by a union agreement. The Bill's digest, almost hiding its own discomfort, states, "The explanatory memorandum does not provide guidance on which type of contractual arrangements might be the subject of such determinations." And then, for good measure, the Albanese government throws in a definition of contractual arrangement that means any deed, contract, undertaking, or any other form of legally binding arrangement. So to paraphrase in old speak, dear taxpayer, from now on, we are only going to spend your money if, at the end of the day, the recipient has a union deal in the bag, one which our masters in the union movement tell us is good enough. It is unsurprising, therefore, that Australian industry's response to this part of the bill has been nothing short of well-founded outrage. From the Australian Industry Group, who said the amendments open the door to favouring employers who have enterprise agreements with unions for taxpayer-funded procurement services, is both deeply alarming and concerning. The bill completely risks undermining the principle of freedom of association by opening the door to either the current or future governments forcing employers and their employees to strike deals with unions in order to commercially deal with the government. In yesterday's Australian newspaper, Chief Executive of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Andrew McKellar, pointed out that nearly 1 million Australian businesses operated without a union negotiated agreement, and that this legislation marks every one of them as a second-class citizen in the eyes of the Commonwealth, pushing them out of consideration and out of important opportunities and revenue streams. The Business Council of Australia condemned the legislation, saying it will corrupt the integrity of Commonwealth procurement by allowing discrimination against businesses without union-covered enterprise agreements, which should alarm every Australian business and taxpayer. Brand Black, CEO, summarised the provisions thus: "This would give unions effective control over where taxpayer money goes. It is being introduced against every lesson the country has learned from the recent CFMEU investigations. Geoffrey Watson SC found some enterprise agreements in construction were bought for cash and awarded to criminals, and that these practices could drive legitimate businesses out of the market. And now the federal government wants to make those same agreements a gateway to public contracts and grants. This creates a major corruption risk. Public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses that have signed the right union agreement. The reach goes far beyond a single contract. A single Commonwealth project could impose these conditions on every business in its supply chain. The consequences would ripple through entire industries. Master builders address the proposed reforms with their typical plain speaking. In the end, this provision will send a message that if you don't have a union-backed bid, then don't bother lodging a tender." But more importantly, the master builders reminded the Albanese government of the potential backwards impact this will have on the building industry, where 98% of building and construction is made up of small businesses who typically do not rely on enterprise agreements. Finally, this bill lessens the requirements on the CFMEU administrator, which was set down when the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU was placed into administration in August 24. Under the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act of 2009, the CFMEU administrator is required to prepare and submit reports to the Minister regarding the performance of the administration, including detailed financial reporting requirements, which failed to include the requisite level of financial reporting. And so this bill reduces the rigour required of that financial reporting, and no longer will the administrator be required to provide a financial report, but rather a scheme operation report. A financial report will still be required, albeit on a much looser timeframe. Yet again, this government is loosening the expectations placed on the CFMEU at precisely the time those demands for accountability and transparency should be getting louder. Each day, the Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU in Queensland reveals more corruption linked to the CFMEU's conduct in my home state. That had estimated cost of $15 billion to Victorian taxpayers. And despite all that evidence, this government continues to sing to the CFMEU's tune. Yesterday, the Australian Chamber tallied up the number of demands this government had met from the CFMEU's 2018 manifesto, Goodbye Neoliberalism, penned by John Falzon, but fully endorsed by the National Secretary of the CFMEU at the time, in which they stressed that that the moral responsibility of government is to solidify the proper role of organised labour in a democratic society. The document has an 18-point plan, and for anyone wondering how it's relevant to this bill today, this bill in point 5 demands that the next federal government implement procurement rules that support trade unionism. Government should use their procurement decisions to achieve broader policy objectives that support the economy, jobs and working people. As such, Labor should implement procurement rules that require tenderers to meet conditions of participation in order to qualify for government work, including have a unionised workforce union agreement. Well, there it is. But this follows Labor's compliance with at least half the orders listed in the CFMEU's manifesto. The ABCC and ROC must be abolished. Tick. Make industry assistance conditional upon having a unionised workforce. Tick. Define casual work rather than leaving it up to employers and employees. Tick. Encourage superannuation funds to promote unionism and direct their investments accordingly. Tick. Hold a referendum. Can you believe this is in here? Hold the referendum to constitutionally enshrine a First Nations voice to Parliament. Tick. Allow bargaining at any level, enterprise, industry, regional and national. Yep, that's in their patent bargaining laws. Tick. Unions must have free access to workplaces to represent and protect workers. Tick, tick, tick. The list goes on. It's all here. The member for Watson got most of this manifesto implemented, and a couple more were done by Senator Watt in the other place, and now it falls to the member for Kingston to get the rest of the CFMEU wish list done. And all the while, the evidence of CFMEU corruption continues to build up. The CFMEU has allowed rival bikie gangs to compete for control over drug dealing on government construction sites in my home state of Victoria. The CFMEU allegedly required workers to pay $100 in cash to former CFMEU officials under the guise of a charitable donation in order to be allocated a shift, generating $10,000 per occasion. The CFMEU has bullied and intimidated its way through the Labor caucus to the point where, despite clear evidence from Victorian Police, a Royal Commission into union corruption on taxpayer-funded work sites remains unthinkable in my home state of Victoria. And rather than clamp down on the CFMEU, this bill continues that union's grip on this country's public policy agenda. Why? Because Labor is the political arm of the CFMEU.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question is now before the House that this bill be read a second time. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My dad got up every morning and was at work by 7:30 latest. He worked overtime, he was on call regularly, and quite often he got home when I was going to school. He worked hard. When he got home, he told stories of his day. Sometimes maybe there was an injury, maybe there was a fight with the boss. Well, more often than not, it was a great day doing what he loved, being a sparky. He knew what he would bring home in his pay packet most weeks, which helped Mum plan for meals, buy medicines and school books. But part of his working life also included the infamous Queensland SEQWEB dispute. Basically, that dispute was an attempt by the South East Queensland Electricity Board to replace permanent workers with contract labour. The electrical trade union members went on strike to defend jobs and security, and not long after that strike began, the government declared a state of emergency. It rushed in a series of anti-union, anti-strike laws, making picket lines illegal. The dispute stretched over the following months, and the striking workers held out with a lot of community support. My parents were involved in that dispute. They were on the picket lines and were part of the community that coordinated food and financial support for families who were affected. As children, we saw the tears and hardship facing mums and dads when the workplace and industrial system breaks down, when the community those workers had created was threatened. Now, this is just one story based on the memories of me as a small child whose family relied on her dad having a safe and fair workplace. There are many more such stories. And that's why we need workplace laws that promote such values, and that's what this bill is about. Deputy Speaker, there is dignity in work. On average, we spend about a third of our lives at work, and that equates to roughly 90,000 hours. And while this reality often sparks discussions about work-life balance, meaning, purpose, burnout, employment can also provide critical financial independence, social cohesion, and a sense of purpose. Now, according to the ABS, there are currently 14.73 million people employed in this country, and governments can play an active role in making sure workplaces are safe, jobs are secure, and wages are fair. In this government's first term, workplace reforms are the most significant since the Fair Work Act commenced almost 17 years ago. And these reforms have delivered on our objectives to promote job security and gender equality, get wages moving, improve workplace health and workplace safety, and address loopholes that have undermined fairness in the workplace. Some of those key industrial relations achievements include criminalising wage theft. It is now a crime to intentionally underpaid workers. You can get penalties of up to 10 years in prison and fines of up to almost $8 million for businesses. There's a right to disconnect. We can go home from work, employees can go home from work, and they have a statutory protection to refuse to monitor, read or respond to contact from employers. Pay secrecy clauses have been banned and the gender pay gap has been driven to a record low. Minimum wage earners have seen historic boosts, resulting in substantial increases to hourly rates and the nation experiencing multiple consecutive quarters of real wage growth. More recently, the government supported the 4.75 increase in the modern award minimum wage and a 6% increase to the national minimum wage, which means national minimum wages will now be $1,004, almost $1,005 per week, or $26.44 an hour. This month, the government also announced a $3.6 billion two-year extension to the work retention payment to continue subsidising a historic 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. And starting in July, the payment will also be available to family daycare and the home care sector. Combined with minimum wage adjustments, this ensures a typical full-time educator sees an increase of $255 or more per week compared to December 2024, with teachers receiving up to an extra $410 per week. The Fair Work Commission's landmark work value cases have delivered award wage increases for approximately 400,000 aged care workers, with further phased pay jumps rolling out for nurses and direct care staff. There's been changes to help the gig economy and labour hire protections. New standards ensure same job, same pay for labour hire workers, and they've introduced a baseline protection and standard setting powers for gig workers. Laws have expanded the scope for multi-employer agreements, helping small businesses and workers in fragmented industries negotiate enterprise agreements collectively. The government changed the definition of casual employment, offering clearer pathways for casuals to convert to permanent roles should they desire to do so. And we saw the abolition of the Australian Building and Construction Commission and the Registered Organisations Commission. Speaker, these were big changes that the government has implemented since coming into power in 2022. And with this bill, our government builds on those reforms with a package of practical measures to further improve the operation of the workplace relations system and support more cooperative and productive workplaces. These include amendments designed to enable the Fair Work Commission to more effectively perform its vital function, support good faith bargaining, which delivers benefits for employees and employers alike, not to mention for our economy, ensures the road transport contractors can access protections with the new fit-for-purpose high-income threshold, clarifying reporting requirements for the CFMEU administration, support the effective operation of important tripartite advisory bodies in the workplace relations system. Deputy Speaker, this bill has 6 important administrative measures which will streamline the operations of the Fair Work Commission to assist it in managing its workload. Now, the Commission plays a critical role supporting workers and employers, setting minimum wage conditions, approving workplace agreements, and resolving disputes between employers and employees. And the government remains committed to ensuring it continues delivering efficient dispute resolution services for both workers and employers. The first measure removes the need for a formal hearing to decide whether an applicant in a general protection case has been dismissed. Now, instead, the Commission will be able to hold a conference aimed at resolving the dispute, saving time and resources for both the Commission and workers and their bosses. Second, the bill enables the President of the Commission to delegate certain responsibilities to staff. Now, this includes issuing basic things like certificates confirming that parties in a general protection dispute have made reasonable efforts to resolve the matter but were unsuccessful. And what these certificates do is they allow the cases to move forward to consent arbitration or court proceedings. And this delegation will help ensure the President and staff's time are used more efficiently. Third, the bill grants the Commission greater flexibility to decide matters on papers without requiring a formal hearing or conference, and where appropriate with the parties' consent. And fourth, it strengthens the Commission's ability to deal with vexatious or frivolous applications, including the power to prevent individuals from lodging further claims without permission. Fifth, this bill allows the Commission to dismiss unfair termination and unfair deactivation applications that are frivolous, vexatious or lack reasonable prospects of success. And finally, Deputy Speaker, this bill simplifies the process for obtaining supported bargaining authorisations. Now, this change will reduce administrative burdens where a new agreement largely covers the same employees and employers as an existing one, provided the application is made within the specified timeframe of 3 months before or 2 years after the previous agreement's nominal expiry. It also allows the Commission to remove employers from an authorisation either before or after it's granted if their circumstances have changed. So all these changes may seem small, but together they will make the system fairer, easier and more efficient, not just for workers but for their bosses as well. Bargaining is another critical component of our industrial relations system. It allows businesses and employees to design unique working arrangements like specific rostering or flexible work from home rights and allowances, things that fit the exact operations of the business. And again, this is good for workers, but it's also good for the business. And coming into office in 2022, this government inherited a bargaining system that had long been ineffective. In fact, participation had declined to a point where fewer than 15% of employees were covered by a current federal enterprise agreement. Reforms implemented during the government's first term have revitalised the system, removing barriers and making it easier for employers and employees to negotiate agreements that suit their workplace and suit their needs. And as a result, there are now a record number of employees covered by enterprise agreements, delivering genuine wage growth for workers alongside increased productivity and flexibility for employers. This is a good thing for workers, their bosses and our economy. The bill also introduces measures to support the use of good faith bargaining through the Commonwealth spending. It enables the government procurement and funding decisions, where appropriate, to give preference to employers that have negotiated agreements in good faith and with genuine agreement. Despite what the member for Flinders was saying, importantly, this bill does not mandate this approach. Decisions on when and how it should be applied are carefully considered as part of the development of the Secure Australian Jobs Code, alongside existing requirements to ensure value for money and the delivery of high-quality, timely outcomes. All Commonwealth entities will continue to operate in accordance with the Commonwealth procurement rules and the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines. Now, Speaker, I want to cover 2 key sectors that are also covered in the bill. First, road transport contractors. In 2024, this government introduced new protections through the Fair Work Commission for truck drivers and small road transport businesses, safeguarding them from unfair contract terminations and inequitable contract terms. Our truck drivers drive our goods around our country. We need a viable transport system. However, access to these protections is currently restricted by a high income threshold, and due to the significant operating costs faced by road transport contractors, such as fuel expenses and vehicle maintenance, particularly for long-distance owner-drivers, the existing threshold does not adequately reflect their circumstances. This reform will establish a separate, more appropriate high-income threshold for road transport contractors, ensuring hard-working Australian truck drivers and small transport businesses can access protections against unfair termination and unfair contract terms. This recognises that truckies have high out-of-pocket costs and conventional high-income thresholds are not fit for purpose. We will consult on what the new threshold should be. Second, the reporting requirements for the CFMEU. The Australian government, Labor government, acted decisively by legislating for the appointment of an administrator to the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU. This government will not tolerate corruption, criminality or violence in any workplace, and that includes the construction industry. The union movement doesn't want this either. But what we will tolerate is a strong and effective union movement that looks after workers and stops them being exploited. You can tell from the story I started these comments with that I am a proud unionist. I come from a union family. I see what a positive difference they make to individuals and their families. The problems we see in the construction industry are not the norm in the union movement. They've been there a long time and they will not be solved overnight. But the government is taking decisive action. Mr Mark Irvine KC has made significant progress in improving the culture of the construction industry and addressing criminality and corruption with the CFMEU. And this bill provides the administrator with an appropriate timeframe to prepare and submit the required biennial financial report to the Minister under the Fair Work Act. Lastly, the government has strongly supported cooperative and productive approaches to workplace relations, including through tripartite arrangements that bring together employers, workers and government. One such tripartite body is the National Construction Industry Forum, which provides advice to the Australian government on matters relating to building and construction, a big part of our economy at the moment. The bill makes minor updates to the ministerial memberships of the NCIF and allows travel allowances for non-ministerial members to be determined in line with remuneration tribunal determinations. It also confirms the Road Transport Advisory Group members are eligible to receive travel allowances consistent with other consultative bodies, and clarifies that the RTAG members, including the chair and the subcommittee members, are not otherwise entitled to remuneration or additional allowances. Deputy Speaker, our landmark secured jobs, better pay and closing loophole reforms laid the foundations for a strong and efficient industrial relations system, and this bill builds on that. This bill reflects the government's ongoing commitment to ensuring our workplace relations framework supports cooperative and productive workplaces, the kind of workplaces that work for businesses, for workers and for our economy. Labor is the party of workers. We're proud of that. The Australian Labor Party was born out of the labour movement. We will always stand up for working people, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Curtin.
I rise to speak on the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces Bill. Now, this bill bundles together measures with very different impacts. It gives the Fair Work Commission tools to manage a rising tide of applications, a tide now driven in part by paid agents and by artificial intelligence generating claims at volume. It streamlines how dismissal disputes are handled, restoring a more efficient process. It allows the Commission to decide certain matters on the papers, on written submissions without a hearing, where both parties agree. It also establishes a separate, more appropriate income threshold for low-paid owner drivers in road transport, whose high operating costs can make them look better paid than they really are, giving them access to unfair termination and unfair contract protections that they would otherwise be denied. And the bill tidies up the timing of CFMEU Construction Division financial reports. Now, I'm broadly supportive of these measures. They address real pressures and they deserve to be passed. The Commission is under genuine strain and these measures respond to it directly. Under a 2020 federal court decision in a case called Milford, when a worker brought a general protections claim and the employer argued that no dismissal had actually occurred, the Commission could simply move the matter to conciliation and try to resolve it. But after Milford, the Commission first had to run a full arbitrated hearing just to decide the threshold question of whether a dismissal had happened at all before it could even begin to deal with the dispute. And that's slow and expensive for everyone. This bill restores the earlier, more sensible process. The Commission can proceed straight to conciliation, and the question of whether a dismissal occurred can still be worked through there, or later in arbitration or in court if the matter can't be resolved. Empowering the Commission to dismiss frivolous, vexatious or hopeless applications and to rein in repeat applicants who clog the system is a reasonable response to a real problem. I don't pretend that these measures are cost-free. They touch on procedural rights, and the government acknowledges as much. But they come with safeguards. Vexatious orders may only be made by a full bench. Matters proceed on the papers only with the parties' consent, and judicial review remains. On balance, this is the unglamorous legislative work of making an institution function, and it deserves to pass. But, and there is a but, there is one part of this bill doing a great deal of quiet work for a so-called efficiency measure. There's been a long-standing prohibition on discriminating between employers based on the industrial instruments covering their workers. But Part 9 of this bill creates an exemption to this prohibition. So that means that the Commonwealth could give preference to businesses whose employees are covered by an enterprise agreement, often a union agreement, when awarding grants and contracts. And it potentially reaches down supply chains. A single Commonwealth project could impose these conditions on every business beneath it. Now, this is a significant change in how we decide how taxpayer money is spent. Bundling it into a bill otherwise about Commission housekeeping under the reassuring banner of building cooperative workplaces understates what it actually does. And this is precisely the kind of opaque process I've consistently criticised in this place. And there's not a lot of relevant detail about how this might work that's actually written into the bill. The bill tells us the Commonwealth may preference employers covered by an enterprise agreement. But the crucial detail, exactly which contractual arrangements this power reaches and how far down a supply chain it extends, isn't settled in the Act itself. It's left to be determined by the Minister by legislative instrument. So Parliament is being asked to approve the principle, while the substance, the part that determines who is actually caught and how heavily, is deferred to ministerial decision after the fact. Now, a change of this significance deserves far more scrutiny. If the Commonwealth wants the power to steer public money in this way, so that it's spent based on how businesses contract with their employees, rather than based on value for money or ability to fulfil the contract, the boundaries of that power should be debated and fixed here in the primary legislation, not filled in by instrument once the bill has passed. And industry has raised serious concerns about this aspect of the bill. The Australian Industry Group warns that this undermines freedom of association, the right of workers to join a union or not. They point to a parade of scandals and billions wasted where procurement was bent to industrial objectives at a state level. The Business Council and Master Builders go further to integrity. We don't have to reach back very far for the relevant lesson. Geoffrey Watson SC, examining the construction sector, found that some enterprise agreements were bought for cash and awarded to criminals, and that practices like these could drive legitimate businesses out of the market altogether. Now, this is not a hypothetical risk. It's a documented finding about the very sector this measure would touch most directly. And the timing makes it sharper still. The CFMEU's construction division is at this moment under administration, in fact dealt with separately in this bill. So at the same time as we're cleaning up after corruption in construction enterprise agreements, Part 9 would elevate the role of these agreements in awarding of public contracts and grants. If public money is to be steered towards companies holding a particular type of agreement in a sector with this recent history, the safeguards against that money flowing to the wrong hands should be spelled out, and here they are not. And this also lands awkwardly against the government's own statement on the 1st of May this year that it had no intention of requiring union agreements as a condition of construction funding. The government must reconcile that commitment with what Part 9 actually does. If businesses are complying with our very complex industrial relations laws, then they should be able to compete with other businesses on a level playing field for government contracts based on their ability to fulfil that contract and be value for money. The government has said that it may carve out the construction industry, but that's not what's being put before the House and not what I'm being asked to vote on. So this is a bill of good measures and one serious problem, and my position follows from that. I support the objectives of the Commission efficiency reforms, the road transport income threshold, which is a fair fix for low-paid owner drivers, and the supported bargaining streamlining, which is a sensible administrative simplification. I'd back these readily on their own. But the principle underpinning Part 9, that government should discriminate on the basis of the existence of an enterprise agreement, appears to be targeted at elevating the role of unions. For example, small and medium-sized businesses that make up the overwhelming majority of the construction industry largely operate under awards, not enterprise agreements. They should be treated no less favourably than those with union-negotiated enterprise agreements. And so I move a second reading amendment as circulated in my name. This amendment does not decline the bill a second reading. The sensible measures in it deserve to pass, but it puts on the record my concern with Part 9, that allowing a business's enterprise agreement arrangements to determine its access to grants and contracts cuts against the principle that public money should be allocated transparently and on merit, on value, capability, delivery and compliance, and that these provisions, with their broad ministerial power to extend their reach by instrument, should be removed from the bill. I will not let a significant corruption-sensitive procurement change ride through on the coattails of sensible reform. If this procurement prioritisation remains, I'll vote against this bill.
I thank the honourable member. You've moved an amendment during your contribution. Is the amendment seconded? Thanks. Are you seeking the call? I've got you.
I am seeking the call. Just for a few brief remarks, please, Deputy
Member
Speaker.
for Mayo has the call.
Member for Indi, thank you.
I
second the member for Curtin's amendment, and I have some brief remarks. Like the member for Curtin, I support many aspects of this bill, including changes to allow the Fair Work Commission to operate more efficiently and establishing a new high-income threshold for road transport contractors. However, this bill also amends existing anti-discrimination provisions so that the government can give preference to employers whose employees are covered by an enterprise agreement in contracts, procurements and grants of financial assistance. I'm not opposed to enterprise agreements, but this bill would effectively enable the government to force employers to make agreements with unions if they want to have any chance of getting a tender or contract. Now, this is ripe for misuse. It raises significant integrity and corruption concerns, especially in light of what we've seen with the CFMEU in Queensland and Victoria. In relation to grants, I'm especially worried that this would undermine the principles of open, merit-based competitive funding rounds. Organisations who seek funding in good faith deserve to have their applications assessed on their merits alone. Public spending should be based on need, merit, effectiveness and value for money, not on other irrelevant factors. So I join the member for Curtin in calling on the government to remove these measures from this bill.
I thank the member for Indi. Question before the House now is that the bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. I think we should all be very proud of our enterprise bargaining system in Australia, which has provided for good outcomes for workers and for employers, and we should do what we can to defend this important system. Having said that, I'm very pleased to rise to speak on this important legislation today, which is legislation that builds on the Albanese Labor government's previous and important workplace reforms. And of course, ensuring that we have a strong workplace relations system has long been the focus of the Australian Labor Party. The purpose of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill 2026, is to amend the Fair Work Act to make improvements to industrial relations arrangements. The Building Cooperative Workplaces Bill progresses important improvements to the workplace relations framework. Our landmark Secure Jobs, Better Pay and Closing Loopholes reforms laid the foundations, and I am pleased to inform the House that our work on these important reforms will continue with the passage of this bill. On this side of the House, we are absolutely committed to ensuring our workplace relations framework supports cooperative and productive workplaces. And unfortunately, many of those speakers on the other side of the chamber have missed the important emphasis on cooperative workplaces in the title of this bill. Cooperative workplaces include the kind of workplaces that we know will work for businesses, workers and the broader economy, for our communities. It's important to highlight that our reforms are essential in ensuring that our workplace relations framework continues to be fit for purpose, continues to deliver fairer wages and secure jobs, not just in my electorate of Chisholm, but right across Australia. Part of delivering these reforms also means ensuring that the Fair Work Commission processes continue to be effective and efficient. This legislation, I'm proud to say, includes an amendment to enable progress to be made on our election commitment to develop the Secure Australian Jobs Code. And I think this code has been misunderstood by a number of those speaking on the opposite side of the chamber, in that it focuses on making sure that taxpayer funds go to support good, secure jobs in our communities. I don't think that's controversial at all. We know the Fair Work Commission plays a critical role as our national workplace relations tribunal, and our government is committed to ensuring that it continues to provide efficient dispute resolution services to workers and employers across Australia. One of the realities that we have come to understand about the Fair Work Commission's workload is that it has been really steadily increasing in recent years. As the Minister has previously outlined in this place, the emerging challenges such as the rise of artificial intelligence, the prevalence of paid agents and the flow-on implications of a recent court decision, Milford, have been impacting the Commission's processing times and requirements. Significantly, our measures included in this bill are designed to assist the Commission to better manage its workload and to support a more efficient and effective workplace relations framework. And of course, we seek to do this without reducing protections for workers. Through this legislation, we will save not only the Fair Work Commission's time, but also that of relevant parties involved in matters before the Commission, and we'll also save them money. We'll do this by ensuring that the Commission can deal with the substance of a general protections dismissal matter without first having to deal with jurisdictional issues. This element of the bill seeks to deal with the unintended consequences of a federal court decision. I've referred to it already, the Milford decision, which is placing unnecessary additional burden on the Fair Work Commission, as well as on employers, workers and their unions. It will allow the President of the Commission to delegate their power to certify that a general protections matter is unlikely to be resolved by conciliation. It will allow the Commission to dismiss unfair termination and unfair deactivation applications that are frivolous or vexatious or have no reasonable prospects of success. It will enable the Commission to prevent vexatious litigants from making further applications. And it will expand the circumstances in which the Commission can decide a matter on the papers where the parties consent, so without holding a hearing or conducting a conference. It will also allow the recommencement of supported bargaining without the need for a new authorisation, where an authorisation has already been made less than 2 years ago. And again, this will save the Fair Work Commission and parties involved both time and money. Our government has committed to develop a secure Australian jobs code to ensure that Commonwealth government spending supports secure jobs and fair conditions in all of our communities right across Australia. We know that enterprise agreements that are genuinely agreed and negotiated in good faith can be a really important, transparent and effective way of delivering secure jobs and fair conditions for workers, as well as delivering flexibility and productivity for employers. Subsequently, the bill under consideration will allow the Commonwealth to preference enterprise agreements that have been negotiated in good faith and genuinely agreed where appropriate to do so. Building cooperative workplaces, as the title of the bill suggests. This is the right thing to do. Of course, value for money and quality and timeliness will absolutely remain front and centre of all government spending decisions and considerations. And, as already announced, a different approach will be taken in the construction industry. Consistent with the recommendations of the NCIF, the government has announced consultation on the development of strong standalone standards aimed at ensuring government spending drives lawful and productive behaviour in the construction industry. And, as the Minister has already made crystal clear, the government has no intention of replicating BPIC, and under no circumstances will employers be required to be covered by an enterprise agreement covered by a union as a condition of receiving government funding. The bill will make minor but important changes to support the government's tripartite National Construction Industry Forum and the CFMEU administration in their ongoing and really important work reforming the construction industry. Clarifying the travel allowance rate for NCIF members, replacing Minister Ayres with Minister O'Neill to reflect machinery government changes, and adding Minister Giles as a permanent member due to the strong skills component of the forum's blueprint of the future is also really essential here. We're also clarifying the CFMEU's administrators' biannual financial reporting requirement, which currently require a report effective immediately at the conclusion of a given financial year. In this bill, we're also committed to ensuring truckies get a fair go. The bill will allow a new road transport industry high income threshold to be made, and that will apply to contractors in the road transport industry, which we know is an incredibly important industry to our nation. This recognises that truck drivers have high out-of-pocket costs and conventional high-income thresholds are simply not fit for purpose for this sector. We will consult on this new threshold should be, and that should come as no surprise because our government has worked really hard to consult with relevant parties when we make important decisions like this. The intention here is to ensure that more truck drivers can access our quick and easy process to challenge an unfair contract in the Fair Work Commission. This clearly builds on the important reforms we've already made to back truck drivers and our trucking industry, including the Fairer Fuel Act, which creates an urgent pathway with a high threshold that allows truck drivers and transport operators to argue for a fairer share. And this is in addition to our world-leading laws laying the foundations for gig workers to achieve for the first time minimum standards. It should come as absolutely no surprise to anybody in this place that the Albanese Labor government stands with workers and communities and employers to build cooperative workplaces that seek to provide good outcomes for workers, for businesses and for our communities. We know that secure jobs drive participation in communities. I spoke about this in my very first speech, Deputy Speaker, that when people have certainty over hours, certainty over wages, they can make commitments to their local communities. They can put down roots. They can know that on their weekends they have time to give to their local sporting clubs. They can be involved in local parent groups. They can make those kinds of decisions because they have the security of a job that they can count on. This is an extension of the work we have already done as a government in our first term and build on here in our second term. It should, as I've said before in my speech today, be uncontroversial that a government should seek to ensure that Commonwealth funds are able to provide good, secure jobs for people in our communities. This should be something that we all aspire to achieve for every worker in our electorates. It is disappointing that some in this chamber don't understand this point or seem to not understand this point. I hope that we can continue to work as a parliament, and certainly we will continue on this side of the House to work as a government to provide good, secure, well-paying jobs for workers. We know this is the foundation of building a good life in this country, and I'm very, very proud to be part of a government that understands how important this objective is. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved an amendment that all words after that be admitted in a view to substituting other words. The question now before the House is that the amendment be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, this bill makes several changes to the Fair Work Act and related legislation. Most I support, and one I specifically do not. It ensures road transport contractors can access workplace protections through a new industry-specific high-income threshold that reflects their actual cost structure. It fixes a practical impossibility in the CFMEU's administrators' reporting requirements, and significantly, it enables the Fair Work Commission to manage a caseload that has grown by 70% in 3 years. The Commission's President, Justice Harcher, has said publicly that this surge is principally driven by the use of AI tools by potential litigants. Research presented at Senate estimates in June this year found that 40 to 50% of applicants reported using AI to prepare their applications. Paid agents lodging speculative claims are compounding the problem. The bill responds by reversing the Federal Court's decision in Coles Supplier Chain versus Milford, which required the Commission to hold a formal hearing on whether a dismissal actually occurred before it could even begin conciliation. That procedural requirement turned many matters into 2 hearings instead of 1. The bill also expands powers to dismiss frivolous and vexatious applications, creates a vexatious litigant order, allows matters to be determined on the papers with the parties' consent, and permits greater delegation of procedural functions to Commission staff. These are sensible reforms, and I support them. But within these practical measures is something that has nothing to do with practicality and everything to do with industrial politics, and is one that I reject. Part 9 creates new exceptions to the Fair Work Act's prohibitions on discrimination. It gives the Commonwealth the legal basis to favour one business over another, not because of their capability, not because of compliance, not because of price, but because of the industrial instrument that covers its workforce. A business with a union-covered enterprise agreement could be preferred over an identical competitor that pays the same wages, meets every legal obligation, but whose agreement does not name a union, or that relies on an award, as most small businesses do, because the industrial relations system, the awards and the EBAs are so complicated that it is extremely difficult for smaller businesses to negotiate EBAs. The powers are broad. They flow into Commonwealth-linked supply chains. The Minister can determine by legislative instrument additional contractual arrangements that fall within the exception. The explanatory memorandum gives no guidance on scope. The Secure Australian Jobs Code is still in development. The practical reach of this measure is entirely uncertain and will sit well beyond the ongoing oversight of Parliament. Now, I support genuine enterprise bargaining. I wish it was actually easier for companies and unions and workers to come up with agreements that benefited them both. And I continue to urge, as I have since really the day I was elected, to help people simplify the awards, because that would make it easier for people to come up with enterprise bargaining agreements that are genuinely beneficial to all parties and that would genuinely actually improve the lives of workers. But what I oppose is a government using its growing economic footprint to compel a particular industrial model without adequate safeguards against corruption that has already been documented in this system, and in a way that is going to make it harder for smaller businesses, newer businesses, to potentially access government contracts. I reject that completely. The contradiction is striking. On May 1 this year, 5 weeks before the bill was introduced, the Minister stated that the government had no intention of requiring employers to enter an enterprise agreement covered by a registered employee organisation as a condition of receiving Commonwealth Government funding in the construction industry, and no intention of replicating Queensland's former best practice industry conditions scheme. 5 weeks later, we've got this legislation and it gives the government exactly this power. And my question is really, so the government will say, well, we don't have to require it, this is not a requirement, it just is a consideration. And it's like, just think of how this is going to play out. If this is something that, could be positively taken into account, what do you think businesses will think they need to do? They will obviously think, oh, well, if some organisations will get preference if they have an EBA, or the government can preference them with an EBA versus others, well, I need to then enter an EBA. What do you think unions will do? Now, this is, we need to have EBAs. Again, I support this, but you might as well say that you require it, because that's going to be, if it is used, if this power that the government is intent on creating is used, that will be the difference that it makes. Now, the government has said, let's put this in an economic context. Productivity is flatlining. Businesses are facing compounding pressures, inflation, regulatory expansion, complexity in industrial relations, which this government has not addressed. Even when it would be beneficial to workers to simplify the awards, the government has failed to do this. And the answer is not more government, prescriptions attached to a growing share of government-directed spending. Now, this concern is not hypothetical. The Watson report, Rotting from the Top, examined the CFMEU in the Victorian construction industry. Watson found the enterprise agreement system had been thoroughly corrupted, what he called, and I quote him, old-fashioned pay-to-play corruption. There was no genuine bargaining. Agreements were awarded in return for cash to friends of union officials and to known criminals. Labour hire agreements were sold for up to $1 million. The CFMEU punished its enemies by refusing to issue agreements with no reason and no review. Watson found that the denial of an agreement could drive a decent contractor out of business. Watson conservatively estimated that this corruption cost Victorian taxpayers $15 billion, a 15% cost increase applied to the $100 billion big build. $15 billion. That is what happens when enterprise agreements become commercial assets to be bought and sold, rather than genuine instruments of collective bargaining. And that is the system that this bill proposes to reward with preferential access to public money. The Commonwealth grant government spending for 2026-27 is $830 billion, 26.8% of GDP. That is a record. Those billions are drawn from taxes and borrowings of Australians who expect it to be spent in their interests. Every dollar that doesn't go as far as it could is inflationary. In that environment, procurement cannot be filtered through an industrial relations test. And the Queensland experience shows where this leads. It's all very well for the ministers to say, oh, well, we're not going to do this. This is exactly the legislation that provides the environment that the minister can do this. The Best Practice Industry Conditions Scheme used procurement policy to embed preferred industrial conditions into government-funded construction. That sounds very similar to what we're trying to do here. The Queensland Productivity Commission found that the big BPIC likely reduced construction productivity, falling 9% over 6 years. If left in place to 2029-2030, the Commission modelled it could have increased project costs by 10 to 25%, reducing housing supply by up to 26,500 homes and imposing net community costs of $5.7 billion to $20.6 billion. The Queensland Government itself acknowledged BPIC contributed to delays and cost overruns. It was paused in November 2024 and then permanently abolished. Now, this bill creates a similar risk at the Commonwealth level. Now, I've heard some of the people opposite argue for this bill on the basis that people should have secure jobs, and that is a positive thing. Now, I support secure jobs, but we have an economy that, and a lot of industrial relations legislation that enshrines a lot of secure jobs across the economy. The government doesn't need to enshrine secure jobs through its own procurement practices. It can employ its people how it wants. It has the overarching environment for the economy, but it doesn't need to add this legislation. And it doesn't need to exclude small businesses or make it harder for small businesses to access government contracts. And I genuinely say, if you've got a problem with secure jobs, show me in the economy where you want to make those jobs more secure, rather than using industrial relations instruments, because there is a real risk here of corruption. We have seen this. We have seen it play out. And so pretending, say, even, it's saying, oh, we're going to exclude construction industry, there is a real risk of corruption. And the government has not got the safeguards in place to make sure that this doesn't happen. And I think then to provide this and say, well, we'll carve this bit out, it will be okay, is naive, and it is not in the interest of the Australian taxpayer. And so genuinely, the level of organised crime and issues related to the CFMEU, they are an enormous burden on the entire country, and government should be very, very, very cautious about going ahead with legislation that could add to corruption in the procurement of public services, and this is quite reckless. And again, I'll just come back to it. I support the elements of this bill that strengthen the Fair Work Commission, protect road transport contractors, and fix the CFMEU reporting requirements. Those reforms are practical and proportionate. But I cannot support legislation that creates the legal framework to preference union interests in the allocation of public money. Not when documented corruption has turned parts of the enterprise agreement system into a vehicle for organised crime. Not when the government said 5 weeks before introducing this bill that they didn't have any intention of doing what this bill empowers them to do, or allows them at least to do. Not when one jurisdiction that tried comparable scheme found that it destroyed productivity, inflated costs and reduced housing supply. Incentives matter. When access to public money depends on having the right enterprise agreement, you create the conditions for the very corruption Watson documented. Agreements as currency, access as leverage, corruption as the cost of doing business. And at the same time, you exclude those businesses who find it much harder to develop EBAs because of the labyrinthine complexity of the EBAs and the awards system, which the government has failed miserably to deal with. So I will not support that, and the public of Australia deserves better.
I thank the honourable member for that contribution. The question now is that the amendments be seconded and be agreed to. And with that, I'll give the call to the most honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces, No. 1, Bill 2026. And I do so with a particular sense of purpose, because before I came to this place, Deputy Speaker, I spent more than 10 years in the workplace relations and employment law trenches. I worked for the Electrical Trades Union, standing beside electricians and apprentices who had been shortchanged, underpaid or dismissed without cause. I also worked with the Nurses and Midwives Association, representing nurses working double shifts in understaffed wards who came to me pretty much very exhausted and afraid of what will happen if they did speak up. And I also worked for the Australian Hotels Association and their legal firm, advising employers, particularly in the hospitality sector, some also very much small family-run operations who were trying to navigate a system that can feel complex and overwhelming. And I regularly appeared in front of the Fair Work Commission as well as the Federal Circuit Court. And I say this not just to pad out my biography, but more of in relation to this particular bill, that this is not an academic one. Every provision in it corresponds to something I have seen with my own eyes and experienced in real time, and felt the weight on behalf of real people, Deputy Speaker. Now, let me start with the Fair Work Commission, because I think we sometimes forget that what an extraordinary institution it is, and what we ask of it. And when I was appearing in the Commission proceedings as a young lawyer, whether it was a general protections application for an ETU member who had been sacked after raising a safety concern, or an unfair dismissal matter for a hospitality business owner, I saw firsthand how important it was that the Commission could operate efficiently. And when a worker is dismissed, every week that passes without resolution is another week of financial stress, anxiety and uncertainty. And for employers too, unresolved disputes hanging over a business creates uncertainty, it adds to costs, impacts operations significantly, not only financially, but also the added pressure for other team members in the business. And the Commission's workload has grown substantially. And the bill before us identifies several new pressures: the rising prevalence of paid agents, making applications of very much questionable merit, the emergence of artificial intelligence being used to generate applications that are misconceived or frivolous, and in consequences of the Milford decision, which has imposed significant additional procedural burdens on the Commission that were never intended. And I want to speak to each of these because each reflects something I recognise from practice, Deputy Speaker. Now, on the Milford decision, when I was appearing in general protections matters, one of the things I valued about that jurisdiction was that it was nimble. You know, the general protection provisions of the Fair Work Act exist to protect some of the most fundamental rights of a worker, and the right to, exercise a workplace right, the right to take industrial action, the right to be free from adverse action. And these are serious protections, Deputy Speaker, but the Commission's ability to deal efficiently with these matters has been disrupted by that unintended consequences of the Milford decision, which now requires the Commission to address the jurisdictional issues before getting to the substance of the actual dispute. And so this bill corrects that, and it is the right thing to do, Deputy Speaker. Now, on the question of artificial intelligence and misconceived applications, this is a genuinely new challenge, and the bill's response is measured and very sensible. And in my time at the bar table, I encountered applications that lacked merit. And that is inevitable in any legal system. Not every claim succeeds and not every claim should. But there is a meaningful difference between a claim that fails on merits and a claim that was never a legitimate claim at all. And the Commission's current powers to dismiss applications that are misconceived or lacking in substance are being tested by the volume and the character of some of the applications now being generated, sometimes with the assistance of AI tools that can produce plausible-looking documents without any genuine legal foundation beneath them. And the bill broadens the grounds on which the Commission may dismiss such applications and, critically, enables the Commission to prevent vexatious litigants from making further applications. And this is a proportionate response. It protects the integrity of the system, it protects respondents, often small businesses, Deputy Speaker, from time and cost of defending claims that should never have been brought. And it frees up the Commission's capacity to focus on matters that genuinely require its attention. And I want to emphasise that strengthening the Commission's ability to deal with vexatious or misconceived application is not about limiting workers' access to justice. It is about protecting that access. It's ensuring that a system is not so clogged with bad faith or AI-generated noise that genuine claims cannot be heard. The workers I represented deserved a commission that had the time and resources to properly hear their cases, and so do the workers of today. Now, the bill also removes a Howard-era prohibition on the Commonwealth considering whether to preference employers with enterprise agreements when making funding and procurement decisions. And I want to spend a moment on this because I think it goes to something fundamental about what enterprise agreements are and what they represent. Now, in my experience, Deputy Speaker, I've been able to see both sides of this table. A genuine enterprise agreement, bargain in good faith, is one of the most effective mechanisms we have for delivering fair wages, secure jobs, and workplace flexibility simultaneously. And when I worked at the ETU, we bargained enterprise agreements that gave electricians certainty about their rosters, their allowances, and other employment conditions. And when I worked at the AHA, I helped employers, particularly also small businesses, use enterprise agreements to structure their workforce in ways that made business sense while providing workers with above award conditions and attracting skilled employees. And I must highlight that I heard the contributions from the member for Wentworth, and I do refute some of those bold assertions by the member for Wentworth when I've had really good experiences of the use of EBAs, particularly for small businesses. And enterprise agreements work because they require genuine engagement between employers and employees, and they are transparent, they're registered, they are enforceable, and they create a shared stake in the success of that enterprise. Now, the previous government's prohibition on the Commonwealth considering enterprise agreements in procurement decisions was a peculiar difference. A legislative restraint that prevented the Australian government from using its own purchasing power to support the very outcomes it said it valued. And this bill removes that prohibition. It does not mandate the Commonwealth must preference enterprise agreement employers. It simply removes the legal barrier to doing so where appropriate. And the Secure Australian Jobs Code will develop the policy framework for how and when such preferencing occurs. And that is the right sequencing, remove the legal obstacle now, develop the policy settings carefully. And the bill also contains provisions as well supporting the National Construction Industry Forum and clarifying aspects of the CFMEU administration's reporting obligations. The construction industry has had troubled periods, and I think it's fair to say that is something that we can agree on. But the Tripart National Construction Industry Forum is bringing together governments, employers and unions, represents a serious attempt to chart a different course, and one that is based on lawful behaviour, genuine cooperation, and a shared commitment to a construction industry that is productive, that is safe, and that is fair. And the minor but meaningful amendments in this bill, clarifying travel allowances for NCIF members, updating ministerial membership to reflect mechanism of government changes, and adding the Minister for Skills and Training as a permanent member. This reflects the genuine work the forum is doing and the importance of government places on it. And the skills component on the forum's blueprint for future is not incidental, it is very much central. A construction industry that invests in training, Deputy Speaker, in apprenticeships, in the development of its workforce, is one that can be genuinely productive and genuinely safe. And Deputy Speaker, finally, I just want to speak to the road transport provisions because I think they are something very much overlooked in the broader discussion of this bill, and they should not be, because we know truckies occupy a unique position in our economy and in our national life. They are the people who move our goods, stock our shelves, keep our supply chains running, and they are often owner-operators or small contractors. You know, they're their own boss in their own name, but often subject to commercial pressures that leave them with little real bargaining power. And the cost structures they face are genuinely different from other industries, you know, fuel, maintenance, insurance, compliance, you know, the out-of-pocket expenses of running a truck is a significant and it's quite ongoing. And the existing high income threshold that determines access to Fair Work Commission's unfair contract jurisdiction was designed for employees, not for contractors who may have a turnover that looks substantial on paper, but a take-home income that tells a very different story, Deputy Speaker. And so this bill will allow a new road transport industry high income threshold to be developed through consultation, one that actually reflects the economic realities of this industry. And I think of contractors, small operators who've taken on work under contracts that gave them very little protection but found themselves locked in arrangements that were generally unfair but had no practical avenue to challenge them. And this reform changes that, Deputy Speaker. It says to those contractors that they deserve access to the same quick and accessible process that others can use to challenge an unfair contract. Deputy Speaker, when I left practice, I came to this place, I brought with me a conviction that the workplace relations system is one of the most significant things a government manages. And it shapes the conditions under which millions of Australians spend a third of their waking lives. And it determines whether work is secure, whether it's precarious, fairly rewarded or exploited, safe or dangerous. And this bill is definitely not a headline-grabbing piece of legislation, but it is exactly the kind of careful, evidence-based, with consultation development to reform that makes a system that works better, that ensures the institutions and mechanisms we rely on are fit for purpose. And I think of workers I represented, Deputy Speaker, those electricians, those nurses, and I think of the hospitality and hotel employers I advised and supported who wanted to do the right thing and needed the system to help them do it. And I think this bill is all of them, Deputy Speaker. It is for the Fair Work Commission, which needs these tools to manage its workload and deliver timely justice. And it's for the workers who need the Commission to hear their cases on merits without unnecessary delay. And it is for the truckies who deserve a fair go when they challenge an unfair contract. And it is for the principle that government procurement, the spending of public money, should, where appropriate, promote the standards we want to set across the economy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Mallee has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At a time when Australia faces clear productivity challenges, this Parliament should be asking a simple question of every piece of legislation. Will it lift productivity or will it lower it? Because productivity is not an abstract economic concept. It is the foundation of higher wages, lower costs, which Australians need during Labor's homegrown cost of living crisis, and stronger living standards for Australian families. The procurement provisions in this bill fail the productivity test. Australia's 20-year average labour productivity growth has fallen from 1.8 to 0.8%, more than half. The Reserve Bank of Australia has revised medium-term productivity growth down to 0.7% per year. Under Labor, Australia's 5 of the last 7 quarters have seen negative GDP, gross domestic product, per capita. What that means in everyday terms is that even as the economy struggles to grow, population growth is running too fast. Migration, anyone? Living standards are also slipping consequently. Despite lagging productivity and falling living standards, Labor's plan is to abandon the fight against the inflation dragon, step aside from governing and let unions like the CFMEU take charge. That is what the Albanese government is wanting to do, bring the CFMEU to Canberra, because that has worked so well in Victoria. This bill does 2 very different things. It is yet another cunning Labor piece of legislation, a term that the current Prime Minister used when he was Leader of the Opposition, and he's stating repeatedly that he would not be doing this very thing, wedging a less controversial aspect of the IR law with a highly controversial one. The PM misled Australia again by promising not to wedge the coalition in bringing legislation to the House with tricky double purposes. But here we are. First, and less controversially, this bill introduces practical reforms to help the Fair Work Commission manage a growing and increasingly complex caseload. Fair enough. The Coalition does not have a problem with this aspect. The evidence is clear. The Fair Work Commission's workload is projected to increase by over 70% within 3 years, with 40 to 50% of applications involving AI-assisted claims. In that environment, measures to streamline processes, dismiss unmeritorious claims earlier, and improve administrative efficiency are sensible reforms. As I say, we in the Coalition support them. But the second part of the bill is entirely different. The bill would allow the Albanese government to preference employers with enterprise agreements in procurement, in grants, in other contracts, preferring businesses that have, and get this, union arrangements. What a surprise. What a surprise to everyone on the Coalition benches. Nothing to see here. Let's be honest, this provision has nothing to do with productivity or efficiency. It is a kickback to Labor's union backers. Labor proposes using taxpayer-funded procurement to advance the union franchise. In Albanese's socialist dystopia, this is a fundamental...
refer to members of this chamber by their correct title.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the Albanese Labor government's socialist dystopia, this is a fundamental shift in how government spends taxpayer money. Currently, the law prohibits discrimination against businesses based on whether their employees are covered by particular industrial instruments. This bill changes that. This is Labor doing Labor things. As one of my many constituent small business owners said to me earlier this month, we don't need this. Employers already have agreements with staff. Labor wants to explicitly empower the Commonwealth to favour businesses with union-backed enterprise agreements when allocating contracts and grants, and critically, those preferences will flow through supply chains. So that's Mallee's local construction firms, family-owned civil contractors, telecommunications installation and maintenance providers, machinery or service firms, employment service providers. The hammer blow of Labor's cave-in to the unions in Commonwealth procurement will hit regional businesses and communities. Deputy Speaker, this is not a minor change. It is a structural shift in how taxpayer money is distributed across the economy, when access to government work no longer depends on capability, efficiency, or value for money, but rather on industrial alignment. Guess what? Productivity suffers. Let's imagine what this means for Snowy 2.0, already a disastrous budget blowout, unconscionably over budget. And what is the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy wanting to do? Bring in the CFMEU. We all know how that will work. Resources are no longer allocated to the most efficient businesses. They are allocated to the ones with unions most embedded in their operations. In other words, the big institutions with sweetheart union deals. That leads directly to higher input costs, reduced competition, lower economic efficiency. When productivity falls, Australian households ultimately pay the price through higher taxes, higher infrastructure costs, and higher cost of living pressures. And you can imagine with Snowy 2.0 how high electricity bills will become. This is the very painful lived experience in my home state of Victoria, with the Allan Labor government a puppet for the disgraced CFMEU with its tentacles all through the big cost blowouts of the big build, including the suburban rail loop, adding to taxpayer costs. Remember, the Watson inquiry indicated $15 billion of taxpayer money additional costs on major projects in Victoria due to the CFMEU, with suggestions it could be significantly higher. On Monday, Robert Gottliebsen warned that embedding union-driven structures into major infrastructure projects such as Snowy 2.0 could cost as much as $1 trillion in additional network charges for energy consumers. We've seen the Energy Minister hopping about this morning with regard to the proposed new energy bill supply charges from the 1st of July. Well, that will pale into insignificance if the CFMEU-based costs embed in the Snowy 2.0 are passed on to consumers. The CFMEU's involvement in Snowy 2.0 will significantly increase long-term network costs driven by cost-plus contracts, governance arrangements, and reduced incentives for cost control. That is where bad bills like this one, bad legislation, hit working families through higher costs in their energy bills and everywhere in the economy when they go to the supermarket checkout or try to build a home. Labor takes Australians for fools, but I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, Australians are totally awake to the deceit and failures and incompetence of this Labor government and this Prime Minister. A constituent from Horsham wrote to me recently and he said, and I quote him, I am deeply concerned by the serious and ongoing allegations of corruption, fraud and organised criminal involvement linked to major infrastructure projects under the Big Build, and the role of the CFMEU within that system. The volume of reporting, arrests and independent findings now in the public domain paints a picture of systemic misconduct that appears to have gone unchecked for years, at enormous cost to taxpayers and to public trust in government. The suggestion that criminal networks were able to operate within publicly funded projects is profoundly alarming. I agree with him. Union-driven plummeting productivity concerns are not theoretical. Industry is raising it right now. The Business Council of Australia's Brand Black warned on the 4th of June that the proposals in this bill, and I quote, would give unions effective control over where taxpayer money goes. It is being introduced against every lesson the country has learned from the recent CFMEU investigations. And further, public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses that have signed the right union agreement. I couldn't agree with him more. We already have excessive government spending driving inflation. Remember the inflation dragon the Treasurer promised to slay? He's given up. He's handed control over to Labor's union masters, as if they will be the dragon slayer. But no, they will only fan the flames from this dragon's mouth. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry went further, stating up to 99% of Australian employing businesses would be sidelined. End quote. Around 982,500 of Australia's 994,000 employing businesses do not have enterprise agreements. This exposes Labor's poorly veiled, pathological hatred of small business. The overwhelming majority of Australian businesses, most of them small or family-run, will, if this bill passes, face a major structural disadvantage in securing Commonwealth work. Deputy Speaker, small businesses are not marginal participants in the economy. They are its backbone, and they are already under pressure. Recent evidence shows that 64% of businesses say industrial relations changes have made running their businesses harder, and around 1/4 say it's harder to grow or adapt under Labor. At the same time, many businesses are already spending over $20,000 a year simply on compliance costs. Productivity depends on small businesses being able to innovate, compete, and allocate resources efficiently. And let's not forget the $77 billion toxic taxes this government didn't have the courage to take to an election, which have shocked the innovative and business sectors as they punish innovation and aspiration. Recent reporting shows ongoing investigations into conduct within the construction sector show the CFMEU has used enterprise agreements strategically to generate revenue and control the construction industry. In many respects, this is not new. Australians have known this for some time, and particularly Victorians. The same inquiry has examined financial irregularities, the use of agreements as leverage, and broader concerns about CFMEU influence in the sector. These are not historical issues, they are current. Yet Labor's approach with this very dark cloud hanging over our construction sector is to enable more of the same. Procurement systems must remain transparent, competitive, and grounded in value for money. Deputy Speaker, there is a consistent theme across Labor's workplace relations agenda. We hear much about secure jobs, bargaining and industrial structure, but we hear far less about productivity. Labor wants to elevate industrial arrangements as a determinant of access to government work without demonstrating how those arrangements improve efficiency, output or value for money. Productivity is not mentioned as the central test, and it ought to be. Productivity is not an academic measure. It determines whether wages can rise sustainably, whether projects can be delivered efficiently, and whether households will face higher costs. If productivity weakens, construction costs rise, energy costs increase, infrastructure becomes more expensive, and government budgets are stretched. Deputy Speaker, the problem with this bill is not its entirety, it is its legislation structure, trying to wedge us on this side of the House, putting the arguably good with the demonstrably bad. The Fair Work Commission reforms are necessary are evidence-based and respond to a clear operational problem. But they have been bundled with procurement provisions that introduce significant economic risk, lack clear evidence of benefit, and have attracted widespread stakeholder concern. Australia cannot afford to ignore productivity. It is the single most important driver of long-term prosperity. This bill contains measures that will help the Fair Work Commission operate more efficiently, and those measures should pass. But it also contains provisions that risk distorting procurement, reducing competition, and embedding higher costs in major projects. On the central question, will this legislation lift productivity or lower it? The answer is clear. It won't.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A secure job changes everything. It is the difference between building a life and just getting by. It is what lets someone take out a mortgage without laying awake over it, or decide that it is time finally right to start a family. When your job is secure, you stop bracing for next month. You can actually plan for it. This is what people want. Not much, when you think about it. A fair day's pay and a job you can count on. Deputy Speaker, that is what this bill sets out to deliver. When we came to office, insecure work was already on the rise, and for years it had been allowed to spread, as if it was just how things were. Casual jobs that were permanent in everything but name and came without the entitlements that should have gone with them. Contracts that loaded every risk onto the worker, wages that went nowhere while the price of everything went up. None of that was by accident, Deputy Speaker. It was a choice, one that those opposite made year after year to leave working people with less power and fewer protections. It is a choice we are undoing, piece by piece, and this bill is the next piece. When government puts the nation's money to work, it should make sure that money backs secure jobs and a workplace relations system that protects the fair go. Deputy Speaker, the Australian government is the biggest customer in the country. Every year, we invest in everything from construction, transport to security, catering, IT, and the care of our loved ones. There is no bigger buyer of goods and services anywhere in Australia. So this bill asks a fair question. When we spend all that money, what kind of work are we paying for, and what is the standard that we seek to set? Every dollar is a choice. And I think we should spend hours investing in the employers who are doing the right thing, those who pay properly and who sit down with their workers in good faith and secure genuine agreements. Australians want their government to set the example. They do not want their money fuelling a race to the bottom. So this bill lets us use our purchasing power to promote fairer wages and more secure jobs through enterprise agreements where it makes sense to do so. It doesn't compel the Commonwealth to do anything, but it gives us the option. How and when we use it is being worked through carefully through the Secure Australian Jobs Code. And as a responsible government, we are taking the time to get it right. Deputy Speaker, I have sat through a few enterprise agreements negotiations myself in my years at the United Workers Union. Done properly, they work for everyone in the room. Security and fair conditions for workers, flexibility and productivity for business. And they work precisely because both sides hammer them across the table in good faith. That is what makes them one of the best tools that we have. And it is worth saying plainly, an employer who signs an enterprise agreement is signing up to better pay and conditions for their people. That is the whole point. So think about what this means in practice. When we build a road or a house, who do we want building it? When we pay for a hospital to be cleaned or for older Australians to be cared for, what kind of businesses do we want on the other end of that contract? I want it to be the one that looks after their workers, not the ones who use their priority is to undercut their workers, especially because if they think that being able to do that gets them a government contract because they are paying their workers less. When taxpayers are footing the bill, they are entitled to expect quality delivered by people who are treated decently. Value for money and on-time delivery are priorities. But let's be clear, businesses who do the right thing by their workers are the ones delivering value for money. Deputy Speaker, this bill also stands up for a group of workers that the system has too often let slip through the cracks, our truckies. Drive through the northwest of my electorate and you'll see them, trucks rolling out before dawn, the men and women behind the wheel keeping this country running. We saw it most clearly during the pandemic. When almost everything else stopped, they didn't. The trouble is that owner-drivers and contractors carry enormous costs before they've even earned or had the opportunity to earn a cent. The truck, the fuel, the insurance, the rego. The margins are wafer thin, and when a contract treats them unfairly, for too many, they've had nowhere to go. We've already given drivers a quick and simple way to challenge an unfair contract at the Fair Work Commission. But the high income threshold, the way it works now, was never built with a truckie in mind. It bears no relation to the way their costs and their earnings actually stack up. This bill fixes that, with a new threshold designed for the road transport industry, one that reflects what it really costs to keep a truck on the road. We will settle the right figure in consultation, but the aim is simple enough. When a truckie has been done over, they get a fast, fair process to put it right. And this is not where we started, though. Our fairer fuel reforms have already given drivers and operators a fast track to claw back a fairer share when their costs have spiked. Our gig work laws, the first of their kind anywhere in the world, finally give employer-like workers a floor of minimum standards to stand on. This bill carries on that work for the people who keep the country fed, stocked and moving. Deputy Speaker, the bill also turns to the Fair Work Commission. When a workplace dispute needs settling, the Commission is who settles it. And right now, it needs a hand. Its caseload has been climbing for years and the pressures keep piling on. There are more paid agents in the system than ever before, and AI, as we've heard so many before, driving more disputes through the door, and trickier ones at that. On top of all of that, a recent decision of the full federal court now forces the Commission to work through technical jurisdictional questions before it can even begin on the substance of a general protections claim. Anyone who has dealt with the Commission knows how that goes. Time and money burned for everyone involved. This bill does something practical about that, Deputy Speaker, without stripping away a single protection for workers. We want the Commission free to get straight to the substance of a matter rather than being bogged down by technicalities first, so it can move quickly on claims that are frivolous or vexatious or that have no reasonable prospect of success. It can decide more matters on the papers, but only where both parties agree, and it cuts the red tape so supported bargaining can start back up without a fresh round of paperwork where an authorisation is already in place. Now, those opposite have predictably used this debate to have another go at the union movement and the workers who join them. But let's take the politics out of it. These are sensible, practical changes that make the system fairer for everyone who uses it. A quick, certain outcome matters to a small business owner every bit as much as it matters to a worker. Deputy Speaker, underneath all of it is something this side of the House has always believed in, that working people do best when they have a voice, when they can bargain for a fair deal directly or through their union. This is not new ground for us. The Labor Party was formed from the union movement, and we've never been shy about that. Nearly every protection a worker is afforded today was won the hard way by ordinary people who organised and stood together. And nearly every one of them was resisted at the time by the Conservative side of this parliament. The 8-hour day was won by the stonemasons in Melbourne in 1856, and among the very first workers anywhere in the world to do so. The weekend, the minimum wage, paid leave, superannuation, none of this was a gift handed down from above. Every one of those was fought for, and in almost every case it was fought against by the same people who now come into this chamber to cry foul about workers' rights and the unions that stand up for them. So when we move to make our work more secure, we are not breaking new ground. We are doing what Labor governments have always done. And the reforms in this bill are a reflection of listening to workers, to employers and to the people who represent working people. Deputy Speaker, no bill like this stands on its own. To see why this work matters, we have to remember where we are coming from. Those opposite have form. Under their idol, John Howard, we got work choices, a calculated attempt to strip away the protections and the bargaining power of ordinary working people. When penalty rates were cut for some of our lowest paid workers, those opposite didn't lift a finger to reverse it. In fact, they have voted against every attempt we have made to protect take-home pay. And when wages would not budge, one of their own senior ministers at the time told us why. Low wage growth, he said, was a deliberate design feature of their economic plan. That is what working people are up against, a political party hell-bent on stripping the rights of workers and the unions that defend them. We reject that completely. From our first months in office, we have set about turning it around through our secure jobs, better pay reforms, and then our closing loopholes laws. Between them, they shut down the rorts that have been used to undercut workers' pay. Penalty rate protections went into law for the first time, and some of the lowest paid workers in this country got a pay rise out of it. Every single time those measures came up to vote, those opposite voted against it. That is why we have been so determined to undo the damage of their decade in power, and it is why we bring forward this bill today. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not complicated. It backs secure work, gives workers who have been shut out a way back in, and it lets our Commission get on with their job. Those opposite will predictably whinge about it. They always rail against every protection working people have ever won. But we do not accept that insecure work and flat wages are just how it should be. We are proud to stand with working people, backing them in on higher wages, more secure work, giving them the tax cuts that they want and need, and now helping most of them, helping them be able to get into their own home easier. Every day we are in this place, we focus on how we can advance the lives of working people. Whereas those opposite, all of the three right-wing parties that we now have in this place, spend every day trying to make life harder for working people. Well, Deputy Speaker, while those opposites stand against workers, we on this side of the House stand with them. That's why I commend the bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Wide Bay has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill, which is intended to amend the Fair Work Act 2009, the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act 2009 and the Independent Contractors Act 2006, which the government claims is supposed to improve the operation of the workplace relations framework. The government says the bill introduces measures that will streamline the processes of the Fair Work Commission and ensure the Fair Work Act can operate more effectively. The government also says it will encourage enterprise bargaining and deliver better protections for contractors, particularly those in the road transport sector. This is to be achieved by removing some of the red tape around the Fair Work Act to allow the Fair Work Commission to be more efficient, particularly in matters relating to dismissal or unlawful termination disputes, and enabling the Commission to dismiss or prevent frivolous, vexatious or unreasonable cases and application. There are 4 key policy objectives in the bill. The first is to make dispute resolution faster and more efficient and reduce the delays, costs and administrative burden for workers, employers and the Commission. It all sounds very good, doesn't it? The second is to promote enterprise bargaining and improve workplace outcomes to deliver higher wages, increase productivity and tailored workplace arrangements through collective bargaining. Higher wages and increased productivity also sound good, too good actually. The third is to improve fairness to contractors, especially in the road transport sector, by extending protections for unfair termination and contract thresholds, and the fourth is intended to modernise the system and remove some of the technical flaws in the existing legislation. This sounds like quite an innocuous and reasonable bill that will deliver improvements for workers and their employers. But, like everything this government does, there is a hidden agenda. While the majority of the bill deals with the procedural aspects of the functioning of the Fair Work Commission, there is a ticking time bomb within that will fundamentally change the future of Australia's industrial landscape and the economy generally. Disguised as part of the enterprise bargaining and improved workplace outcomes mechanisms are the procurement and funding incentives which give the government the power to lawfully favour employers with enterprise agreements when awarding contracts and giving financial assistance. This proposed amendment is designed to give the trade union movement even more power over the Australian economy and create an anti-competitive environment that permits the Labor government to openly favour tenders for government contracts from businesses that have a trade union-backed enterprise agreement. Business owners in Wide Bay have expressed their concerns to me personally about this aspect of the bill, and they are very worried, and they're rightfully very worried. One local business is in the midst of a multi-million-dollar project that will deliver important new regional infrastructure. They don't have any unions in their business, and they are rightly worried how this bill will impact their competitiveness when tendering for government projects and grants. One of the key elements of Australia's industrial relations system has always been the right for freedom of association for employers and employees. This was entrenched in the Fair Work Act in 2009, giving workers the right to choose to be in a union member or not. This bill allows the government or a Commonwealth authority to choose who gets contracts or grants based on whether a business has a union enterprise agreement. The amendment goes further by allowing the government to exclude businesses that are planning to make an enterprise agreement but haven't yet, or that already have one but without union involvement. These rules could affect the whole supply chain because government contracts often require all contractors and subcontractors to have agreement terms that are at least as good as those of the main contractor. This cascading effect means that employers who have no direct contractual relationship with the government could be forced to enter into an enterprise agreement with a union in order to secure a contract with another business many levels from the head contract. It will influence the wider economy far greater than the original government contracts. The Fair Work Commission reforms contained in this bill seem to be warranted, but the procurement bargaining provisions will only further this government's aim to entrench union-controlled enterprise agreement structures into the workplace landscape. This bill should be split so this House can pass the Fair Work Commission reforms, while the implications of the procurement amendments can be properly examined. As it stands, I cannot give my support to this bill.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Building Cooperative Workplaces Bill 2026. This bill is about making our workplace system work better. It's about fairness, it's about secure jobs, and it's about making sure the system works for workers and employers alike. Deputy Speaker, let me tell you a bit about myself and my first job, as some of my colleagues here as well have done so in contributing to today's debate. As a teenager, I worked at a local burger joint. I was young, I was in my first job, and I was enthusiastic to get it right. I believed that you do the right thing, you work hard, you should be getting paid fairly. Meanwhile, my employers sign workers like me up to dodgy traineeships, which was designed to justify low wages. I learnt back then, and I continue to understand now, that fair wages and conditions are not something to be taken for granted. They're not something that has always been a given in this country. They're something that need to be fought for, and that's why I joined the Australian Labor Party, and why I couldn't be prouder to be part of the Albanese Labor government, because we are a government that has delivered the biggest workplace reforms in a generation. We have closed loopholes, we've strengthened job security, and we've helped get wages moving again. But reform isn't something you do once and walk away from. We need to keep improving the system where we see the gaps, and this is exactly what this bill does. Deputy Speaker, one important part of this bill is supporting the work of the Fair Work Commission. The Fair Work Commission plays a vital role in Australia's workplace relations system. It helps resolve disputes, it helps protect workers, and it provides certainty for businesses. But its workload has increased significantly. This bill includes practical changes to help the Commission work more efficiently. It will reduce unnecessary delays, it will deal with vexatious claims, and it will make sure that workers and employers can have their matters resolved more quickly. It's important to note that these changes don't reduce protections for workers. They simply make the system work better, because a strong workplace relations system should be accessible and it should be efficient, and that is exactly what these reforms are about. This bill also supports good faith bargaining. Enterprise agreements can deliver higher wages, secure jobs and better conditions. They can also deliver flexibility and productivity for employers, because when workers and employers sit down together and negotiate in good faith, everybody benefits. This bill removes a barrier that prevents government spending from supporting employers who negotiate enterprise agreements in good faith. Importantly, there's no requirement for this to happen, but it gives government the ability to support fair wages and secure jobs where appropriate. Because Labor believes good jobs are good for workers, and we believe good jobs are good for productivity as well. This bill is important, and I know the effects of what we vote on in this chamber will be felt right across the country. And I know it will be felt in my electorate in Melbourne's western suburbs. Gordon is one of the fastest growing electorates in the country. There are about 80 babies born a week in the city of Melton alone. We are young, with the average age of 35, many with young families, and we're really diverse as well. In so many ways, my electorate is a microcosm of multicultural Australia, with its vitality, rich cultural and linguistic makeup, and its aspirations for the future. A good, hard-working community like mine deserves good measures to ensure that the Fair Work Act is working for them, for the Fair Work Commission to perform its vital functions effectively, for good faith bargaining to be supported for employers and employees alike, and for road transport contractors to be able to access proper protections. Another really important measure of this bill, Deputy Speaker, is support for truckies. Our truck drivers keep Australia moving. They deliver the goods our households and businesses rely on every single day. In 2024, we introduced new protections in the Fair Work Commission for regulated road transport contractors, including truckies and small road transport businesses. Previously, it was hard for truck drivers working as independent contractors to challenge unfair conduct by contracting companies. Their contracts could be terminated without good reason, and they had a few ways to challenge contracts with unfair terms. Our closing loopholes reforms made recourse through the Fair Work Commission available to these workers. So if they were unfairly terminated or entered a contract with unfair terms, there was a way to make things right. But something still wasn't quite right. Truck drivers face significant costs to do their jobs. Fuel, maintenance, insurance. For many owner-drivers, those costs are substantial. And for that reason, conventional high-income thresholds don't always reflect the reality of the industry. the closing loopholes reforms created a contractor high income threshold, which meant that some road transport contractors couldn't access recourse through the Fair Work Commission because their income was too high. However, this bill recognises that this threshold didn't reflect the real situation for road transport contractors and amends that, allowing a separate high income threshold for road transport contractors, meaning more truckies and small road businesses will be able to access protections against unfair contracts and unfair termination. This bill reflects our broader commitment to supporting truckies. It's a tough time for every Australian on our roads, but especially for those of us who are making their living from the road transport industry. Truckies deserve a fair go, and that's why we've extended the fuel excise relief for the month of July and slashed the heavy vehicle road user charge by 16 cents for the same period. It's why we've paved the way for the Fair Work Commission fuel cost recovery chain order, which requires parties across the road transport contractual chains to pay more to providers of road transport services, shielding road transport workers from the full brunt of increases of fuel prices. It's why we've amended the Fair Work Act to allow emergency powers to deal with surging fuel prices, causing imminent risk to transport businesses and our national supply chains. It's why we've extended debt repayment arrangements available for businesses facing fuel-related financial pressures, and started the $1 billion Economic Resilience Program under the National Reconstruction Fund to provide zero-interest loans to SMEs, including heavy vehicle operators. And it's also why we're focused on improving road infrastructure around the country, including in my electorate of Gorton in the western suburbs of Melbourne. I know how important quality road infrastructure is for those in my community. It's important for mums and dads driving their kids to school. It's important for workers who need good roads to deliver them safely from their place of work. And it's important for truckies who absolutely rely on quality road infrastructure to make their jobs possible. And it's why we're fixing the Western Freeway between Caroline Springs and Melton, investing $1 billion for more lanes and better interchanges, improving the commute for over the 86,000 vehicles travelling on the Western Freeway on this stretch of road every single day. I'm laser focused on doing better for the West on road infrastructure and making sure that our truckies can deliver the goods Aussie households and businesses rely on safely and efficiently on our roads. Deputy Speaker, I'm also a proud member of the Transport Workers Union, a union that represents over 20,000 members in Victoria and Tasmania, many of which are truck drivers. I'm so proud to be part of this union that's dedicated to a fair go for truckies. I thank them for all of their work and advocacy and all they do to make sure that they represent the voices of workers. Labor will always stand with transport workers because these are the workers who spend long hours away from their families, workers who keep our supermarkets stocked, workers who keep our businesses running, and workers who keep our economy moving. This bill also makes some practical changes to support reform in the construction industry. The Albanese Labor government took the strongest possible action to address serious issues within the CFMEU by legislating for the appointment of an administrator to the Construction and General Division of the CFMEU, and these changes will help support that important work. This bill gives the administrator an appropriate time frame to prepare and submit a biannual financial report to the Minister, as required under the Fair Work Registered Organisations Act 2009. Enterprise agreements that are genuinely agreed and negotiated in good faith can be a very transparent and effective way of delivering secure jobs and fair conditions for workers, as well as flexibility and productivity for employers. Under current legislation, the Commonwealth is legally prohibited from considering preferencing employers with enterprise agreements when making funding decisions. We're removing that barrier, allowing government purchasing power to promote fairer wages and more secure jobs through enterprise agreements where it is appropriate to do so. This bill also supports the National Construction Industry Forum because cooperation between workers, employers and government matters. When people work together, we get better outcomes. When we tackle problems together, we build a stronger industry and a stronger economy as well. And this builds on a number of other workplace reforms this Labor government has made for Australians across the country. We delivered same job, same pay. We closed loopholes that undermine wages and conditions. We strengthened protections against wage theft. And we have helped deliver real wage growth. For too long, workers were told they should be grateful just to have a job. Meanwhile, wages were stagnant, job security declined, and people were working harder and falling behind. But unlike the three right-wing parties of Australia, we believe that hard-working Aussies deserve secure work. Hard-working Aussies deserve decent pay and dignity at work. Our same job, same pay laws have benefited thousands of workers across the country from pay increases because our government identified something important. If you're doing the same job with the same experience or wearing the same uniform, it's only fair you should get paid the same. Our payday super reforms are once-in-a-generation reform to fix unpaid super because workers deserve to get paid for their full entitlements and Australians deserve to retire with confidence and financial security as well. It's no surprise that the three right-wing parties of Australia have not in the past or here today supported our workplace reforms and workers' protections. Take our recent tax cuts. Our budget is ensuring that all 13 million workers in Australia are getting a tax cut, with the Working Australians tax offset and the $1,000 instant tax deduction, as well as better pay for workers and a fair go for first home buyers. Tax cuts that put more money in the pockets of everyday Australians. Combined, we've cut income taxes 5 times in 3 different ways, putting nearly $3,000 a year in the pockets of the average worker by 2028. Those opposite talk about helping workers, but when push comes to shove, they vote against it on the floor of Parliament. The same can be said for our minimum wage increase. The Fair Work Commission goes through a lot of deliberation about how to set this minimum wage. They look at business conditions, they look at profitability as well as the needs of working people. They've settled on what I think is a really responsible wage increase. It's a real wage increase for workers. We've got to remember these are the lowest paid workers in the country and they deserve a real wage increase. And the fact that the right-wing parties of Australia cannot bring themselves to back a minimum wage increase is really appalling. They do not represent the rights of the interests of workers, because let me tell you, the protections for workers happens in this chamber, not just with words, but with votes on bills like this one. This bill is about practical changes that make the system work better, changes that support workers and changes that support businesses. I think of our nurses in our community, our truckies, hospitality workers, teachers, truck drivers, warehouse workers, tradies, small business owners. I think of these workers in our community because they work hard and they do the right thing. But that's not always enough. You need the right systems in place to support you. That's what this bill is about. If you want workers to be treated fairly, then you've got to fight for it. And in this chamber, we're fighting for the protection of workers because fairness matters, secure jobs matter, a fair go matters. And that is why we on this side of the chamber will always fight for that, because Labor is the party of secure jobs, fair wages and safe workplaces. I commend this bill to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Fisher has the call.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise with great interest in this bill as someone who has made a living out of the construction sector for 35 odd years before I came into this place, both as a carpenter and joiner, as a registered builder and as a construction lawyer. And looking at this bill, there are some good elements of it that the opposition is happy to support, but there are some terrible elements of this bill which I will leave to my discussions later on. But firstly, let's just have a quick look at some of the good aspects of this bill. So the bill is basically in 2 main thematic parts. There's some changes to the Fair Work Commission and changes relating to enterprise agreements in Commonwealth procurement. They're the 2 main issues, the two themes of this bill. The first one we support, the second one we do not support. Now, in relation to the four main Fair Work Commission changes, the jurisdictional objections, the delegations, the vexatious litigants and determining matters on the papers. These are all relatively sensible reforms, and the Coalition is happy to support those. The Coalition would like to see the government act responsibly and split the bill, split these two main themes. Because I recall back in 2022, when this government, when this Prime Minister first won office, in one of his first speeches, he stood up and said, I'm going to be a Prime Minister for the whole of this country. I'm not going to create any wedges in legislation. I'm going to ensure that this government is open and transparent and honest and all that sort of stuff. Well, we all know now, after 4 years, that anything could be further from the truth. This government continues almost on a daily basis to try and sneak stuff into what might otherwise be uncontentious legislation, hoping that the Coalition will miss the insidious aspects of this bill. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to the jurisdictional objections, these issues arise out of, and this is an issue that we don't have a problem with, the jurisdictional objections clutter up the Fair Work Commission on the basis of arguments between employer and employee, whether someone was terminated, whether their position was terminated or not. There needs to be a specific or an individual hearing, like a threshold hearing on that point. And to do away with that jurisdictional issue is reasonable. Given the massive backload in the Fair Work Commission that this government finds itself with, we think that that's a reasonable way to help ease the burden on the Fair Work Commission. The practical effect of this change is to reduce the unnecessarily preliminary hearings and it will allow the Fair Work Commission to get on with doing its job, helping parties to resolve their disputes. The bill also creates a framework for the President of the Fair Work Commission to delegate certain procedural powers in unresolved dismissal and unlawful termination disputes to senior Commission staff. Similarly, we don't have an issue with that. Thirdly, the bill allows the Fair Work Commission to dismiss unfair deactivation and unfair termination applications where they're frivolous, vexatious or have no reasonable prospects of success. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fourthly, the bill also allows the Fair Work Commission to decide certain contested matters on the papers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of being an adjudicator for many years in my legal profession, where I determined matters on the papers. There are many instances where judicial officers or quasi-judicial officers have the benefit or the ability to be able to determine disputes on the papers. That is, without having an oral hearing. Saves the parties money, saves the parties time, and of course saves the parties cost. So we don't have a problem with that. There's some other minor amendments which I won't take up the time of the chamber. Needless to say, those minor amendments have the support of the Coalition. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the insidious nature of this bill. The insidious aspect that those members opposite don't really want to talk about, and that is in relation to the procurement bargaining involving the Commonwealth. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who worked as a young lad on building sites across Victoria, your state, on my first day, in fact, of my apprenticeship, I was bullied relentlessly by members of the then Builders Labourers Federation, now the CFMEU. First day of my apprenticeship on a building site. I would have been 18 years old, 70 kilos wringing wet, and I was apparently sweeping the floor too quickly for the liking of these two CFMEU goons. But that started my significant distrust in the CFMEU. And what the changes in this legislation will effectively do will allow the Commonwealth to ensure that contracts that the Commonwealth enter into, that contractors who are aligned with the CFMEU or have a particular arrangement with the CFMEU can be preferred to other contractors who are not. Now, just let that sink in for a moment. How could it be in 2026 that this government, after everything that has happened with the Royal Commission into the building industry, with what's going on with the Commission of Inquiry in Queensland right now into the CFMEU, with all of the graft and corruption that now the Labor Party, the Federal Labor Party, have had their eyes opened just in the last 18 months, and now they've seen the light and they realise just how corrupt the CFMEU actually is. They now want to provide a means by which they can provide preferential treatment for unions who have particular EBAs, enterprise bargaining agreements, that are aligned or provide preferential treatment to the CFMEU. How can that be? How can that be when Geoffrey Watson SC, when he recently identified $15 billion worth of graft and corruption in the Victorian construction sector, just in Victoria, involving the CFMEU? Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was a lad, when we used to walk up to building sites, there used to be a huge sign on the front gate, and that sign said, "No ticket, no start," meaning if you weren't a member of the CF or then the Builders Labourers Federation, you could not get a job on that building site. Now, thankfully, John Howard, when he was the Prime Minister, through his freedom of association rules and laws, changed that, outlawed that practice. But unfortunately, that has crept back in. That practice of, unofficial practice of no ticket, no start, whilst it was illegal, that's effectively what the unions like the CFMEU did. They introduced these rules. Well, Sunshine, if you want a job doing the traffic control on this site, if you want a job doing the formwork on this site, if you want a job doing the steel work on this site, you've got to sign a CFMEU-approved EBA. And if you don't, not only will we not allow you on this site, but we will black ban every single one of the sites that you are working on throughout this country. Now, apparently, according to those members opposite that received very generous donations from the Labor Party, received very generous donations from the CFMEU, this all came as some great revelation. They had no idea that this was going on, despite me banging on about this for 8 years beforehand. 8 years I've been talking about this in this place. And the member for Watson, who was then responsible for it, came into the chamber about 18 months ago and said, "Oh, we had no idea about this. We had no idea about this graft and corruption." Well, what a load of rubbish. What a load of rubbish. This bill effectively provides the Commonwealth with the ability to be able to provide preferred treatment to businesses to enter into contracts with the Commonwealth who have approved EBAs with the CFMEU. Now, what you should read from that, anybody listening to this on any building sites around the country, and I know you are listening, is that if you don't have an EBA that is approved by the CFMEU, you will no longer get Commonwealth government contracts. You will be locked out. This is effectively the way that this government operates to control the construction sector, which is tens of billions of dollars worth of contracts each and every single year. This is the payback for their CFMEU mates. This is how they look after. This is how this government looks after their CFMEU mates. And the evidence is incontrovertible. All of the evidence, whether it's the best practice industry conditions, whether it's the in Queensland, whether it's the $15 billion worth of graft and corruption in the construction sector in Victoria, there is so much more evidence to come out. And what it means is that everyday mum and dads are paying more money, more taxes to pay for roads, bridges, buildings, but not just public buildings. Because for every public building that's being built by those contractors that I spoke about earlier, your plumbers, your sparkies, your carpenters, your form workers, your concreters, if they can get $150 an hour on a CFMEU job, why would they want to take on another job for less? Why would they? What that does is it drives up the cost of the construction sector. It drives up the cost of building things in Australia. It drives up the cost of infrastructure. What that means is that we all pay more tax. And we wonder why this government is looking for another $280 billion to take from the Australian taxpayer to pay for this sort of shenanigans. It is unfathomable. It is unfathomable that those members opposite can stand in here, and I'll take the interjection from the member from Moreton, who obviously doesn't care about spending taxpayers' money carefully, because taxpayers are being cruelled by this federal government. Another $280 billion worth extra in this budget worth of additional taxes, and those additional taxes will go to be building things in this country, but only by CFMEU-approved contractors. That is the reality of it. And the reality is that everyday Australians will be paying much more, not just on their public works, but on their private works as well. This government does not give a damn about the costs of construction as long as they look after their mates in the unions. That's what this is all about. This is all about running a protection racket for the CFMEU just so that they can keep getting their very generous political donations from the CFMEU. It's just a perpetual cycle of dependency between the CFMEU and this government stands condemned as a result.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in addressing my remarks, and I don't intend to take my full allocated time, but I do want to concentrate my remarks around a couple of key areas, particularly as a Victorian who's very concerned about the rife CFMEU corruption in my state and the impact that that is having not just to our level of debt, but to our level of government integrity, to the impact that it has on small and family-operated businesses, not just in Melbourne, but across regional Victoria as well. Now, this bill seeks to address some necessary change. Madam Deputy Speaker, it seeks to address some unnecessary change, and it seeks to implement, I think, some bad change as well, and I will run through those concerns. First up, This bill is the government's response to recent backlogs and a surge in cases at the Fair Work Commission, and that is fair enough. There are many instances that you can look through news reports of backlogs as a result of proliferation of generative AI tools. There is a record high increase of 44,000 cases in recent reporting at the Commission. Some of those cases are meritorious, some of them are not, and unfortunately a growing number are as a result of AI technology, and they are flawed or faulty applications. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to Deputy President Coleman recently dismissed a claim. It was the 5th claim in 2 years by this applicant, and the Deputy President found that it was faulty and it was flawed, and made some remarks about the impact of AI in building some of these applications. Now, there's been some commentary around it's $89.70 as a fee to lodge a complaint, and in 40% of those cases, the Fair Work Commission waives them or reduces them. And, it has to be said, I think, with 50,000 unfair and general protection claims anticipated for this year, the issue of AI and a very low fee should be taken into account when dealing with looking at the impact administratively and certainly in the pursuit of natural justice at the Commission. The Fair Work Commission has made some public commentary on that workload crisis, and as I've said, AI-assisted tools are a big part of that. The Fair Work Commission President, Justice Adam Harcher, released a statement at the end of 2025, and I quote that he has said the workload has simply become unsustainable and that modest levels of legislative change were needed to help, and that is a fair point. So what does this bill do? The bill has 2 main thematic parts to it, changes to the Fair Work Commission and changes relating to enterprise agreements in Commonwealth procurement. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that second part is where I want to address some of my concerns, because the reforms generally are fair enough, but I do not support the enterprise bargaining procurement changes, because as a number of my colleagues and the crossbench on this side of the chamber have raised, there are serious concerns around the CFMEU and its ability to infiltrate, orchestrate and manipulate enterprise bargaining arrangements, negotiations, and the way that businesses are able to fairly go about these issues. And just to refresh in front of people's minds some of these key concerns, we can go back a couple of years and we can go back a couple of days on concerns raised about the CFMEU. Just recently, I was most alarmed to read that criminologists have told a Queensland inquiry that the CFMEU has likely used organised crime-style methods to control the construction industry. Jeffrey Watson, and I know his report to the Queensland Government rotting from the head has been referenced a number of times in this debate, but it is worth, I think, mentioning for a couple of reasons. The corruption induced by the CFMEU in Victoria has cost the taxpayer $15 billion, and that's an estimation. It's a conservative estimation, but $15 billion. Now, I represent a regional area, I represent a rural community, and that $15 billion, Madam Deputy Speaker, could go a long way to fixing roads, schools and hospitals in my electorate. And I think most particularly of the West Gippsland Hospital, which the state government has promised to deliver time after time, and money hasn't yet hit the ground in our community. But those are the services and infrastructure that $15 billion of CFMEU-linked corruption is costing Victorian taxpayers, it is costing Victorian communities, it is costing every taxpayer right across Victoria on their ability to access the frontline services and amenities they should quite rightly expect. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've paid a lot of attention to the illegal tobacco market in recent times, and you don't need to scroll very far down the report by Geoffrey Watson to read the dot point on the link between the CFMEU and the illegal tobacco trade in Australia. That is deeply alarming, the proceeds of which are going to organised crime, bikie gangs, and in the case of the firebombing of the Melbourne synagogue linked to Kazim Hamid, these are very bad, dangerous activities. And the fear is that that is now spreading out into the illegal alcohol industry as well. And anecdotally, there is some CFMEU-linked influence over that as well. So I have deep concerns when looking at this bill and the way that it constructs amendments around negotiations for enterprise agreements and procurement, that the CFMEU can get its hands all over this as well. I think taxpayers deserve better. I think our community deserves far better, and that is why I stand in this place very strongly against what this bill seeks to do in relation to that. I will conclude my remarks early, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on this legislation amendment, building cooperative workplaces. Like so many pieces of legislation, the name defies what's actually in the bill. Look, we support sensible reforms that help the Fair Work Commission to do its job more effectively. We support measures that reduce unnecessary delays, support measures that help workers and employers resolve disputes faster, and we support practical changes that respond to the very real workload pressures that currently face the Fair Work Commission. What we don't support is the government using those sensible reforms as a vehicle for unrelated and highly controversial changes to Commonwealth procurement policy. And that's why the Coalition will be moving amendments. And if those amendments are not accepted, the Coalition will oppose the bill. Now, this bill, like a lot of the bills that come into this place since I've been here, this bill should be two bills. It contains two completely separate policy agendas. Now, one part of it deals with the Fair Work Commission, efficiency and case management. Okay? And I'll talk a bit about that. And there are some reasonable reforms in that part of the legislation that I think are fair enough. But the other creates a legal framework for allowing Commonwealth procurement processes to preference businesses that have particular forms of enterprise agreements. So we know what that means, don't we? These issues are not connected. They solve different problems. One of them creates huge amounts of problems. They affect different stakeholders and they deserve separate parliamentary scrutiny. Now, the government says this bill is about helping the Fair Work Commission manage its workload. And if that's the objective, let us pass that part of the bill and those reforms immediately. But instead, the government has trickily attached a second industrial relations agenda that has significant consequences for Commonwealth contracting, procurement and processes and supply chains across Australia. And the fact that these provisions have been bundled together raises an obvious question. And here's the question. If procurement measures are so sensible, why not put them before the Parliament as a standalone bill? Why hide them amongst otherwise uncontroversial Fair Work Commission reforms? Now, the Fair Work Commission has been very public about the challenges it's facing. Its president has warned about unprecedented workloads. Applications have surged, processing times are increasing, resources are under pressure, and the Commission has called for modest legislative changes to help manage the caseload. One example involves jurisdictional objections. So following the Milford decision, the Commission has increasingly been required to determine threshold legal questions before moving to conciliation and dispute resolution. And that means more hearings, more lawyers, more delays and more cost. And the original purpose of these processes was to resolve the disputes quickly and informally. And this amendment restores that practical approach. It allows the Commission to commence conciliation where an applicant alleges dismissal or unlawful termination rather than requiring lengthy arguments about jurisdiction even before the sensible discussions can take place. And that's practical. And I support it. The bill also allows certain procedural powers to be delegated to senior Commission staff, again intended to streamline administrative functions and reduce unnecessary delays. And if appropriate safeguards remain in place, then they are reasonable reforms. The Coalition supports measures dealing with vexatious and frivolous claims. And likewise, allowing certain matters to be determined on the papers without the consent of parties is simply common sense. Not every matter is going to require a hearing. Not every matter requires people to travel, engage representatives and wait months for listing dates. And if disputes can be fairly determined through written submissions, then the law should permit it, and that's a practical reform. There is another element in the bill dealing with road transport contractors and the proposed high income threshold. And the Coalition has an open mind about the challenges facing owner-drivers and the transport contractors. But with this section of it, we do believe that further scrutiny is required. Stakeholders themselves have expressed mixed views, and that is why the provisions warrant closer examination through Senate committee processes. So these issues are all worthy of consideration. Most of them are very sensible reforms. But the next bit is where it descends into abject nonsense, Deputy Speaker. And the most controversial part of this bill is not those Fair Work Commission reforms that I spoke about. These provisions, it's the other provisions, and they represent a fundamental change. Currently, the Fair Work Act protects against discrimination based on whether a business has particular workplace instruments or enterprise agreements. And the government now proposes an exemption to that. And that exemption would permit Commonwealth agencies to preference business with particular kinds of enterprise agreements in relation to procurement. Now let's call this what it is: a deliberate legislative pathway for industrial relations arrangements to become a factor in Commonwealth procurement. Procurement should be about value for money, and value for money for the taxpayer. It should be based on these principles: value for money, capability, performance, delivery, compliance with the law. And that's what taxpayers expect, it's what businesses expect, and that's what governments should deliver. It shouldn't be based on whether a business has negotiated a union-covered enterprise agreement or not. That shouldn't be a deciding factor in the ability to compete for government work. And it's particularly relevant for regional businesses and regional projects, because what this will mean, I fear, is that you'll have these really good regional projects, including an example of Shepparton to Melbourne Rail, which was funded to the tune of 80%, $320 million, stage 3, by the previous coalition government. I'm still waiting for it to finish, but maybe the Allen government can answer as to why it hasn't been finished yet. That's Commonwealth funding. If regional businesses who don't have certain types of enterprise bargaining agreements with unions can't compete for that work, then we've really lost something in this country, where some of these smaller businesses who have wonderful relations with their employees, with their workers, they all live in the same town, so they all want these businesses to work. They all want to see the infrastructure that is being funded. And now they can't compete with that work because of the type of industrial relations enterprise bargaining agreements that they have. It's really a kick in the guts for smaller regional companies. And the Commonwealth should not be picking winners and losers based on industrial relations preferences. And the government argues these powers merely create an option, But the legislation goes further than creating an option. The provisions extend beyond the primary contractor. They can flow down supply chains. A subcontractor may face pressure because the head contractor seeks to satisfy procurement requirements, and that pressure can cascade through the multiple layers of commercial relationships. So today it might be a preference, tomorrow it might become an expectation, and eventually it risked becoming a de facto requirement. And that's why businesses are concerned, and that's why industry groups are concerned, and that's why we are concerned. And the unions have a lot of influence in this country, and some unions, and I do say some unions, have shown to be less than worthy of that influence that they have in this country. And I'm a Victorian Deputy Speaker, and recent events in Victoria have demonstrated why Parliament should proceed cautiously whenever access to work becomes linked to obtaining the right, in inverted commas, right, correct, industrial relations arrangements. And the Watson report has exposed deeply troubling allegations regarding corruption and misconduct within the Victorian CFMEU construction branch. And there is an estimate that that has cost the taxpayer $15 billion extra. Now, I note the Victorian Premier has disputed that, but when pressed to try and push, well, what do you think the number is? On 7:30 last week, absolutely refused to answer if she's saying it's not $15 billion, then how much is it? But the lesson is not that enterprise agreements are inherently wrong. The lesson is that whenever market access becomes dependent on obtaining preferred industrial relation agreement, then serious risks emerge. Risks of coercion, risks of exclusion, risks of inflated costs for the taxpayer. Inflated costs for the taxpayer, and that's who we all should be working for. They work really hard to earn that money and pay those taxes, and we should treat that money with the respect that it deserves. And there are risks of corruption, and that should concern every member of this Parliament. The Commonwealth should not be creating incentives that move us further in that direction. Now, we can learn, and I say this as a proud Victorian, we could learn from Queensland. The former best practice industry conditions policy sought to embed industrial relations outcomes into government procurement. The Queensland government ultimately abandoned that policy. Why? Because of concerns about cost pressures, project delivery and market distortions. And the lesson's straightforward. Governments should focus on outcomes. Projects should be awarded to businesses that can deliver. And many businesses in regional Australia that have different industrial relations agreements are fantastic at delivering because they know the projects and they know the communities they're dealing with in many cases. It shouldn't just be businesses that simply satisfy an industrial relations preference. Now, what is industry saying about this? Well, it's not just the coalition raising concerns. Industry stakeholders from across the economy have expressed strong reservations. Business groups have warned that public contracts should be awarded on merit, not on industrial affiliation. Builders have warned about impacts on small business. Industry associations have warned about reduced competition, and we know what reduced competition leads to. Others have warned that these changes undermine the principle of freedom of association. It's not a niche concern, it's a broad concern. So the Coalition believes that this Parliament can do two things at once, and we should be able to support the sensible Fair Work Commission reforms. Many of them are contained in this legislation. But we should be able to reject the flawed procurement amendments. Fair Work Commission reforms and Commonwealth procurement for certain types of industrial relations don't have anything to do with each other, and they shouldn't be in the same bill. So the government should separate these measures and bring forward the Fair Work Commission reforms as a standalone package. We can support them and we can get those important reforms, and I congratulate the government on coming up with those reforms. We could get those through. But don't use those reforms as a cover for an industrial relations changes that risk distorting procurement, reducing competition and increasing costs for taxpayers. And the Coalition will move amendments to remove that procurement bargaining provision, those procurement bargaining provisions, and allow the Parliament to deal with the Fair Work Commission's reforms on their merits, and then we can debate as to whether the Commonwealth should be saying, well, you've got a certain type of EBA with the unions, you can have this Commonwealth project. Whilst you treat your workers absolutely fairly and pay them well and work with them, you don't have that type of EBA, so we're not going to give you any chance to participate in a Commonwealth contract. That's not the way Australia should work. Not the way Australia should work. And if the government refuses to separate these issues, the Coalition cannot support this bill in its current form. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. More legislation from this Labor government. Speaker, this bill is the government's response to a surging backlog at the Fair Work Commission. Officially, it is about the concept of cooperative workplaces. But let us be honest, beneath these necessary administrative fixes lies a union agenda. Separately, this bill makes aggressive amendments to the Fair Work Act, allowing the Commonwealth to actively preference companies that hold enterprise agreements with unions in government contracting. These reforms are unlinked. One is the administrative necessity. The other is brazen, ideological stitch-up by Labor. This is classic Labor. They favour big businesses who can afford massive compliance departments, and they overwhelmingly favour the union bosses who fund their campaigns. Speaking of which, you have to marvel at the enduring romance between the Labor Party and the CFMEU. It is truly the great love story. Romeo and Juliet had Verona. Labor and CFMEU had construction sites and slush funds. They are like a couple that keeps breaking up in public, deleting the photos off Instagram, but then secretly texting each other late at night when their campaign bills are due. Yesterday, the Labor Party rammed through a motion which effectively guillotines debate on this profoundly consequential bill. The suspension motion itself is a pathetic, cynical wedge. It was supposedly moved to enable members to attend yesterday evening's solemn ceremony at the War Memorial. Yet, it conveniently contained a series of gags on highly controversial legislation. When the manager and deputy manager of opposition business rightfully tried to move amendments, Labor mercifully gagged the debate. The Leader of the House's motion means debate is abruptly cut off at 5:30 on the second reading. This is undemocratic. Furthermore, it aggressively limits debate on the consideration in detail, allowing a maximum of merely 10 minutes per detailed amendment. Consideration in detail is precisely when we get to apply the blowtorch to the technical elements of a bill. But we will not get to do that. Why? Because the Labor Party fundamentally does not want parliamentary scrutiny. Genuine scrutiny will clearly expose that this is a complete love-in with the unions. Just as we saw with Labor's massive industrial relations agenda last term, they are up to their exact same old trick again, ramming bad legislation through our Parliament. Speaker, what's new? Now, while the Coalition supports the vast majority of the practical elements within this bill, Labor have deliberately shoehorned in bad faith provisions, essentially forcing the opposition into a position where we must oppose it. The hypocrisy from the Prime Minister on this issue is staggering. Let us look back at his own words regarding what he famously called legislation. In his very first press conference as Prime Minister, he sanctimoniously declared he looked forward to leading a government that makes Australians proud, one that does not seek to divide and wedge, but one that does not seek to divide or wedge, but seeks to bring together peacefully. In his very first caucus address, he stated they wanted to be inclusive, claiming the former government only sat around and talked about how to wedge the other side of politics. As opposition leader, he constantly accused the coalition of trying to promote legislation. He claimed we were a government in search of an agenda, always looking for division, never looking for unity. He was in the media claiming he wanted to bring people together after a decade of division. He repeated this exact same script ad nauseum. Yet, exactly what do we have before us here today in this Parliament? We have the absolute textbook definition of legislation. The government has explicitly warned that legislative changes were desperately needed to address the Fair Work Commission workload crisis. But they deliberately bundled these sensible reforms with extreme ideological procurement amendments they fully knew the coalition would never support. Because, of course, the coalition supports practical, common-sense reforms that help the Fair Work Commission deal with this crippling workload. We fundamentally believe that justice delayed is justice denied. However, the government should not use sensible Commission reforms as a convenient cover for passing entirely unrelated, highly damaging, radical union-centric procurement and contracting changes. Our demand is simple and it is reasonable. The bill must be split. Pass the Fair Work Commission reforms immediately and separately scrutinise the procurement bargaining provisions. Commonwealth procurement should always be based on value for money, capability and compliance with the law, not if it's a union. It should never be based on whether a business has signed the preferred industrial instrument of the Labor Party's militant union mates. We have seen exactly what happens when procurement policy is ruthlessly used to advantage union-controlled arrangements. It inevitably risks higher costs for taxpayers, significantly reduced market competition, and a highly toxic pay-to-play workplace culture. This culture actively entrenches corruption and maliciously shouts out lawful, hard-working businesses. The procurement provisions risk pushing union-covered agreements straight through Commonwealth contracting and cascading brutally down the entire supply chain. Let me outline the specific Fair Work Commission reforms we actually do support. Up until the consequential court case involving coal supply chain in Milford, the normal way the Commissioner conducted general protections or unlawful termination causes was to proceed straight to the early dispute resolution stage. Even if an employer vehemently claimed there had been no dismissal, the Commission did not need to formally resolve these complex disputes upfront immediately. Milford disastrously changed this procurement, resulting in the Commission having to deal with threshold jurisdictional legal obligations first. This made the entire process considerably slower, highly formal, and excruciatingly expensive. The President estimates about 600 cases a year now suffer through this delayed process. The amendments here sensibly clarify the position, allowing the Commission to reduce unnecessary preliminary legal arguments and genuinely help parties resolve disputes efficiently. The bill also practically creates a framework for the President to delegate certain procedural powers in unresolved dismissal and unlawful termination disputes to senior Commission staff, which is of course helpful. This allows many simple admin tasks to be handled swiftly, allowing matters to proceed to consent, arbitration or court. The bill powerfully allows the Commission to dismiss unfair deactivation and unfair termination applications where they demonstrate frivolous, vexatious or clearly have no reasonable prospects of success. Crucially, it allows the Commission to make orders preventing relentless litigants from making further specified applications once their substantive application has already been decisively dismissed, preventing a massive waste of public resources. Furthermore, the bill allows the Commission to intelligently decide certain contested matters strictly on the papers without holding formal contested hearings. This saves valuable time and money while rigorously preserving procedural fairness, provided both involved parties explicitly consent. We also acknowledge the minor amendments such as updating the National Construction Industry Forum membership, providing travel allowances for the Road Transport Advisory Group, and granting more time for the administrator of the CFMEU to prepare vital financial statements. However, we maintain deep reservations regarding the new standalone road transport contractor high income threshold. These existing high income thresholds deliberately exclude workers deemed to have sufficient bargaining power to seamlessly manage their own commercial arrangements outside of the strictly regulated statutory industrial safety net. Creating an industry-specific carve-out purely for road transport contractors effectively pulls a defined class of independent commercial contractors unwillingly back into the complex Fair Work system. We are yet to see any credible evidence to support these specific provisions, which is why they should be subject to a Senate inquiry. Now, Speaker, I turn to the most controversial, destructive part of this bill. This is the massive sweeping changes to government procurement preferencing. In the October budget, the government committed to establishing a secure jobs code. The consultation paper heavily hinted at radically altering public contracting. It suggested requiring entities to ensure agreements use government-funded projects were genuinely agreed upon. Yet, since submissions closed in February, there have been absolute deafening silence. Until now, the Gillard government introduced similar Fair Work principles in 2009, making compliance a condition for participation in procurement. The Abbott government rightly repealed those restrictive principles. Now, this bill makes dangerous amendments to the Fair Work Act, allowing government to explicitly preference companies with enterprise agreements tied directly to employee organisations and unions. Currently, the Fair Work Act strictly prohibits discrimination against an employer during public procurement. This means no one, literally not even the mighty Commonwealth, can legally prefer one company over another simply because it has a union-affiliated enterprise agreement. This bill shatters that vital protection. It deliberately creates a massive exemption allowing the Commonwealth to aggressively preference employees whose employees are covered by a union-covered enterprise agreement. Critically, this is shockingly one-directional. It only excuses discrimination that inherently favours enterprise agreement coverage. There is absolutely no equivalent exemption for preferencing a non-agreement employer. Worse still, the bill creates a terrifying new concept called a Commonwealth contractual arrangement chain to brutally enforce these new laws. If the Commonwealth contracts Company A and Company A subcontracts Company B is legally protected if it brutally preferences an employee with a union-covered enterprise agreements because its overarching contract demands it. This means this insidious bargaining incentive can aggressively flow down the entire supply chain, completely infecting every single level of contracting. Why are these provisions so terrifyingly concerning? Because they limit fundamental freedom of association and completely obliterate the central procurement principle of value for taxpayer money. They transform Commonwealth procurement into a blunt weapon for punishing union agreements onto fiercely independent local small business. Let me return to Labor's romantic partner, the CFMEU. If you want to know what this bill achieves, you only need to look at the explosive Watson report, rotting from the top, into the horrific corruption and misconduct into the CFMEU Victorian construction branch. Watson systematically found the enterprise agreement system is thoroughly corrupted, describing it as utterly brazen, old-fashioned, pay-to-play corruption. Watson found there was absolutely no genuine bargaining occurring. A CFMEU official arrogantly told a contractor executive that nothing would be changed in the agreement, proudly proving that no actual genuine negotiation happened. Speaker, independent Treasury modelling estimated its skyrocketed project costs by 25%. Stakeholders are absolutely united in their profound alarm. Speaker, split the bill now.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's a lot not to like about this bill, and you can tell when there's a lot not to like about a bill when no Labor member has their name on the present Speaker's list to defend the bill, to spruik the bill, to promote the bill. And I ask why? Where are the Labor members when it comes to talking about the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill of 2026? They're missing in action. And there's a reason why they're probably missing in action. And we just heard from the member for Grey talking about the particular report by no less than Geoffrey Watson SC, entitled Rotting from the Top. He probed, he investigated the corruption and the misconduct in the notorious CFMEU's Victorian construction branch. And this report became public because it was tendered to Queensland's Commission of Inquiry into that union, into its activities. And we learned that there was $15 billion of, let's call it, misappropriation. But it's $15 billion of taxpayers' money. $15 billion of funds that could have and should have been spent on things other than just going into union thugs' pockets. Because let's call them what they are. They are union thugs. And they are ruling the roost in Victoria. And the sooner the Labor government is jettisoned from off the Treasury benches in Victoria, the better. The sooner they are a long way away from Spring Street, the better off the nation will be. Not just Victoria, not just Melbourne, but indeed the country. Now, Geoffrey Watson SC found the enterprise agreement system in Victorian construction had been, quote, thoroughly corrupted, close quote, describing it as old-fashioned, quote, pay-to-play, close quote, corruption. And it's not good enough. It's simply not good enough. Now, when I was the Infrastructure Minister, I worked well, I might add, with the now Victorian Premier, Jacinta Allen. And we got some good things done. But particularly in recent years, the CFMEU becoming out of control. And we hear terrible stories about the strong-arm tactics, about the bully boy work site tactics used by John Setka and others. It's shameful. It's just not good enough. And the date, the 6th of December 2022, was a dark day in the construction sector, and particularly in Victoria, because that is the day when the Albanese federal Labor government put through the Fair Work Legislation Amendment, brackets, Secure Jobs Better Pay Act of 2022. And what that did was it dismantled the Australian Building and Construction Commission. The cops on the beat, those who at work sites made sure that everything was as it should be, in a fair and disciplined way. And one would ask why an organisation such as the ABCC should be abolished. And then, of course, I have to give it to the Labor legislation title writers when they whack in Secure Jobs Better Pay as if it were necessary and fair and much wanted legislation. Because they've got a clever way of disguising what really is in the detail of any particular bill. And that was one of the best examples of the worst kinds of bills that was going to dismantle a group which was having such a positive and profound outcome on building sites. And the ABCC was a necessary watchdog. It truly was. Because what it did, it prevented unlawful union behaviour, the sorts of which are now on an industrial scale by the CFMEU. What the ABCC also did was reducing project delivery costs for taxpayer-funded infrastructure. And when I refer to taxpayer-funded infrastructure, I particularly refer to schools, to hospitals, those things which educate our children, those things which keep all of us alive, as well as roads. And we know that we pay too much for roads. That's if we could get it in regional Australia, member for Parks. I mean, your electorate is massive, so is mine, and the upkeep, just the maintenance of our roads has slipped markedly under this Labor government, let alone the construction of our roads. And we know that when there's a Labor government in Canberra, that the split between federal and state is 50-50. When there's a coalition government in Canberra, it's 80-20. So little wonder why the states delay construction on some of the bigger projects, particularly roads. And of course, the unions are always in there trying to get their chop, always in there trying to make sure that they can elicit funds somehow, some way from those big taxpayer-funded projects so that they can stay in business, the business of being thugs on work sites. And I was a union member once. I was a union member for 21 years with firstly the Australian Journalists Association, which then became the Media Entertainment Arts Alliance. And I note, I ran into the new head of the MEAA in the corridors this week. And I will say this, I don't wish my colleagues to think any less of me, but unions have a role to play. They do. They do. Thank you. Member for Kingston Smith, I like to think I'm a good man, but in balance. But it's not with the CFMEU. It's not with the CFMEU doing what they do on workplace sites, particularly in Melbourne and throughout Victoria, at the behest and the coercion and the cooperation and the collaboration of the Australian Labor Party in that state. In that state. And Watson found there was no genuine bargaining. A CFMEU official told the contractor executive, quoting, "There is no bargaining." No, nothing will be changed in this agreement. I mean, it's a shameful episode in what can happen when you let the criminal elements of a union take charge, because it is criminal. They'll get away with it, as they often do, but it stops more hospitals being built. It stops more bitumen being put down on roads and saving people's lives. It does. And particularly in Victoria, where they are in urgent and desperate need of a government that actually looks after the people who keep the lights on.
Member for McEwen.
He's a recidivist in that regard, Deputy Speaker.
Member for McEwen, please.
Can you make him withdraw that?
He's
telling me to tell the truth. Can you make him withdraw that, please,
I didn't
Deputy
even
Speaker?
hear what
He
was
told me
said,
to tell the
I'm
truth,
sorry,
and I am telling
anyway,
the truth.
Let's not repeat offences here. Can we... Member for McEwen.
He's easily stirred up because he knows what I'm saying is correct, particularly when it comes to the CFMEU.
Truth hurts.
He probably came in deliberately to try to put me off my flow,
as well.
Deputy Speaker. My flow, which was referring to the importance of fairness in the workplace, on the work site, particularly when our construction sector is in freefall under those opposite. Because when it comes to insolvencies and bankruptcies, it's the transport sector and the construction sector are the highest, doing it the toughest. And so many hard-working companies and business people are going out backwards because of the policies of the Federal Labor Party and government, which brings into this place legislation such as that, and then has nobody prepared to speak about it. We've got members such as the member for McEwen who are prepared to interject on those who are actually standing at the dispatch box and speaking about the legislation, but not prepared to talk on the legislation.
Please direct your comments through the chair so we avoid this toing and froing, please.
I think it's 1:30, so it's time for 90-second statement, so I'll continue my remarks later.
Hallelujah. It being 1:30, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. The member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed, possibly. Of course you will, Member for Riverina. And are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to Member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the corrosive influence of the gas lobby. It's a very simple proposal. Get gas lobbyists out of Parliament. Ban them. It's that simple. Our politicians seem to be completely incapable of resisting the relentless lobbying, the spin, the threats and the pressure, the dossiers of talking points handed to them and their staff. And it really is simple. Politicians shouldn't be meeting with gas lobbyists. They should be meeting with the people who elected them. The Greens just put forward this simple proposal, and guess what? Labor, the Liberals and One Nation all voted against it. Why? Well, this is also really simple. The current status quo suits them. A lot of MPs and staffers are friends and ex-colleagues with gas lobbyists. Some of them are ex-lobbyists themselves. Some will go on to be lobbyists. It's a revolving door. It's clear that we have a lot of work to do, people, a lot of work. We need them to fear everyday people more than they like their gas lobby mates. So get out there, build a movement for a gas tax, talk to your friends, your colleagues and your neighbours about it. And if politicians can't resist the gas lobby's influence, then let's replace them.
Member for Melbourne.
Here. I rise today to celebrate the life of Trish Cosson AM. 28 years ago today, Trish stood in the Senate to deliver her first speech, championing social justice, First Nations rights and the advancement of women across the nation. I only met Trish once. She shook my hand and I knew immediately she was a force of kindness, a force of strength and a force of action. We were at a barbecue, we had a great chat, but it was what she did when no one was watching. At the end of the event, Trish gathered up the leftovers and made sure it went to a guest who really needed it. It was a small act, but it told me everything about the person she was. Trish saw people, she noticed need, and she quietly got on with helping. I came to know Trish especially through her daughter, Amanda, who works in my office. Trish was always there in the background, offering advice, sharing wisdom and helping Amanda navigate politics. And in doing so, she was helping me too. Although I didn't fully appreciate it at the time, it wasn't until her passing that I realised just how much she had helped me through her daughter. Through Amanda, I saw Trish's generosity, strength and compassion. Since her passing, I've heard many stories of her impact, her work in the Northern Territory, to her lifelong advocacy for community. She stood up, she showed up, she never gave up. That was Trish Crossan.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Labor's disgraceful deal with the Greens hit the headlines spectacularly yesterday as the latest entry of an ever-increasing list of broken promises from this tax-maxing Treasurer and a Prime Minister who has a questionable relationship with the truth. My word is my bond, the Prime Minister said, the same man who said 50 times there would be no changes to negative gearing and CGT and that he wouldn't do a deal with the Greens. Well, it seems that his bond is about as heavy-duty as Scotch tape, targeting self-managed super funds by removing limited recourse borrowing is as bizarre as it is ineffectual and will only serve to kill off the SFMS in favour of the industry funds conveniently run by Labor's union overlords. And a brief chat with any financial advisor would have revealed the average person who uses this strategy to build their own wealth isn't a fat cat or a multi-property owner. They're women over 55 going through divorces and retirees with below-average balances. The Liberals and the Nationals reverse these punitive taxes and take a plan for a fairer, freer and better tax system to an election so that Australians can see for themselves. We won't change our position after gaining power because Australians don't deserve to have the goalposts continually moved without consultation.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of a remarkable member of our community, Mr Don Drummond of Woodend. Don and his late wife Sheila are founding members of the established Woodend ALP branch in 2004. They welcomed members into their home with great hospitality, mulled wine and a lively conversation. He was a staunch and loyal supporter of the area's elected representatives and the first to volunteer his time. I remember him as a charismatic man of integrity and loyalty, with encyclopedic knowledge of Labor policy and history. Even in his 90s and in care, he would still let me know what he thought via email. Don was a founding member of the committee for the Woodend Winter Arts Festival and played an essential role in establishment of the Words and Ideas event, attracting big thinkers like Barry Jones, Don Watson and David Marr. And let me tell you, it was always a challenge to speak after one of those three. Those who knew Don remember not only his vast knowledge but his kindness, humility and willingness to help others. He understood that life is about people, their stories and their connections. That's what binds us together. Our community will sadly miss Don, and I know that they share their condolences to Don's family and friends and all those who loved him. Don was a truly great man and a great friend. He will be greatly missed. Vale, Don Drummond.
Member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, over the past week or so, I've enjoyed celebrating some fabulous achievements in the Tasmanian community. For instance, weekend before last, I was privileged to be invited to Margaret Elliott's 100th birthday party at the Brighton RSL near Hobart. Margaret is the last living member of the Australian Women's Land Army in Tasmania, and the event was a wonderful celebration of her life, the great work the Land Army did, and the important role Margaret played in it. At the other end of the age spectrum, last week I also had the lovely opportunity to speak with students from years 4, 5 and 6 at Mount Stewart Primary School. I was greatly impressed by this happy, bright bunch of kids and their enthusiasm for learning, and it fills me with confidence in younger Australians. And finally, I was thrilled last week to also present more than 80 students at Hobart City High School with their bronze-level Duke of Edinburgh Awards. I understand Hobart High is the first Tasmanian school to make the award available to all students in the same year. providing a wonderful opportunity for learning, development and skill building. Good on them all, Deputy Speaker. These three events reminded me of the richness of the Tasmanian community. It was wonderful to celebrate the achievements of its residents, from some of the youngest to one of the oldest. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to recognise and thank Margaret and John Wilson, who retire this month after 22 years running the Branxton Post Office. In 2003, they moved from Sydney to Branxton and took on a business that became much more than a workplace. For more than 2 decades, they were familiar faces in the community, helping locals with postal services and building friendships along the way. During that time, they've seen the post office change from passport book banking to letters and hub for online shopping and parcel deliveries, while the growth of Branxton and Huntley brought many more customers through the door. Many locals will remember John continuing to service customers and serve them while receiving treatment for bowel cancer during COVID, reflecting the dedication and resilience both him and Margaret brought to their work. Like many small business owners, they made sacrifices, missing family events to keep serving their community. While this marks the end of an era for the post office in Dryden Street, postal services will continue, with Piggott's Pharmacy at Huntley taking on the licence and ensuring the important service remains available locally. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the Hunter electorate, I want to thank Margaret and John for their service and contribution to the Branxton area and wish them a long and happy retirement. And just like Margaret and John done for 22 years, the Albanese Labor government is delivering cheaper medicines, delivering cheaper childcare and delivering a tax break for every single working Australian. So we'll keep delivering, and thank you, John and Margaret, for what you do. Cheers.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister, with every Labor member of this parliament, went to the last election asking the Australian people to trust them. And what has the Albanese Labor government given the Australian people in return? Broken promises and betrayal in the form of tax increases on savings, investments, housing and small business. They didn't have the guts to tell us about their so-called reforms before the election, and now they won't take their new taxes to an election. Instead, Labor, with their political soulmates, the Greens, have done a deal that attacks aspiration, punishing young Australians who are trying to get ahead. Labor's tax grabs are designed to hurt people who are trying to get ahead by using the same taxation arrangements that their parents had access to and the Prime Minister had access to secure his financial future. The government's failure to get its spending and borrowing under control means higher taxes, higher inflation, higher interest rates to come, as it hobbles future generations with Labor's $1 trillion of debt. The Coalition will get Labor's expenditure under control and axe Labor's toxic taxes.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday, I attended Robertson Barracks in my electorate of Solomon to attend the 7th Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment, or 57 RAR parade commemorating the 57th anniversary of the Battle of Bin Ba in the Vietnam War. The name Bin Ba honours the historic Battle of Bin Ba fought by the 5th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment in June 1969. Over 2 days, July 6th through 8th, 1969, in Phuoc Toi Province in South Vietnam, 5 RAR, alongside their brothers from the 6th Battalion, supported by tanks from 1 Armoured Regiment and APCs from 3 Cav, confronted a well-entrenched enemy force. 1 Australian soldier was killed in action, Private Wayne Edward Teeling, lest we forget. 10 Australians were wounded in action, with Viet Cong losses estimated to be around 100 soldiers. It was young Australians doing their job for their country. It was a fantastic parade out at Robbo. I want to thank and acknowledge the pipes and drums who were brilliant. It was great to see some of the veterans from 1969 there, in particular Jeff Dennis. I want to congratulate the CO and the RSM and also acknowledge a 57 RAR veteran, Sam Weston, who's with us in the chamber today.
Give the call to the member for Parks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This year's King's Birthday honour list include 5 people from the mighty Parks electorate who live inspiring lives. They are Judy Clark of Forbes, a teacher and founder of the Forbes North Wiradjuri Choir, and part of the Forbes School Artwork Show Society, has been recognised with an OAM for service to primary education. And Susan Hood of Dubbo has been recognised with an OAM for service to regional agricultural shows and to the youth for her role in the Agricultural Show Society of New South Wales, Dubbo Show Society and the Wongarbin Girls Guides Group, and for the American Field Services. And Susie Lyle of Gunnedah has been recognised with an OAM for service to the community of Gunnedah. Mrs Lyle has long been part of the Red Cross Gunnedah Nursing Home and the Karuna Coal Action Group. And Michael Lynch of Parkes has been recognised with an OAM for service to the community of Parkes through the St Vincent de Paul, the Diocese of Wilcannia Forbes and Parkes Prostate Cancer Support Group and the Parkes Veteran Golf Club. Kenneth Harris of Dubbo has been recognised with a Public Service Medal for outstanding public service to emergency response and management after dedicating more than 30 years of his life to service. I congratulate these amazing people on being among the outstanding Australians this year on this year's King's Honour List.
Yeah. Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are over 22,000 small businesses in Menzies. They are the tradie in Doncaster who built his business from the back of a ute, the family running the restaurant in Box Hill that has fed the community for decades, the accountant in Templestowe who has set up her own practice, and the pharmacist in Donvale who provides healthcare to the community. They take risks, they back themselves, they employ our neighbours and they anchor our local communities. On budget night, the Treasurer said that we would consult with small businesses and start-ups, and that's exactly what we've done. I reached out into my community, hosted a small business roundtable, and I heard from business owners from right across my community. The message was the same: back us in, cut our costs, support us to keep serving our customers and the community. This tax reform package delivers exactly that. We are extending the 50% active asset CGT reduction to businesses with a turnover of up to $10 million. We are making the 20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, delivering $890 million in cash flow support and saving small businesses 366,000 hours in record keeping. We are delivering a permanent 2-year loss carryback so businesses can return to profitability faster. Those opposite had every chance to deliver reforms like these, and they chose not to. For the businesses in Box Hill, Doncaster, Templestowe and Donvale, this is a government that has their backs.
Member for Maranoa.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's just been over 6 weeks since this government handed down a budget which could only be described as being as popular as the pox. In a time of cost of living crisis, when Australians were looking for hope and they were looking for honesty, all they got was more taxes. Australians deserve better from a government that's out of touch in understanding the pain that's being felt out there. They were looking for honesty from a government. Instead, they got more tax. What a coalition government will do is make 3 main commitments to the Australian people. We will give you a tax cut every year by pegging inflation to every one of those tax brackets so that inflation doesn't eat away at your wage and you're paying more tax. We're going to scrap the negative gearing, we're going to scrap the capital gains and these other tax on trusts that takes away aspiration and inspiration to go out and have a go. That's what our country was built on, and that's what this government has just ripped away 6 weeks ago. We're also going to tackle migration. We're going to make sure we have an immigration policy that works for this country. We've had one that's had too many and not a high enough standard. We should choose who comes to this country, the skills they have and where we want them to live, because we're giving the greatest gift we can give to any person on this planet. And we're going to fix the energy grid. We're not going to let net zero determine what our energy grid should be. It'll be the most affordable energy, because energy is the economy. If you don't fix the fundamentals and give the economy what it needs and give people the hope and the honesty, our country will continue to go backwards.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government promised that we would back in our lowest paid workers, our retail workers, our hospitality, our care workers, the workers that keep our society moving. And we have done just that. Since the Albanese government came to office, we've advocated for Australian workers at every single annual wage review, 5 years in a row. Our advocacy has seen the national minimum wage increase by more than $6 per hour, $230 per week and more than $12,000 per year, or a 30.1% increase. This is on top of the tax cuts that the Albanese government has delivered, not committed to, for all working Australians. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the SDA for its successful campaign on their Adult Age Equals Adult Wage campaign. I've had the opportunity this week to meet with young workers who've advocated for these changes and heard about the difference that this has made to their lives. There is more work to do in this space, Deputy Speaker, and I commend the SDA for continuing the fight, in particular their focus on ensuring that younger workers get access to the same superannuation entitlements as other workers. Your bills aren't different, your rent isn't different, your groceries aren't different, neither should your pay or your rights. And this government, Deputy Speaker, will continue to deliver for working people and their families right across this nation.
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Look, visitors in the gallery are about to see the rather combative nature of this place. I want to tell a story of something rather different about when this place works and how that matters for local communities. Raina Nangan and Corinne Yachoku are two locals who came to this country with the desire to have a go, to work, to make a better life for themselves. And they came to Australia through no fault of their own, got caught up in our immigration system. And this case, I think, has shown to anyone interested just how difficult it is for people to work their way and navigate their way through our immigration system. But for 10 years, these guys, Raina and Corinne, have fought and tried to make their case because they wanted to be here, they wanted to be Australians. And I was very, very pleased this week to receive a call from Minister Burke that he just signed permanent residency papers for these people. This was a case that my office had worked very closely with the Minister's Office, Speaker, and I could not be more grateful for this outcome. This is a family that my community got behind. This is a family that started a business, employs locals, helps out at the soup kitchen, are engaged in their community. They're the people that we need. And in a time when there's a conversation about monoculture, I say this: these are the people that I am so proud to represent. They've come here and they've contributed and they're part of my community, and I'm so grateful for the way that my community got around them. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for Dixon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. 21 years old, first job, first home. That's not a fantasy. That is actually possible thanks to Labor's 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers. Zeke and Emma from my electorate of Dixon are two 21-year-old super savers who, after 12 months of searching, have managed to buy their first home using Labor's 5% deposit scheme. Their purchase is just one of 1,846 first home buyers in my electorate of Dixon who have taken advantage of our 5% deposit scheme. I met Zeke a couple of months ago at his workplace in Brendale. He's a 21-year-old fourth-year apprentice metal fabricator. He said, if we didn't have access to the 5% deposit scheme, we would not have the house we're in now. For too long, young Australians have felt that home ownership is out of reach. Labor is changing that. We're changing that with our 5% deposit scheme, our Help to Buy scheme, record investment in social and affordable housing, as well as investment in new housing infrastructure. And of course, tax reform on negative gearing and CGT, which means first home buyers no longer have to compete against investors for existing housing. We're levelling the playing field for people like Zeke and Emma.
Member for Riverina.
I appreciate the Minister for Agriculture has a lot on her plate with the avian flu situation at the moment, and I commend her for her work to ensure that we are, as a country, on top of that. But, Minister, why, oh why, through the chair, have you cut in the budget $191.6 million for pest eradication? There are more feral pigs than there are people in this country. We've got a mouse plague in Western Australia. We've got rabbits everywhere, foxes out of control. And what does the Labor government do? Well, it cuts money away from, it is true, Minister, away from eradication measures through the states and through councils and through regional areas. And not only that, we had a Prime Minister who told the public one thing prior to the election, and then the Treasurer did another thing on budget night. This is hard labour, and the government is inflicting it upon the people of Australia, the small business people, the farmers, those people who keep the lights on, our miners, and indeed it is a budget which has caused so much hardship, so much heartache, particularly in regional Australia. And last week, Prime Minister, I know you're interjecting on me, and I'll take the interjection. But last week, why did you spend $430 million buying more water out of productive use for our farmers that could have used to grow food?
Member for Maribyrnong has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This country has always relied on early childhood educators, but you wouldn't know it from what they've been paid. Our government is changing that, and last week committed a further $3.6 billion to secure the 15% pay rise into the future. We're backing a workforce, a profession that has been underpaid and undervalued and simply too long brushed aside as glorified babysitters. And unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, we heard this tired old view just recently again at the National Press Club, the idea that you shouldn't need, and I quote, some sort of qualification to look after a child. Well, as a parent, and I know many parents stand with me, we utterly reject this notion, as does this government. Because every parent who has seen the difference that their child's educator has made in either their son or their daughter's life knows exactly how fundamental this work is. A qualification, the skills and training, is what keeps our children safe and what makes sure the quiet one, the anxious one, the one bursting with questions, they each get exactly what they need. Educators have been fighting to be recognised and valued for decades, and I'm proud to stand with them and their union, United Workers Union, every step of the way. And now I'm proud to be a member of a government that has delivered for educators the pay rise that they deserve, but who are also recognised there's more work to do. To every early childhood educator out there, I see you, our government values you, and will keep delivering for you.
Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Australians have one simple question for this Prime Minister. When will the Prime Minister stop breaking his promises and actually start telling the truth to the Australian people? Because after 4 years of the Albanese government, the family budgets of everyday Australians are going backwards with a severe decline in living standards. The Prime Minister promised before the election that Australians would be better off under this government. It's just another broken promise from a Prime Minister who is allergic to telling the truth to the Australian people. The Prime Minister told Australians 50 times. He told Australians 50 times that he wouldn't change capital gains tax and negative gearing. When the Prime Minister fell off a stage, he said, "No, I stepped back one step, I didn't fall off the stage." And Australians are still waiting for the $275 reduction in power bills the Prime Minister promised 97 times. Who would believe another promise this Prime Minister makes now? This is a Prime Minister who was elected on deceit, on broken promises and trickery, and now he's doing deals with the Greens to ram his budget of broken promises and higher taxes through the Parliament. The budget confirmed the great deception at the heart of this government. The Prime Minister also said to the Australian people, "My word is my bond and I won't BS people." Prime Minister, when will you actually start telling...
Deputy Speaker, the housing market in Australia has been broken for too long, but this Labor government is taking action. The Albanese government is delivering a fairer tax system for working Australians so that more first-home buyers are able to get into a home of their own, and it builds on the work that we've already done. In my electorate of Hughes in southern Sydney, 965 people have used a 5% deposit to own their first home. That's almost 1,000 people building a better life for their family and taking ownership stakes in homes from Menai to Macquarie Fields. We know that housing isn't the only cost of living pressure that families are facing. It's why we're taking action on energy too. Our Cheaper Home Batteries program has helped almost 4,000 households in my community reduce their energy bills with a solar battery of their own. It's also why we've reduced barriers to seeing a GP, with after those opposite maintained a decade of freeze on GP bulk billing rates. This government is focused on serious reform to help families in my community with the cost of living, while the three right-wing parties opposite focus on how to divide modern Australia. After a decade of neglect, our community now has 23 Medicare bulk billing practices, a majority of clinics across my community. And after they see a GP, they're saving money on scripts, with $13,351,481 on PBS medications saved since 2022 in my community under this government's Cheaper Medicines policy. We're delivering for communities right across Australia. They're focused on division across modern Australia.
Now, I know this might be rehearsal for question time, and I'm going to ask all that interjection to please stop. I'm giving the call to the Deputy Leader in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, before the last election, the Prime Minister ruled out changes to taxes. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. In his own words, he ruled out tax changes 50 times. The Prime Minister was clear as day, no new taxes. And people took him at his word because apparently his word is his bond. The Australian people trust him. And how did the Prime Minister repay their trust? He betrayed them with an attack on aspiration. He betrayed them with a war on creative, hard-working, risk-taking Australians. And Labor's budget revealed the truth, that there are new taxes on housing, new taxes on small business, new taxes on savings, new taxes on startups, new taxes on families, new taxes on the people who build up Australia, the pioneers, the risk-takers, the nation builders. And Labor's new taxes will send our best talent overseas. Labor has kick-started a massive brain drain, and we will pay the price in prosperity. But we've learned something else, and it's that this Prime Minister will say anything to stay in power.
That's what he'll do.
And that approach has consequences. Australians will pay more taxes, we will all be less productive, less competitive and less secure. Australians will be poorer and our nation will be weaker. But the worst part of all of this is that the Labor government has no plan or ambition for Australia. Even with the world changing around us, we see no vision, no drive and no ticker. Only new taxes and trust, broken trust from this Prime Minister.
Call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my family came to this country as a mix of migrants and refugees. Some spoke English, some didn't. Some held citizenships, some were stateless. But all of my family understood the rights, freedoms and opportunities that Australia afforded were precious. All worked hard every single day to create a life for our family and to give back to our incredible country. And yet none forgot the countries and the history that shaped who they are. Because the beauty of Australia is that they never had to. Australia is the greatest country on earth, not despite our multiculturalism, but because of it. Australia is a rich tapestry of cultures, faiths and traditions. It has made us more diverse, more resilient, more appealing and more prosperous. And just like my families, thousands of others around the country have also given back, and it is why we need to make sure that they have access to the basics so they can give everything back to our country, like access to buy their family a home, access to see a doctor, access to world-class education. Speaker, we don't need to imagine what a monocultural Australia is. We have lived it, and we have said that we should never live it again. We are home to people born from 200 countries with 300 ancestries, and we speak more than 300 languages, and that is something that we should all take great pride in.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's wasteful spending is fuelling core inflation. Labor's taxes are punishing aspiration, and Australians have suffered the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world. Why are Australians continuing to pay the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank you for the question. We had inflation figures earlier today that showed a rate of 4, down from 4.2. We continue to work on cost of living as our #1 priority. And indeed, today of all days, just 1 week from when a whole lot of those measures cut in, is an appropriate time to answer a question about living standards. Because next week, every Australian worker will get a tax cut. Every worker, including a significant increase for those who are on the minimum wage. We know that those opposite were opposed to that, and we're going to repeal the legislation, just like they're saying they'll repeal the legislation that's currently before the Senate. So on July 1, next week, we have another tax cut for every single taxpayer. They get another one the following July. We get super paid on payday, important reform. Importantly, today I met with a lovely couple and the young bub who are getting the expansion of paid parental leave to a full 26 weeks and superannuation paid on paid parental leave. Something that some of the leaders of the right-wing parties over there and in the other place have said is a waste. One of the right-wing leaders has actually said that paid parental leave is bad because people will get pregnant and have a baby just to get paid parental leave. An extraordinary statement, Mr Speaker, which I don't think's been repudiated yet. We've made sure that every single one of our 137 urgent care clinics are now open, well before July 1. And they will become a permanent part of Medicare after July 1. Our 22 endo and pelvic pain clinics will be expanded to include services for menopause and perimenopause on July 1. Our record hospital funding through the National Health Reform Agreement will be delivered, $25 billion. The $20,000 instant asset write-off for small business will be made permanent. And next week will also mark 1 year since the launch of our Cheaper Home Batteries program. Our goal was 1 million batteries by 2030. We've seen an extraordinary 450,000 installed. Families and small businesses permanently cutting their power bills. And we'll deliver next week our ban on supermarket price gouging. All of these measures about cost of living, all of them showing what the priorities of this government are, all of them opposed by those opposite.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs. What does the official opening of the atrium and Anzac Hall at the Australian War Memorial last night mean for Australia's commemoration of our military service?
The call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question, his important connection himself to that sacred place, the Australian War Memorial. It was wonderful to welcome so many from across our parliament to the Australian War Memorial last night to mark the official opening of Anzac Hall and the atrium, along with the Governor-General. Most importantly, we were joined by many ADF members and veterans, all with a very special connection to the memorial. The Australian War Memorial is our national home of commemoration, a sacred place. The roll of honour on the walls of the War Memorial features the names of over 103,000 Australians who have lost their lives in war, conflict and peacekeeping operations. Behind each of those names is a person and families who loved them. The Australian War Memorial shares their stories and the stories of all those who have served in our nation's uniform. This expansion of the War Memorial provides the opportunity to properly tell the stories of modern conflicts, such as Afghanistan, peacekeeping operations and the Middle East, their causes, conduct and consequences. This has been a nationally significant project supported by the opposition and government. This expansion to the War Memorial delivers on the vision of the memorial's founder, Charles Bean, for a shrine, an archive and a museum. The expansion has been achieved through the work and vision of many. There were almost 2,000 workers on the project and more than 100 of those were veterans, continuing their service through this project that commemorates their mates. And they've not just expanded what was there, they've painstakingly repaired and replaced what was needed to preserve a memorial built during the Depression for generations to come. This included also the installation of the largest geothermal system in the Southern Hemisphere to regulate the temperature in the memorial and to protect its artefacts, as well as those of us there on a cold Canberra night. Despite the scale of the construction that's taken place over the years, they've kept the doors open 365 days a year, even though through the depths of COVID, always been conscious that for anyone who seeks to visit the memorial, to learn and commemorate the service of our nation, they should be able to do so. I thank all of those that have been part of this important national project, and look forward to the final elements coming together by 2028, the pre-1914 galleries and an interactive learning centre, to make sure generations to come can learn our nation's history of service, of sacrifice, and to never forget the great cost of war, lest we forget.
And to associate to the Minister, the honourable member for Riverina on indulgence.
Thank you, Speaker, and acknowledge the Prime Minister and the Opposition Leader for making sure that all parliamentarians were able to attend what was a nationally significant event. All of us who went to that special event will remember the fine words spoken by each and everybody, but particularly Matt Anderson, the Australian War Memorial Director. He has overseen the construction of something very, very special to our nation's heart. And he's done so with COVID and with so many other setbacks, but done it he has. And there are 103,000 names of men and women too on the rolls of honour. And we should never forget that the front doors of the Parliament, indeed the Prime Minister's office right through, line up with the front doors of the War Memorial right through to the tomb of the unknown soldier. That War Memorial has been made an even more special place of remembrance because of the construction work that has gone on, and to each and every person who has had some large or small part, I say congratulations, lest we forget.
Give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Core inflation has risen from 3% to 3.6% over the last year. Under this Treasurer, interest rates have gone up 15 times, increasing the cost of a typical new mortgage by $30,000 a year. Following the Treasurer's failed budget of broken promises and higher taxes, was the Treasurer's promise of inflation has turned the corner a further broken promise, or is it just due to economic incompetence?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, nothing darkens their mood like another fall in inflation. And that's what we saw in the figures today. The second consecutive month we saw inflation go down in our economy, which is terribly inconvenient to those opposite, Mr Speaker, but a welcome outcome nonetheless, Mr Speaker. Now, there are inflationary pressures in our economy, and they're made worse by the war in the Middle East. And this is a point that has been endorsed by the Shadow Treasurer on social media this morning, actually, Mr Speaker. And what the Shadow Treasurer did, Mr Speaker, in agreeing that there are inflationary pressures out there, and we're obviously not complacent about the inflationary pressures that are still in our economy, but he conceded on social media today that the war in the Middle East has made our inflation challenge worse, Mr Speaker. I'm told that he agreed with that on social media today. But more than that, in his typically helpful way, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer has pointed out on social media this morning that inflation has come down substantially, and he attributes that to the budget settings, Mr Speaker. And I'm not saying he does that deliberately, Mr Speaker. He does that accidentally. But what he says is, he says that the war in Iran has pushed up inflation in our economy. He points out that it's come down substantially. That's also true. And in his usual ham-fisted way, he attributes that to my budget settings, Mr Speaker. I'm not sure that that was the point that he was trying to make. I'm not sure, but it is very kind of him nonetheless. I appreciate him every day, but particularly today, Mr Speaker, for making that point. Second point I'd make is this. Second point I'd make is this. If the Shadow Treasurer wants to conflate inflationary pressures in our economy.
The manager is entitled. The member for Leichhardt. The manager is entitled. The member for Hunter. When I'm speaking, do not interject. The manager on a point of order.
Speaker, it goes to relevance. Core inflation has risen from 3% to 3.6% in the last 12 months. That's what the question was about.
It was.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just in case the Manager of Opposition Business missed the question, it referred to core inflation, to interest rates, to the entire budget and to inflation again.
The order. The question did contain interest rates, the rising cost of a mortgage, and also the Treasurer's budget and tax. So there was quite a little bit more into that question than just what the manager had indicated to the House. But the Treasurer was just about to talk about an inflation, so I'm going to listen carefully to make sure that if he's talking about inflation, he's talking about the question that he was asked, not another topic. The Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about inflation and budget settings. I pointed out inflation came down again for the second consecutive month today, and I've run through all the other figures in a press conference earlier today, Mr Speaker. Now, if the Shadow Treasurer wants to say that all the inflationary pressures in our economy are about government spending, then by his own admission, the extra $110 billion in commitments that they have made over the next 4 years would mean higher inflation and higher interest rates, Mr Speaker. And so he has to choose, Mr Speaker. He has to choose, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, the final point I'd make is this. Yesterday I said that one of the reasons why the Liberal Party is dying in the arms of the opposition leader is because he's trying to out-nation one nation, and that's increasingly perspective. To be fair to him, Mr Speaker, there is a second reason why the Liberal Party is dying in his arms, and that's the member for Goldstein.
The member for Isaacs and the member for Cornwall are now warned. I'm trying to give the call to the member for Bean, and you're not helping. Give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to help Australians into a home of their own? What policies would make home ownership harder for Australians?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Bean for his question, and I want to acknowledge the fantastic advocacy that he undertakes in this parliament for his community. Speaker, there is a really important bill before our parliament. This is a bill that is going to deliver a tax cut for every single working Australian, and a bill that will help level the playing field for the first time for Australia's first home buyers. Speaker, these are urgent and important changes for our country to make. If we just step back from the political debate that we're all engaged in, at a time when home ownership rates are falling through the floor for Australia's young people, our country simply cannot keep tilting the playing field away from first home buyers. And, Speaker, that's exactly what our tax reforms are seeking to change. Now, Mr Speaker, when members vote on this legislation on Thursday, they're going to face a pretty simple choice. Who are they here to fight for? Is it working Australians and aspiring homeowners, or is it the people who already have the system stacked in their favour? Because, Speaker, for me and for the members behind me, this is not a complicated question. We are on the side of first home buyers and we are on the side of working Australians who are trying to get ahead. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternatives, and the Liberals and the Nationals have already made their choice. They did it before they even bothered to read the legislation. Speaker, they are going to come into the parliament tomorrow and they are going to vote against a tax cut for every single working Australian. And not just that, Speaker, but they're going to come into this parliament and vote against every single aspiring first home buyer in our country. Now, Speaker, that comes on top of the years that they have spent attacking everything that our government is doing to help young people get into the market. Now, Mr Speaker, I shake my head and wonder what has happened to the party of Robert Menzies. This is a party that once said that it stood up for first home ownership. Today, they are a pathetic shadow of what they once were. And, Speaker, I want to just remind you— I want to remind you—
No. The interjections coming to this minister is unacceptable. I'm not going to tolerate it. And just the yelling while she's on her feet is not on. So, everyone, just fair warning. Just want to hear what the minister is saying for the remainder of this answer.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I was just taking the parliament through where those opposite have got themselves in terms of first home buyers. And I just want to give you the list, Speaker. They want to scrap Help to Buy, a program that does nothing more than help 10,000 every year first-home owners get into the market. Speaker, they've told us that they want to wind back the 5% deposit program, a program that has helped 260,000 Australians get into a home of their own. And Speaker, now they're saying that if they win the next election, they're going to come into this parliament and they're going to choose to use taxpayer dollars to subsidise investors over first home buyers at every single auction across this country. Now, Speaker, those opposite are competing on outrage. We are focused on opportunity. They're the only ones left defending a housing system that isn't working. We're getting on with the job of making it better.
Before I call the member for McCullough, I'll just do a couple of welcomes. I'm pleased to inform the House that in the gallery today is the Honourable Enver Erdogan, Minister in the Parliament of Victoria, and also participants of the Leadership Illawarra program, a 2-year learning program for the region's emerging leaders, as guests of the member for Cunningham. As Local Government Week continues to roll through, I've got some more councillors to acknowledge today. I'll do them in batches. I won't do them all now. Councillor Jill Whittaker, the Mayor of Campbellton City Council, is with us. Councillor Dr Simone Smood, the Mayor of City of Glen Eira, and Councillor Sue Baker, the Mayor of Frankston City Council, are with us today. Give the call to the Honourable Member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Today, all of Australia's councils undertook the extraordinary step of writing to every federal parliamentarian to warn of the funding crisis affecting local governments across the country. Due to the lack of untied federal funding, councils are struggling to deliver essential services and infrastructure and resorting to large rate rises, including in my electorate of Mackellar. Councils are asking that the financial assistance grants be restored to 1% of federal taxation. Will the government consider this?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for her important question, and I hope she won't mind me also acknowledging the representatives of local government who are in the House today and in the building this week as well, Mr Speaker. I am aware of the funding ask from the local government community. It's not unusual for local governments or for other important parts of our community to be seeking additional Commonwealth funding. We are big and enthusiastic backers of local governments. We've got a wonderful minister, and Minister McBain, every one of us, big supporters of local governments, and that's because they play a vital role in providing the services and infrastructure that Australians need. And we're backing councils with new funding in the budget already, Mr Speaker. Just last week we delivered $2.9 billion in financial assistance grants for councils, for roads and other services and infrastructure, and we brought that forward to help councils manage the impact of the fuel crisis in particular. In the budget, we're boosting funding for councils and communities in a range of other ways. The $2 billion local infrastructure fund is to help local governments get more housing projects over the line. I pay tribute to the Housing Minister for that and the Infrastructure Minister. We've got an additional $780 million for thriving suburbs and growing regions programs. Brings our total investment to over $1.7 billion. We've got the Stronger Communities program, the Active Transport Fund, which is another $500 million to invest in community road safety, and that's on top of the Roads to Recovery funding. Again, pay tribute to the Transport and Infrastructure Minister for that $1 billion a year. And that's direct funding to councils to fix and upgrade local roads as well. And so, Mr Speaker, I am aware of that additional funding request. I engage with councils and local governments in good faith because we value the important work that they do in every single community represented here, but we are already providing substantial new funding for councils in the budget, which was only 6 weeks or so ago.
Call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What do today's inflation figures tell us about the cost of living pressures facing Australians? What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to help people get ahead, and what resistance has there been?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The member for Chisholm is a wonderful representative of that proud multicultural community in Melbourne that she represents so well. Mr Speaker, new figures, as I said before, from the Australian Bureau of Statistics show that headline inflation fell in both monthly and annual terms once again. today in the new data. Inflation came off substantially in the month of May, and it also moderated in annual terms, and this is the second consecutive month that we have seen inflation fall in our economy. Now, we welcome that development, but we're not complacent about that, even though today's data was much better than the market expected, much better than forecast. We do recognise that people are still under pressure in our communities and in our economy, Mr Speaker. And that's why helping with the cost of living and helping people get ahead are central priorities of this Albanese Labor government. And as the Prime Minister said a moment ago, if you just think about the real change that we are delivering next Wednesday, just the change that we are delivering from the 1st of July, more than 14 million Australians will get another tax cut from this Labor government, opposed by those opposite. The national minimum wage will increase by 6%. Modern award wages will increase by 4.75% following our submission to the annual wage review. Parents will get 26 weeks of paid parental leave, up from 24 weeks. There will be the regular indexation, Mr Speaker. There will also be Australian workers benefiting for the first time from having their super paid at the same time as their salary and their wages, Mr Speaker. There will be the new ban on excessive pricing of groceries. Now, this is on top of the substantial tax reforms that we put in the budget before the Parliament to give every working taxpayer 2 more tax cuts in the form of the Working Australian Tax Offset and the standard deduction that those opposite voted against, Mr Speaker. And it's on top of the extension to the fuel excise relief that the Prime Minister announced on the weekend as well. Now, this goes to a very important difference between this side of the House and that side of the House. This side of the House is delivering cost of living relief and delivering real change, Mr Speaker. The 3 right-wing parties over there are standing in the way of that cost of living help that we are delivering, Mr Speaker. They are all united by a divisive anti-worker agenda, every one of them, all 3 of them, Mr Speaker. But whether it's tax cuts for every taxpayer, higher wages for workers or help for first home buyers, we are on the side of workers and first home buyers on this side of the House, and those opposite are against them.
Give the call to the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Housing. Now, this morning, the Housing Minister told the ABC that the housing sector was facing
No. The member for Leichhardt will leave the chamber under 94. You don't interject while people are simply asking questions. I don't know why this is so complicated for people. It applies to both sides of the House. People asking questions will be shown respect, and we'll keep doing it if we need to. Member for Casey begins the question.
This morning, the Housing Minister told the ABC the housing sector was facing a market correction. A couple of hours later, the Treasurer said the housing sector was not facing a market correction, with auction clearance rates now at their lowest levels since the pandemic. Who is telling the truth, the Housing Minister or the Treasurer?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
I'm just laughing at how they have to egg each other on here. Great question, great question. And it's not a great question, Speaker, and I think those opposite know it.
Order.
Speaker, I want to come back to the central point here because it is a really important one. House prices in our country have risen by 400% in the last 25 years. And I just want to be really clear and direct with the Parliament. We cannot allow that to happen again for another generation. If we do, our country will be unrecognisable to us. This has already radically transformed what it means to be aspirational in our country. We've got a generation of young people who tell us repeatedly in polling that they don't think they will ever be able to afford a house in our country. Now, Speaker, any government with any sense of integrity and belief is going to stand up and do something about that.
Order. The Minister will pause. She's 1 minute into her answer. The manager, I want to hear his point of order.
On relevance, Speaker, the minister hasn't addressed the question. The question is who was telling the truth, you or the Treasurer? I know you've got a thing about corrections, but we need to hear the truth.
The Leader, I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Speaker. It's completely reasonable in response to a question like that to be talking about what's driving the prices in the market, and that's exactly what's being said.
Yeah, and the manager's entitled to raise his point of order. He is correct that the minister was asked a question at the end, but you can't selectively phrase bits of the question that you like. Unfortunately, if it's all in there, the minister's going to have a go probably at all parts of the question, but I'll just make it be directly relevant. She has had a preamble. I'm going to ask her to return to the question.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think we see that point of order getting taken because they don't like to hear the reality of what they've done to themselves. And that is, Speaker, that they are the last people in this country standing who can't see that this housing market is broken. And I'd say to you again, Speaker, if only those opposite had done something about this problem in the 9 years that they sat on the Treasury benches, then we might be in a different position, but you chose not to. What you chose to do...
Look, the member for Casey, the member for Maranoa, the member for Herbert, the manager and the Leader of the Opposition, all simply yelling at once is not going to get the answer you want and is not going to help the parliament. So can I just ask everyone here, from the member for Goldstein down, to just take a breath. No one else is yelling as much as everyone else is here in the front row. Just I need everyone, particularly when the minister's on her feet, just to... And if the minister can help the House also by returning to the question, and just... the House will be a lot better for it. Minister.
Speaker, instead of choosing to do something about this problem, they so vacated the field that they chose for the majority of their 9 years in government to not even bother having a Commonwealth Housing Minister. And, Speaker, in that time, in 9 years, in 9 long years around our country, I want to remind the parliament how many social and affordable homes they built. 373, Speaker. That is a national outrage. Speaker, we've got people across that side of the parliament who think that they speak for regional Australia. Well, they chose to build not a single social and affordable home across the entirety of regional and rural Australia. Now, we take a different view. We see the pain this is causing in the lives of the people, not just that we represent, Speaker, but the people that they represent opposite us. And that's why we're standing up and we're acting. We are pulling every lever that the Commonwealth has available to us. And I'd say again to those opposite, it is going to be an inauspicious and short leadership under the member for Hume. I can see that. Let's hope that the leader that follows him takes a different approach to the housing matter.
Before I call the member for Brisbane, I'll do some more welcomes to local councillors. We're joined today by Councillor Sophie Tan, the Mayor of the City of Greater Dandenong, Councillor Stephen Kuman, the Mayor of the City of Casey, Councillor Bilal Al-Hayek, the Mayor of Canterbury Bankstown, and Councillor Paige Kennett, the Mayor of Knox City Council, and Kevin Lamb and councillors from the Fairfield City Council. Give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering higher wages? Who has stood in the way of higher wages for Australians?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Brisbane for that question, but for her ongoing advocacy to get wages moving for Australians. Now, this Labor government is absolutely committed to boosting the pay packets for everyday hard-working Australians. Our government has advocated year on year for a wage increase to our lowest paid workers that rely on minimum award wages. We have legislated to protect penalty and overtime rates for modern award-reliant workers. And of course, we've prioritised fixing a broken bargaining system to improve wages especially for undervalued feminised sectors of the economy like in early education. Now, as the Prime Minister has said on so many occasions, early childhood educators deserve more than our thanks. They deserve a pay rise. And that is why the Albanese government continues to back our early educators by locking in a 15% pay rise. Now, Liz, an early educator, said that this pay increase, and I quote, makes a lot of difference so that we can stay in the industry for longer because it's good pay. Now, this Labor government has put gender equality at the heart of the workplace relations system by making it an object of the Fair Work Act, ensuring more women are getting fairer pay for the work that they do. Our laws led to historic wage increases for our aged care workers, most of who are women.
Order.
Our government backed and funded these pay rises to recognise the important work they do. And I'm pleased to report to the House the gender pay gap is now at its record lowest on record, at 11.5%. Now, Speaker, I am asked about who has tried to stand in the way of our plan to get wages moving. Well, of course, it's the three right-wing parties over there. The Liberals, the Nationals, One Nation have stood in the way of our efforts to get wages moving. Together they've opposed our minimum award wage advocacy. Together they voted against higher wages for early educators and aged care. And together they voted to erode penalty rates in this country. And what would have been the cost to ordinary workers if the three right-wing parties got their way? Well, evidence published in news.com today demonstrates that an aged care worker would be $20,000 worse off if those opposite got their way. It is clear that it is only Labor that stands up for ordinary workers in this country, and let's ensure that they are protected from these three right-wing parties.
The call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The member for Lyne has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. A new report shows the Prime Minister saved around $200,000 on the sale of 3 investment properties under existing capital gains tax rules. In last month's budget, the Prime Minister broke his promise and changed those rules. Given the Prime Minister's investment success, can he explain why it's fair for him to personally pocket $200,000 and then pull up this ladder of opportunity from millions of aspirational Australians?
Order. I'm ruling that question out of order. It is not within the standing orders, and it is not the minister's within ministerial responsibility. I'm moving to the next question. The member for Bonner has the call. No, the member for Bonner has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the government's efforts to end violence against women and children?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bonner for her question. And we know that she is one of the people, and I accept that it's right across the parliament here, who understand that violence against women and children is a national scourge. It shatters too many families, it devastates too many communities. One life lost to violence is one too many. With advocates and frontline workers, we've worked hard to make a difference, with better services and better laws, and we have seen some progress, but we know there is so much more to do. At last Monday's National Cabinet meeting, I put this on the agenda for the next face-to-face meeting, so we can have a report back from states and territories about the progress that has been made as a result of the face-to-face special meeting of the National Cabinet that I convened during the last term to deal with these issues. We are listening to experts, to frontline workers and victim survivors as we consult on the second national plan to end violence against women and children. And that work is being led by the Minister for Social Services in partnership, particularly with the Minister for Women in the other place. Since 2022, we have delivered a record $4.4 billion to tackle family, domestic and sexual violence. 1,400 organisations have been funded, helping almost 500,000 Australians. We've made the Leaving Violence payment permanent, helping nearly 20,000 people have been assisted to leave a violent situation. 10 days paid domestic and family violence leave is now law. We've recruited over 500 new frontline domestic, family and sexual violence workers. This was a commitment that I made as Leader of the Opposition during the term in which I held that office. And we've invested $1 billion in more crisis and transitional accommodation for women and children fleeing family and domestic violence. And given that so much violence does start online, a social media ban for under 16s, along with restricting AI notify apps and stalking tools, is important here. But there will be more to do. As AI continues to become more widespread, this is a challenge for all of us as decision makers, but importantly, it's a challenge for all of us as a society. Men have an important role to play in supporting women and children in this situation and calling out behaviour from fellow men. We all have a part in addressing this issue and taking action. Every one of us must work together to end violence against women and children towards a future that is better, that is safer, a future without violence, which will be a better society for all of us.
And on indulgence, the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to associate the Coalition with the Prime Minister's words. Sadly, it's our electorate officers that are often the front line of domestic violence, and the number of women that have sat in my office in tears trying to seek a safe place. And it shouldn't be like that. It doesn't matter how much money we are throwing at this issue, it is not going away. And it is our role, every single member in this place, to do more, to listen to those families that are doing it so tough. And the Coalition, although we don't agree on everything, will stand there with the government to try to do our best in our generation to end violence against women and children. Thank you.
Give the call to the honourable member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. A new report shows the Prime Minister saved around $200,000 on the sale of 3 investment properties under existing capital gains tax rules. In last month's budget, the Prime Minister broke his promise and changed those rules. Given the Prime Minister's investment success, can he explain why it's fair for him to make $200,000 and then pull up this ladder of opportunity from millions of aspirational Australians?
I'll hear from the Leader of the House. We'll get through this. Yep.
Mr Speaker, I refer to Standing Order 100C, that questions must not reflect on or be critical of the character or conduct of, and it goes through a range of categories, including every member here, their conduct. And there are certain things that can only be challenged. They can be challenged in the House, but only on a substantive motion. That's reflected on page 555 of practice.
Order. We're just going to hear the Leader of the House and then I'll hear the manager as well. But I'd like everyone to be silent on this matter so I can hear and make informed decisions.
And similar reference on page 555 of practice, which refers to the private affairs of a minister, which follows with minister's conduct can only be challenged on a substantive motion. It's been the case, always been the case here.
Yes, and I'll hear now from the manager.
So there's a number of points why this is in order, Speaker. First, the Prime Minister has made statements in this House previously on this matter, including on the 14th of May 2026. It's always been held by Speakers past. It's confirmed in practice and has been argued by the now Leader of the House that questions are allowed to be asked of ministers about statements they have made in this place. Secondly, as the Leader of the House knows, Standing Order 98C says questions can be asked to ministers provided they are officially connected to the matters of public affairs. The question directly references a media report, actually 2 media reports, which goes to the Prime Minister's handling of taxation policy. Obviously, it stands to reason that there wouldn't be such a report if he wasn't the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister wants to dispute elements of the question, he can do so, but members should be entitled to raise questions about the interaction between tax policy and a minister's own arrangements, which I note also goes to the operation of the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
This is different from the earlier question because it's been rephrased. I was not happy with the direct imputive of the motive for the last question, but this is about a media report and I've checked that. But the Leader of the House, it says, is not in order for questions to reflect on or be critical of the character, hear me out, conduct of a private affairs of a minister. And on page 554, also when it lists the form and content of question relating to a minister's public responsibilities, matters of a private nature not related to the public duties of a minister. But the question has been phrased. I just want to tell the House I'm not comfortable with this kind of language because you open up a can of worms for everyone to be criticised on their own personal, discussing personal affairs. And that's the issue. Leader of the Opposition, I'm going to allow the question, but I'm just going to remind the House that I like language to be not personal in its nature, to be on the subject and the topic. The member for Lyne has rephrased her question. I thank her for that. Prime Minister has been asked this question. He can answer it in a very broad manner because about the media reports there, and he may have additional information for the House. But I'll give him some latitude regarding the leeway that the question was asked. The Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I haven't seen the media report, but someone in the media weeks ago was good enough to forward to me the document that was provided by the Liberal Party to them with details. Before
Order. Member McNamara.
The
member for Mitchell.
Before they chose not to run the article because of its nature and its inaccuracies. I simply say this, Mr. Speaker, that all of my arrangements have been declared appropriately. What we are doing here when it comes to housing is wanting to make sure that just as I had the opportunity way back in my 20s to own my own home over my head when I purchased a property to save the researchers in Beecham Street, Marrickville, I want young Australians and people who are now in their 20s and in their 30s to have the same opportunity. And the truth is...
Members on my left.
The truth is
Member for Lyne.
that I didn't inherit wealth. What I did was work hard, work hard, save for a deposit and buy my own home.
The Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting immediately.
If the Leader of the Opposition wanted to participate, he could have asked the question, Mr. Speaker. I make that point. But he didn't have the ticker. Gave it to someone up the back. So I make this point. That Paula Pearce, a real estate agent in Griffith, has said this about someone who bought a unit on the weekend. Her and her partner in their 20s and it's their first home. She told me she had always loved the complex. First home buyers in their mid to late 20s dominated inspection numbers. In the electorate of Fraser in Melbourne, Justin Lusu, the selling agent, 4 active bidders, all young professionals, first home buyers, took part in the auction. In Banks, the electorate of the member for Banks, a first home buyer outbid 7 other parties in Mortdale on Saturday. The successful bidder was a young man buying his first home. He intends to move in. Mr Speaker, we are the party of aspiration. We are the party that want Australians to have access to their own home.
Mallee. Member for
Those
Barker.
opposite show just how desperate they are.
Give the call to the member for Dangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government invest in defence, delivering well-paid, secure jobs after a wasted decade in the defence industry? Thank you.
Give a call to the Minister for Defence and Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for his question and acknowledge the incredible and proud way that he represents the beautiful suburbs of Tangi in this parliament. And Mr Speaker, I got a bit of a taste of that last week when I went with the honourable member to visit a company in his electorate, Australian Safety Engineers in Canning Vale. ASE makes breathing apparatus and air compressors they supply to our special forces. They built an incredible unit which was used at the docking of HMS Anson, the UK Astute-class submarine which visited HMAS Stirling in February-March this year for its successful maintenance period. ASC mainly supplies to the Defence Force. It's not a large company. It has about 30 employees, but in the field in which it operates, it is absolutely world-class. Now, we are building very large industrial sites like the Osborne Naval Shipyard and Henderson, where thousands of people are employed, but so much of Australia's defence industry now is small and medium businesses which have incredible capability that is supporting our Defence Force. And they are benefiting from the fact that in the last 2 financial years we have had the 2 biggest spends on record in defence procurement. And in the financial year that we are in right now, that will finish next week, that spend will be even bigger again. Since coming to office, we've seen employment in defence manufacturing increase by 11%. And that's because we now have a clear strategic direction. We are building a defence force in accordance with that, and we're putting real dollars behind that build. Now, that could not be more different from the way in which the Liberals ran defence during their wasteful decade, because they presided over $42 billion of unfunded defence commitments. And that meant that a full quarter of what defence was expected to procure, it had no money for. An absolute disgrace. The Liberals were really big on defence press releases, but they went completely missing when it came to following that through with action. And as it turns out, press releases don't employ people, defence industry does. Well, Australia's defence industry well knows that under this Prime Minister, they have a government which is backing them in supporting the Australian Defence Force in keeping Australians safe.
Before I call the member for May, I'll do my final welcomes for local government. We have Councillor Jeff Marriott from the Yarra Ranges Council, a delegation of Wellington Shire councillors from the electorate of Gippsland, Councillor Tim McMahon and Councillor Edwina Buckwa from the Toowoomba Regional Council. And finally, councillors from the City of Darwin, Councillor Sam Weston, Councillor Jimmy Boris and Councillor Shani Carson. Give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In South Australia, we're dealing with the effects of the algal bloom, and it's now reported in the media we had 2 suspected cases of H5N1 bird flu. Such an outbreak, much like the algal bloom, would risk environmental, tourism and agriculture communities. What rapid support will be provided to any impacted primary producers, tourism operators and environmental groups?
Give a call to the Prime Minister.
The member for her question, and as she'd be aware, with the algal bloom, we worked very closely with the Malinowskis government to provide support for industry but also to provide the sort of research that, frankly, will help not just people in South Australia, but indeed world-leading research to deal with the challenge that came from the algal bloom. I visited Kangaroo Island in the members' electorate to see firsthand the issues, and I met with local fishers and local producers as well in the primary sector. That's what our government does. When a challenge happens, we work across the board with industry, with different levels of government, and I certainly worked with and the member and I had conversations at that time. We'll continue to work on this challenge as well, and I'd ask the Minister to update the House.
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Ministry for Forestry.
To the Prime Minister for handing that over in terms of the update on bird flu, and I thank the local member for her interest. She, like many members in this place, are obviously concerned about this not unexpected but still concerning development in relation to the H5 bird flu detections. What I can say is, of course, is I've been really clear that we can't stop the spread of this globally because we can't stop migratory birds coming to Australia, but what we can do is be prepared, and that's exactly what we've done with our early investments, the over $113 million that we have invested in preparedness. And we've done this really closely with the states and territories. We already have agreements in place with states and territories for biosecurity incursions, and we already have one in place particularly for bird flu incursions. So we have already come to those arrangements and provided monies to states and territories to be prepared, as I said in this place earlier in the week. That has helped them in terms of their laboratory testing, in terms of surveillance equipment, and in terms of a whole range of equipment that they need on the ground to respond. So that has already been provided to states and territories as part of that $113 million. I have today been on the phone to both the Western Australian Minister for Agriculture and the South Australian Minister for Primary Industries in relation to the bird flu and the cooperation that we have been having with their governments, and we continue to work very, very closely with both the Cook and the Malinauskas governments in relation to these detections. Can I say that they're undertaking testing in their jurisdictions, as you would expect, given the calls and the publicity. We have had an increased number of reports, and they are triaging those reports, and then they're doing local testing, and then if anything comes up, they then go to the CSIRO lab for confirmatory testing. As I've indicated, we have had 2 confirmatory testing from the Western Australian region in terms of those 2 migratory birds, and I was informed just before question time we have had another positive test from the CSIRO lab, and I'll be receiving an update from the Chief Veterinary Officer straight after question time, and then I'll provide an update to the public, as you would expect us to do. But again, I do want to thank the public for their diligence.
Call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering critical defence capability at the same time as creating jobs for Australians? How does this compare to what the government inherited?
Call to the Minister for Defence Industry and the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs.
I thank the member for Spence for his question and his strong advocacy for defence industry and jobs in his electorate. Speaker, delivering for Australians today and setting Australians up for a more secure future is the government's top priority. And a critical part of that is building our sovereign defence industry so that we can produce the capabilities we need to keep us safe right here at home. And I'm pleased to inform the House that since coming to government, defence industry jobs in SA have increased by 40%. 40%. High-skilled jobs in trades, engineering and research, supporting the development of world-leading capabilities, building bright futures for South Australian families and supporting a future made in Australia. And this future is even more bright this week after the announcement of the biggest defence export deal ever, with a $2.5 billion deal to sell the Dawn radar to Canada. This will support 1,000 jobs, many of them in the member for Spencer's electorate. But our investment is not just limited to SA. We've also signed a $1 billion export deal to sell Boxer combat reconnaissance vehicles to Germany, supporting over 1,000 direct and indirect jobs, mostly in your electorate, Mr Speaker. Or the $7 billion we're putting into advanced counter-drone capabilities, starting with contracts for AIM Defence for their lasers and SciPark for their kamikaze drones. We've built a factory that is producing the world-leading ghost sharks right now in Sydney, creating just under 1,000 direct and indirect jobs. And last week I christened the first of 40 new Blue Bottle drone boats built in Morisset in the Memphis Hunters electorate.
Order.
When complete, the fleet of 55 Blue Bottles will be the largest fleet of autonomous surface vessels in the world. Speaker, these aren't isolated examples. Our record investment in defence is leading to an expansion of our sovereign defence industry. Defence manufacturing output has grown by 35% since we came to government. And as the Deputy Prime Minister said, defence manufacturing jobs have grown by 11% last year alone. 11%. And Speaker, this compares to the chaos and spin of the last Liberal government.
Order.
Defence manufacturing fell by 18%, while consultants grew by 15%. This was typical of a government that was all announcement and zero delivery, all red carpets and Top Gun music. They produced media releases. We're producing missiles.
The member for Herbert.
They built consultancies. We're building drones. They closed shipyards. We're opening factories. Only Labor can be trusted with defence.
Order. The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. According to media reports, the Minister for Housing negatively geared an investment property which was sold in 2023 for $1.375 million. And in the last month's budget, the government broke its promise and changed the negative gearing rules. Can the Minister explain why it's fair and financially sensible for her to have benefited from access to negative gearing and then to pull up this ladder of opportunity from millions of aspirational Australians?
Order. The Minister for Housing has the call.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Flinders for her question, but I will say I respect her and this is beneath her. It is truly beneath her. As was the question from the member for Lyne.
The Minister will pause. We'll deal with this. Has the manager got a point of order?
I thought you were going to deal with it, Speaker, so you're impugning motive on the person asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Order. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a long bow, that point of order, but yeah, you know, if you're going to ask that question involving a minister's own arrangements, which I've already told the House I'm not particularly comfortable with because it just opens up this can of worms where, as I mentioned yesterday, dignity and respect of the House is important. So, fair go, Manager. If you're going to ask that question, the Minister is quite rightly going to respond in, I think, a fairly forceful way. She's entitled to do so, so she has the call.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Speaker, the reforms that are before the Parliament with regard to housing are not about the 150 people that sit in this chamber. They're about the 28 million outside of this chamber. And, Speaker, I think that the member is trying to make a point that she feels is about hypocrisy. But I tell you what would really be hypocritical. It would be a person like me who is lucky enough to live in the home that I own, creating a system and perpetuating a system that leaves behind the generation coming.
The member for Cowper's going to have to leave the chamber. He heard, like everyone else, me say, you're on a warning. And I don't know why someone is saying, well done. It's not a badge of honour to be disrespectful. Whoever said, well done, is not respecting this House. It's not a prize or a badge. It's a mark of disrespect. The Minister will continue.
Speaker, again, what is truly hypocritical here is the group of people who sit opposite me, the vast majority of whom own their own home, many of whom own investment properties, and who are continuing to lock generations of young people out of the housing market.
Order.
Now, Speaker, it's really quite simple. you're either on the side of change and you're on the side of first home buyers, or you're the last man standing defending a broken housing market in our country. And we're all going to get the choice on Thursday to come back into the parliament and to express again our views on this issue. And I tell you what the Labor Party will be doing. The Labor Party will be coming into this parliament and we will be voting for a tax cut for every single one of Australia's 13 million workers. And we will be voting to create a fairer housing market for Australians. And I say again to those opposite, you must be blind if you cannot see how much our broken housing market is hurting Australians. How can you be coming into this House again and again defending the status quo and saying that nothing needs to change? I've spoken to the parliament before, Speaker, about the fact that a low-income young person in our country today is half as likely to own their own home than they were in the year that I was born. And you know what those opposite want to do about that? Precisely nothing. Well, we have a different point of view, Speaker. We see how much pain this is causing Australians, and to Australians who are watching at home, I want to say to you directly, we see you. We see the pain this is causing for you. We see you doing all the right things and trying to get ahead and not being able to do so. That is why we are standing up and making a change, and if those opposite had any concern for the housing needs of Australians, they would come with us.
Order. 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 The Minister for Social Services. We'll hear from the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave, and what are the risks to this?
Good call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. And it was so lovely to see the member for Canberra this morning with beautiful little baby Joseph, and we had baby Augie and baby Zoe visiting us this morning as well. Talking about the fact that in a week's time, paid parental leave will increase again for Australian families from the 1st of July. Before the Rudd and Gillard governments, it's hard to remember that before the Rudd and Gillard governments, Australia was one of the very few developed countries in the world that didn't have a paid parental leave scheme. Labor introduced it, Labor built it, and it's Labor that continues to expand it. From the 1st of July, so next week, parents with new little beautiful babies will get more time off with those babies. So we're going to that full 6 months of paid parental leave. They'll receive more money. The actual rate week on week is going up, so they'll receive more than $1,000 a week when they're home with their babies. And of course, since last year, those parents on paid parental leave have been getting superannuation, so that they don't see that big gender pay gap in super as well. And of course, more people will be eligible as well as we increase the thresholds for eligibility. Thanks to this Labor government under this Prime Minister, families will receive almost $30,000 during that 6 months of paid leave, more than doubling what they were getting under those opposite. But those opposite, of course, have always been a bit of a mixed picture when it comes to paid parental leave. The former Treasurer, Joe Hockey, he called mothers double dippers on Mother's Day. The former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, called them rorters. And the member for Goldstein, of course, he said it's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic. And now we've got...
Order. The Minister will pause. The member for Lindsay on a point of order.
Of course, on relevance, there was no mention of the coalition, and the coalition, in fact, has support.
Resume your seat. And no one heard that end bit because that wasn't within the standing orders. And once I say resume your seat, no one hears what you're saying, so that's fine. But yeah, the person next to you can, but no one else can. The question was about what are the risks to this policy. All right, well, we'll listen carefully and I'll hear what the Minister has to say and see what she says. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member for Goldstein doesn't. And now we've got Pauline Hanson and One Nation saying that they want to strip away workers' rights and roll back paid parental leave. Since 2017, Senator Hanson has been saying she doesn't support paid parental leave. More than a decade ago, she said that women get themselves pregnant for the money. And more recently, a couple of weeks ago, she said they have the equipment, that's what they're here for. And then when she was asked at the press club if she supported it, twice the ABC checked with her, she said she didn't support it, but now that she's had pushback from Australian families, suddenly she's on board. Well, someone who has been opposed to paid parental leave for a decade, now saying, oh, no, I don't, no, they misunderstood me when I said again and again that I don't support it. No one believes it. If Australians, and we know they do, Australians want paid parental leave, it's only Labor that backs it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Minister for Workplace Relations. The government's Workplace Relations Bill would allow the Commonwealth to legally discriminate against businesses without an enterprise agreement or those without a union named. But a not dissimilar scheme in Victoria was found by the Watson report to have been used by the CFMU, costing taxpayers billions and supporting organised crime and weaponised. So my question is, how can these provisions be a good idea from either the point of view of preventing corruption or getting value for money for government spending?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her question. Go through a couple of elements of her question. Firstly, I would say that our reforms in the bill will allow the Commonwealth Government spending to support secure jobs and fair working conditions by preferencing enterprise agreements negotiated in good faith and are genuinely agreed where appropriate to do so. Enterprise agreements are a transparent and effective way of delivering secure jobs and fair conditions for workers, as well as flexibility and productivity for employers. Importantly, the bill does not impose any obligations on the Commonwealth to do anything such as require an enterprise agreement. When it comes to construction, though, there has been no government that has taken more action to stamp out corruption in the construction industry than this government. In recognition of that, as we're developing our Secure Jobs Code, we have recognised a different approach is required in construction. And that is why, at the same time as I announced this bill, I also announced the Construction Code consultation that will clearly outline what good behaviour looks like when we, as the Commonwealth, procure in the construction industry. So, I have to say, we are doing a lot of diligent work. We are working through the National Construction Industry Forum, which is a tripartite forum. Our government has taken tripartism very seriously. We are not shutting out employers, we're not shutting out unions, we are bringing people together. And that is why the bill is called the Cooperative Workplaces Bill, because this is very important, and no other government, as I said, has taken this issue as seriously as we have, and I'm happy to work with the member in the future to make sure we get those good outcomes that workers deserve, that taxpayers deserve, and that we will work towards.
Call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for local governments across Australia, and what approaches would leave local government worse off?
Call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, the Minister for Local Government and the Minister for Territories.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Barton, someone who has served her community as a member of the Georges River Council, a strong advocate for local council as well. And can I shout out all of the mayors and councillors who have been in Canberra this week for the National General Assembly. There's some mayors from the Eyre Peninsula up there behind us. I know there was mayor and councillors from Cocos, Keeling Island behind us too, which I know the member for Lingiari was keen on. It was a real honour to stand with local governments on Monday night at the National Awards. talking about the incredible work that they're doing in their local communities, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many local councils across the country this week. They play a critical and trusted role providing services in our communities, and we know our communities rely on those. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government has a long-standing commitment to local councils, and our budget reaffirms that. We've committed over $3.6 billion through financial assistance grants, and that's an increase of over 5% from last year. And how does that compare with other options? Well, I heard the member for Park say it's not enough. Well, he might want to remember that when those opposite were in government, they froze indexation on financial assistance grants, ripping $1 billion out of the sector that provides services and infrastructure in communities that our members rely on. We want to help communities who have got cash flow pressures now, which is why we've advanced financial assistance grants. And in the budget, we've committed $2 billion through our local infrastructure fund, and that's on top of the $1.5 billion from the housing support program in the last term. Things that fund footpaths, cycleways, lighting, bridges, culverts, stormwater, drainage works, water and wastewater infrastructure. We've doubled Roads to Recovery to $1 billion a year to support every local council to build, maintain and upgrade roads. There's $200 million through our Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program. $150 million to our road black spot funding, targeting significant measures that do great work in our local communities. Last week, $3.5 million in road safety upgrades were announced across Tassie. This includes $437,000 for a new roundabout in Devonport. These investments help communities right across the country because our government is all about delivering programs, services and infrastructure that support local communities, because supporting local communities is something that this side of the House is all about. We won't rip money out of a local government sector like those opposite did the last time they were in government.
Prime Minister.
Ask that further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
I thank that. As ministers leave, there are, I promise, my final local government representatives acknowledgement. Councillor Janet Swain from Byron Shire Council, Mayor Andrew McLeod from Elliston Shire Council and Mayor Jeff Churchill from Tumby Bay Regional Council. The member for Goldstein has indicated, does he claim to be misrepresented?
I do indeed, Speaker.
You may proceed.
In question time today, once again, the Treasurer has misled the House, stating, quote, the Shadow Treasurer has pointed out on social media this morning that inflation has come down substantially, and he attributes that to the budget settings. I will point out the social media post in which he refers, which says, quote, inflation data out, pre-Iran inflation was 3.7%. Iran lifted it to 4.6%. Today, it is 4%. Jim Chalmers' spending addiction is the inflation culprit. It was too high before Iran, and Australia has been left with an inflation problem. And I seek leave to table the tweet or the ex-post to inform the accuracy of the House and to correct the dishonesty of the Treasurer.
It doesn't provide for tabling. It doesn't. Yeah.
No, the member for Goldstone, just take that back. You're not going to start that behaviour. Just resume your seat. The House has given you the courtesy. Don't push the friendship, honestly. Oh. Okay. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 41 of 2025-26 entitled Department of the Treasury's Readiness to Implement the Scams Prevention Framework, Department of the Treasury. I also present the report of the Parliamentary Service Commissioner incorporating the report of the Parliamentary Service Merit Protection Commissioner for 2024-2025. Give the call to the Leader of the House for the papers.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Warringah proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the urgent need for the government to ensure AI data centres are built on Australia's terms by managing local community impacts mandating developers to fund clean energy, transmission and water infrastructure, and ensuring the benefits of AI are shared across society. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. AI data centres are not just warehouses full of servers. They are the physical infrastructure of the future economy. Like all transformative technology, AI presents extraordinary opportunities alongside significant risks that must be managed. But data centres draw on our energy system, water resources and local communities. If global hyperscalers want access to Australian resources, they must help build the clean energy, transmission and water infrastructure their projects depend upon. The government's data centre voluntary expectations document is a start, but expectations are simply not enough. They should be mandatory, enforceable and transparent. AI is often viewed as software, but the technology that enables it has profound impacts on the physical world. Demand is accelerating rapidly as generative AI expands and more advanced agentic systems emerge. This presents a genuine opportunity for Australia. We have abundant renewable resources and world-class research institutions. If AI infrastructure is built here, we gain a seat at the table where the rules, standards and governance frameworks of the AI age are being written, rather than leaving those decisions to others and other nations. But the risks are equally real. The Clean Energy Finance Corporation has warned data centres could account for up to 11% of Australia's electricity consumption by 2035. Without matching investment in new generation, storage and transmission, households and businesses will face higher costs and our net zero ambitions will become harder to achieve. Communities are also raising legitimate concerns about land use, noise and environmental impacts. The key question is whether Australia is prepared to set the rules before the concrete is poured on new centres and the cables are laid. There currently is simply insufficient protections in place for Australian communities. The government's expectations document points in the right direction, but it is an expectation document. It has no bite and no strength to it. It doesn't actually provide any protections to the Australian people. Major AI data centres should proceed only where developers can demonstrate they will bring the necessary infrastructure with them. Households should not subsidise hyperscalers. But this debate is about also more than just energy, water and planning approvals. The other question is sovereignty and the right to scrape public data, and make sure that appropriate remuneration and sovereign control over our Australian data is ensured. Foreign laws such as US Cloud Act can extend beyond national borders. Australia should welcome AI investment, but critical data and infrastructure must remain governed by Australian law. This means stronger standards, audit rights and encryption controls. AI is also built on data, much of it created through human effort, journalism, writing, creative, music, film, image, culture. A practical licensing or levy framework can support innovation while ensuring creators share in the value they help generated. We cannot let this become another situation where an Australian resource, our public data, is used for profit by others without proper remuneration domestically. So that practical licensing or levy framework must be established. As a high-skilled, service-based economy, Australia is particularly exposed to AI-driven disruption across professional industries. If we get this wrong, and this is on the Albanese government, productivity gains will flow to a small number of global technology companies while Australian workers carry the disruption. The challenge of AI is that by the time regulators understand today's technology, tomorrow's technology has already arrived. We should be honest that the social impacts of AI are not yet fully knowable. AI will affect more than productivity. It will shape how people learn, work, trust, form relationships and participate in civic life. The lesson from social media is a non-independent AI safety institute with inadequate separation from the Department of Industry and far less technical expertise than its US and UK counterparts leaves Australia dangerously exposed. That is why Australia must ensure the AI age is built on our terms with safeguards and for our people, not just focusing, as I understand the Minister has, roundtables are seeking to ensure investment but not the protections necessary for the Australian people.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Warringah for this matter of public importance. And I thank her and many members of the crossbench for the way they've engaged in this issue, balancing both the risks and the opportunities. Because the question of how Australia approaches data centres is an important one for our nation. And that's important in part because of what's inside those data centres. Artificial intelligence, which is going to be one of the most consequential technologies in our economy over the next several decades. In the 19th century, economic power rested on coal. In the 20th century, on oil. And in the 21st century, it will rest on computation. AI is the issue. Data centres are simply where the AI happens. And the Albanese Labor government is determined to ensure that all Australians benefit from AI. To get those benefits, we need to shape and shepherd AI to make sure that it works for Australians and not the other way around. Late last year, the government released its National AI Plan. It set out a simple proposition, that the role of government is neither to stand back and hope, nor to stand in the way. Our role is to ensure that AI develops in line with Australian values, Australian laws and Australian interests. And as part of that plan, we've set out a set of clear expectations for the companies building the physical foundation of the AI economy, data centres. Those expectations include what I call a triple lock on energy. Now, there'll be members of this parliament who want to pretend that we can stop or ignore AI. I think that's irresponsible. AI is here. The arrow is loose from the bow. Our job is to make sure that we benefit from it. It's important to note that the AI boom is no small thing. The scale of investment now flowing into data centres is on a scale that is difficult to overstate. Moody's expects global data centre investment to reach $3 trillion in the next 5 years. For Australia, this boom could ultimately prove to be bigger and more consequential than the mining boom. A boom that shaped our prosperity for a generation. The question isn't whether the boom is coming. The question is, on what terms do we let it in? The government's approach is not to be boosters of AI and not to be naysayers. We want to be pragmatic. And we need to be clear-eyed about both the big risks and big opportunities that flow from this boom. Let me be clear about the risks first, because they are real and Australians can see them. First, let's talk about energy. Around the world, data centres are pushing up prices in countries where these centres have not been well managed. In the United States, it's already happening. In the PJM grid, one of the largest in the country, the independent market monitor attributed more than half of 1 year's surge in capacity prices to data centres. More than $9 billion in additional power prices billed straight back to households. Now, we cannot let this happen in Australia, and we need to act early to make sure that it doesn't. Today, data centres use around 2% of the electricity in our national electricity market. That sounds modest, but the trajectory is steep. And if demand arrives faster than new supply, the consequence is obvious. Prices rise and households feel it. There are also concerns about water. Nationally, the volume is still small. Data centres use around 1/100th of what mining uses, but that use can be locally acute. And some communities overseas have found that in droves when taps ran dry during construction of data centres near them. There are also community concerns around the noise of data centre clusters, their visual impact, and industrial sites built close to homes. These are real concerns and they deserve real answers. We've seen it here in Sydney. A single proposed data centre in suburban Sydney drew a record 374 objections and just 9 submissions in support. Residents were worried about noise, diesel generators and a facility that is barely 160 metres from a local primary school. These risks from data centres are not theoretical. They are materialising around the world. And almost every country that was slow to address the data centre boom has had problems caused by it. The United States let the market lead and is now improvising after-the-fact fixes amid a huge public backlash. Ireland let data centres pass 10% of national energy demand before the grid around Dublin seized up and new connections were frozen. Singapore has had to halt approvals. The pattern around the world is unmistakable. The countries that were slow to manage the costs were the ones that faced the worst consequences. So that's exactly what our approach in Australia does. Under the National AI Plan, we've released our expectations of data centres and AI infrastructure developers. These are not red tape, they are the foundation of the sector's social licence to operate here. They are a plain statement of what we expect in return for access to our grid, our land and our market. They're framed as expectations, as the honourable member pointed out, because they cover areas of responsibility that intersect with state, territory and local governments. And for that reason, as a federal government, our approach has been to outline our expectations first, which we've done, and then work with other jurisdictions to create alignment and certainty to make these expectations binding across the Commonwealth. That is the path we have laid out and it is the path we are making progress on. Let me lay out what these 5 expectations do. The first expectation is the national interest. We expect that this investment will build genuine Australian industrial and technological capacity, advancing our sovereignty and security, not simply adding floor space and consuming our resources. The second expectation is energy, and it's at the heart of this framework. Here we are applying our triple lock. The first component of that lock is that we require data centres to bring their own renewable energy supply, underwriting fresh generation rather than drawing down power that households and businesses are relying on. Second, we expect them to pay their full share of grid connection to cover the cost of the poles, wires and transformers they require and make sure that those costs are not passed on to people's bills. And we expect them to be demand flexible, working with market operators to dial their consumption up and down so they strengthen the grid rather than strain it. These 3 things, bring your own supply, cover your network costs and be demand flexible. That's the triple lock. These are the things that enable us to look Australians in the eye and say that the growth of data centres will not push up your power prices. Energy ministers across the Commonwealth, states and territories are now working together to embed it. The third expectation is water. We expect operators to use efficient, modern cooling systems to draw on recycled and non-potable sources wherever they can. The fourth expectation is workforce and skills. We expect this build-out to invest in Australians through apprenticeships, training and partnerships with our colleges and university, so the boom leaves behind a deeper pool of local capability than it found. And the fifth expectation is innovation. We expect the global operators to make their computing power available to Australian startups, to partner with Australian researchers so the benefits of this build-out flow to Australian ideas, not merely Australian real estate. And this last expectation matters a lot because it goes to the question underneath all of this. Why are we all doing this? The AI economy is coming whether we are ready or not. What is not settled is our place in that economy. We can be a country that rents intelligence by the month from foreigners on terms set in another hemisphere, or we can be a country that helps build it, that owns the infrastructure, that trains the people, that shapes and regulates the technology to our own values and our own interests. The choice is not whether the boom arrives, it is whether Australians end up as tenants in someone else's digital future or owners of our own. At its heart, whether we have AI in Australia or not is an issue of sovereignty. When our government activities, our research and our AI models run on Australian soil, we are not a tenant in someone else's economy, and in a contested region, that is not a luxury, it is about national resilience. That's why this debate matters so much, that we be clear-eyed about the risks and the opportunities, and we make sure that data centres and artificial intelligence benefit all Australians.
Member for Wentworth.
National matter of public importance to the Parliament. The National AI Plan commits capturing the opportunity of AI, spreading the benefits and keeping Australians safe. My concern today is whether we really have the policy settings to achieve all three, or whether we are trading short-term sovereignty for a long-term sovereignty for a short-term sugar hit. Let's be honest, the opportunity is real. Australia has genuine competitive advantages, abundant renewable energy, land, geopolitical stability and proximity to the Indo-Pacific market. In 2024, we ranked second globally as the most attractive destination for data centre investment. Data centre investment has kept GDP out of negative territory. So this really matters, and AI data centres have been and will be an important part of our economy. And be honest, megabytes are far easier to export than hydrogen. Unlike our earlier superpower ambitions, digital infrastructure doesn't need a port, but it still needs power. And there is a strong sovereign capability case for having AI training and inferencing happening here on Australian soil. This case was made sharply when the US issued an export control directive to Anthropic, cutting off Australia's access to frontier AI models overnight. Australia already has more than 160 operational data centres. There are more than 90 in the pipeline. In New South Wales alone, 44 projects totalling 11.4 gigawatts, equivalent to nearly 4 Eraring coal stations. It's a dominant driver of new electricity demand, and there are many people concerned that we can have the clean energy transition or we can have data centres, but we can't have both. But we need to have both. AI has voracious appetite for land, energy, water and construction. Other countries have acted. Singapore imposed a moratorium. The US had tech companies sign a ratepayer protection pledge. Ireland now requires data centres to source 80% of demand from new renewable energy. The public is right to be concerned. No one wants big tech put before the planet or corporations put before Australians. Trust that the government will defend Australia's interests is fraying. And so let's start with energy consumption. I recognise that the government has put in a statement of expectations and recognise that this sends an important signal, and note the minister's comments that this is partly because of the different jurisdictional challenges of Australia and the roles of local, state and federal government. But businesses need certainty, and so do Australians. And the work that the government is doing in this space needs to speed up so that we have greater certainty about what we are going to get as a nation when these data centres are being put in every single day. And the point that we also need to make is that the broader energy framework is not coherent, and that is a problem too for data centres. Centralised data centres must bring their own renewable energy under the statement of expectations. But the same compute distributed across office buildings carries no equivalent obligation despite being less efficient. The treatment of new versus existing industrial demand is equally arbitrary when it comes to electricity. Tomago aluminium draws close to a gigawatt, roughly 10% of New South Wales' electricity supply, but not only faces no BIO requirement of renewable energy, but will actually have its energy use subsidised. There may be good reasons for these distinctions, but the government hasn't articulated them, and we do need a coherent approach in terms of industrial-scale energy requirements. The deeper problem is that the government is approving demand that at the moment we cannot supply. New South Wales solar projects now average 1,384 days to clear planning, almost double 2023 levels, and more than 10 times Western Australia's 94-day average. Data centres can be built far faster than the renewable energy to power them. That temporal mismatch is where the anxiety lies. If it isn't closed, Australians will pay through higher emissions or higher prices or both. Unlike approval, global demand for compute cannot be paused. Refuse the investment and it simply moves beyond Australia's reach. The answer is faster infrastructure approvals, locational price signals that guide investment to where the grid really can support it, and the discipline that supply must precede demand, not chase it. Australia has been here before. We've extracted gas, exported it, and watched Australian industry pay some of the highest gas prices in the world for a domestic resource when we had expanded supply. We must not make the same mistake with compute. Australian energy should benefit Australians. That means energy abundance with industry that follows, not competes with households. It means sharing the productivity gains from the technology and building domestic sovereignty. We can't hold back AI, we need to build with it.
Member for Sturt has a call.
Deputy Speaker, artificial intelligence is no longer a future concept. It is here, it is growing rapidly and it is reshaping our economy in real time. But this discussion is not just about AI as a technology and what it can do. It is about the infrastructure behind it, the data centres and AI facilities, and ensuring that they are built and maintained in Australia's national interest and in the interests of the Australian people. AI must work for Australians, for our economy, our communities and our future. There is no question that AI brings with it enormous opportunity. When harnessed for constructive purposes, it drives productivity, supports innovation, strengthens industries and enables world-leading research. Data centres are a part of this. They operate to power the digital services Australians rely on every day. They create jobs and they support a modern economy. But with that growth comes responsibility. And that is why the Albanese Labor government has a clear national expectation for data centres and AI infrastructure developers to ensure this investment delivers shared benefits, not just shared costs. At its core, this is about making sure AI infrastructure in Australia serves our national interest. These facilities are not just commercial assets, they are strategic. They go to data sovereignty, national security and community trust. We expect developers to engage openly with local communities, businesses and government to minimise impacts and operate in ways that deliver real benefits for Australians. Equally important is how this infrastructure interacts with our energy system. AI data centres are highly energy intensive and it would not be acceptable for that demand to place upward pressure on prices for Australian households and small businesses. So our approach is clear. New developments must support, not undermine, Australia's clean energy transition. That means securing additional renewable energy, contributing fairly to transmission and grid infrastructure, improving efficiency and supporting grid stability. Those who benefit from this growth must also help build the system that sustains it, and they must understand that although government wants to encourage innovation and AI development, there does need to be regulation, with the role of government being to strike that careful and precise balance between encouraging growth and not paralysing business at the same time as protecting the Australian people and our natural resources. So this applies strongly to water, a precious resource that must be carefully managed. We expect data centre operators to adopt efficient cooling technologies, minimise reliance on potable water and engage early with communities, utilities and stakeholders. Transparency and long-term planning are essential to ensure these developments are sustainable and resilient. This is also fundamentally about people, about Australian workers and the economic opportunities that come with this transition. As a Labor government, we will always stand with workers. Labor is the party of workers and we are determined that the growth of AI infrastructure must translate into secure, well-paid jobs alongside real investment in skills, apprenticeships and training pathways. Australians should not just host this infrastructure, they should build it, operate it and benefit from it. A future made in Australia means we are a centre of capability where research and innovation is supported, enabling Australian startups and small businesses to access the compute power they need. In my home state of South Australia, the state Labor government is taking a proactive approach, making it clear the state is open to AI investment, but not at any cost. With plans to attract data centres, particularly in regional areas, the focus is on creating jobs and economic opportunity while putting in place legislation to manage energy and water use responsibly. We are reflecting the same principle at federal level. Growth must be carefully managed with clear guardrails so communities benefit alongside industry. All of this reflects the broader principle that has guided our approach to AI from the beginning. When it is done properly, there are real opportunities for Australians, and the role of government is to regulate without paralysing innovation, to enable growth while ensuring it is safe, sustainable and fair. We welcome investment, we support innovation, and we want Australia to lead.
Member for Ryan.
I'm pleased to support this matter of public importance regarding AI data centres and fully agree with demands for developers to fund the mitigation of their projects' harms. Thirsty for water and hungry for power. That's how the new AI data centres springing up across Australia are being described, and for good reason. Big tech companies are taking advantage of Australia's resources, imposing their damaging data centres on our communities and consolidating their control of our personal data and our economy. While the government seems okay with Australian land being covered in AI data centres, everyday people are rightly asking serious questions. Why are these data centres being forced on us? What risks do they pose and what safeguards are actually in place? People want answers and proper regulation of this industry. Australia is already number 8 in the world for the total number of operational and proposed data centres. We were behind only the USA for new proposals in 2024, with new projects proposed every week. One site, just 30 kilometres from the Melbourne CBD, would occupy 350 hectares. That's larger than many suburbs. Another 52-hectare site in Western Sydney would be Australia's single largest energy consumer. And it's the energy consumption of these sites that is so alarming. Data centres will account for more than 10% of Australia's energy consumption within a decade, jeopardising our energy transition. They're already boosting fossil fuel demand, absorbing half of 1 year's total rooftop solar growth. Without proper safeguards, data centres are going to drive up retail power prices, increase climate pollution and use up our scarce water. You might have seen the advocates of these data centres saying Australia was the perfect host due to its renewable energy potential. Note that key word, potential. Isn't this an amazing change of heart? Big business now wants renewables when it suits them. They don't care about the climate or the fires and floods that we suffer each year. No, American executives only want renewables when it serves their business interests. I don't support these data centres, and certainly not while the regulation is so poor. Like many Australians, I'm completely at a loss regarding what benefits they would actually bring to Australians. At the very least, the government must force companies to contribute renewable energy to the grid, not compete with households for energy during a fuel crisis. There are several other major problems with AI data centres, including their use of otherwise productive agricultural and industrial land, their environmental degradation and water consumption, their noise pollution in close proximity to residential areas, and the job cuts they actually cause. So what's the government doing about them, you may ask? Well, welcoming them with open arms, signing deals with Amazon, Anthropic and Microsoft in recent weeks. We are repeating the very same mistakes we made during the resources boom. Big companies set up shop here, we fail to tax them properly and watch their profits sail away overseas, leaving behind a wrecked environment and no economic benefit. Is that the future we really want? Is that the best the government can do? Our precious resources extracted and big tech companies' profits, making huge profits. All the government has to offer is a set of non-binding expectations for AI companies. Rather than imposing legal regulations on their activities, Labor's acting nicely and hoping for the best. Is it cynical of me not to trust these companies to do the right thing? in Australia. We've seen this story before with the tobacco, gambling and fossil fuel industries. Big corporations use donors and lobbyists to influence government policy. The government is either being recklessly slow to regulate AI companies or it is doing their bidding, and I do not know which is worse. The good news is that there is hope. Communities are sounding the alarm, rallying together and standing up against these dangerous mega projects. In May, one development in Perth faced overwhelming opposition due to impacts on schools, residences and cultural heritage sites. The Greens have established a Senate inquiry into these data centres, and we will call on the government to pass a comprehensive AI bill. The government should consider a moratorium on new data centres until proper regulations have been enshrined into law.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for raising this matter. It's an issue I myself am particularly passionate about. AI is here and is rapidly changing how we work, what we see and how we engage online, and what the future tech advances and economic opportunities can look like. And our Labor government seeks to take every opportunity to ensure that we can shape this revolution in our own terms, on our own terms rather, and rather than on someone else's. We will always back Team Australia, and that's exactly why we've already got a plan on the table. We know this is ours to get right, and getting it right means listening to the people it affects. Plenty of people are uneasy about AI, and I appreciate why. They're worried about their jobs. They are worried about having these enormous companies on the other side of the world calling all the shots. And they worry about knowing what's real, what's genuine and what's artificial, what's myths or disinformation. These are fair and genuine concerns, and some of what the critics say are true. But I don't talk AI down, because the opportunities are just as real, and we can build this industry instead of renting it. And barely a country on earth is better placed to do it than here in Australia. We have the land, we have the natural resources, we have the researchers and the 1,500 AI startups already at it. So our job is to be straight about both and drive what is in the best interest of Australians. And what people feel first is what is happening in their suburbs. Data centres are significant industrial operations, going up where people live, near schools, near homes, and in places like mine. And we've seen overseas, in parts of the US, how badly this can go when it is rushed. Sites thrown up fast, soaking up enormous amounts of resources, and working people are left to foot the bill. Well, I'm not having that here, and neither is our government. The people in my community have every right to expect that the project down the road will not push up their power bills or take their water. That's why, back in March, our government set out 5 clear expectations for anyone who wants to build them here, and are doing the work with the state and local governments to set in those frameworks. On energy, we're acting to make them an asset to our energy grid, not something that puts a strain on it. If a data centre wants to benefit from Australia's energy grid, then they must pay their full share of the network infrastructure costs to ensure those are not passed on to consumers or businesses, and provide demand flexibility and cooperate with market operators to strengthen the energy grid. And on top of that, they must look after their water. Deputy Speaker, we're not doing this without listening to our communities. Our plan is backed by the ACTU, by the Smart Energy Council and by Water Services Association of Australia, key leaders in their fields. But as I said, AI is here, and we should do everything we can in terms of the data centres that are required to ensure that they are built in our interest. That's why energy ministers met in May, they're back at it next month, and the water ministers are sitting down in August to lock it down with the rest of the states. But for me, the real test is pretty simple. As AI grows, who's better off? That's why we are already expecting companies to open up computing power to Australian startups and to work with our researchers, because we absolutely want to back in Australian innovation as part of this tech revolution. And we want them training Australians, giving our kids a way into skilled, well-paid jobs. Deputy Speaker, we're not only chasing the upside, those worries I raised at the start, we're acting on them too. That's why we launched the AI Safety Institute, to test the systems and to make sure the rules around this technology are written here and in our national interest. In the end, it comes down to a choice. We can be a country that buys its intelligence off the shelf from somewhere else and rent it forever, or we can be a country that builds the thing, owns it and trains our people to run it, shaped around our values, not somebody else's. I know which one I want for the kids growing up in my community. I don't want them to be tenants in someone else's future. I want them owning a piece of their own. And that's why this government is getting in early and doing it properly on Australia's terms and in our national interest. Thank you.
Member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for Warringah for bringing this matter of public importance before the House. It's a timely debate about a matter on which this federal government appears to be slow off the mark. Yes, the government has laid out 5 expectations for data centres, but the government really should be going much further and establishing clear rules and limits which prioritise Australia's environment and national interest and provide a reasonable return for the Australian community. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm not against data centres in principle, not at all, because housing data centres in Australia has the potential to be a really good thing. They are the engine of much of the digital world, underpinning the operation of things like cloud computing and, of course, artificial intelligence. And the fact is that Australia already has about 162 operational data centres, with at least another 90 in the pipeline. In fact, Australia is consistently recognised as one of the most attractive locations for investment in data centres, and many companies want to build here because we're close to the growing demand in Southeast Asia. We've got a lot of land, significant renewable energy potential and relative geologic, economic and political stability. Moreover, if we plan it right, being a significant centre for this infrastructure could actually provide us leverage and even some steps towards digital sovereignty in what is an increasingly competitive and sometimes dangerous global AI race. It also brings investment, economic activity and jobs, though the number of long-term jobs is obviously considerably less than during the brief construction phase. But the truth is, Deputy Speaker, at the same time, there's also a lot of reasonable community concerns about the proliferation of these centres, not least to do with the environmental impact they have, consuming vast quantities of power, water and land as they do. Indeed, by some estimates, by about 2030, data centres in Australia will use about as much energy as all the homes in Victoria. And without additional energy in the grid, and renewable energy in particular, emissions and power prices will rise. Data centres also use a significant amount of water. And while it may not use as much as some industries, on the driest inhabited continent on Earth, any proposal placing additional pressure on water resources does need to be scrutinised and managed carefully. Deputy Speaker, there's also concerns about lack of proper community engagement and a lack of consideration about the long-term economic return to the community. Of course, the centres are increasingly big and sometimes pretty ugly. They can be noisy, could impact power prices, land prices, local water resources and the general amenity of communities. And there's a reasonable expectation on the part of communities that proponents should be made to demonstrate that all these concerns will be addressed before approvals are granted. Because, Deputy Speaker, these facilities are not being built in a vacuum. They rely on Australian land, Australian infrastructure, Australian energy networks and Australian water resources. Increasingly, they are being developed by some of the largest and most profitable multinational corporations in history. So it is entirely reasonable for Australians to ask, what are we getting in return? Well, our return should include requirements to invest in additional renewable energy generation, contribute to local infrastructure upgrades, support skills and training programs, and provide other direct benefits to the communities hosting these developments. For if we roll out the red carpet without demanding proper safeguards and dividends, we risk giving away too much for too little. And that's a habit in this country. We do it with too many industries, and once they're in, it's hard to roll anything back. That's why the government's current political approach feels inadequate. We need a framework that recognises the opportunities and the risks, one that welcomes investment, but on our terms, one that encourages sovereignty and economic growth while ensuring that environmental impacts are properly managed and that communities have a genuine say in developments that affect them, one that secures a fair return for Australian people from the use of our resources and infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, data centres will undoubtedly play a major role in the economy of the future. I think it's right we build them, but that means we should be paying closer attention and setting stricter limits on how they are built, where they are built and under what conditions they are built. Frankly, the Australian people expect their government to plan ahead, to set clear rules and to stand up for the national interest. When it comes to the proliferation of data centres, that means ensuring that growth is sustainable, communities are respected and that the public receives a fair return on the investment. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to debate the future of artificial intelligence data centres in Australia, and in particular what role the federal government should play as the world scales up investment in this critical digital infrastructure. And in speaking on this, I'd particularly like to acknowledge Minister Ayres and the Assistant Minister, the member for Parramatta, for their mountain of work in this space, juggling the real opportunities of this digital revolution, but also the real and genuine concerns of local communities just like mine. Deputy Speaker, as a former mayor and someone who has always been adjacent to planning processes, I can tell you that the construction of data centres in local communities are overwhelmingly a state issue. Applications are made through various planning systems on industrial land, often zoned by state and local governments, and assessed and determined at either the state or local level. And where those local and state governments have not used the planning system to prohibit or regulate their construction, then they are essentially permissible. Deputy Speaker, for that reason, it would have been very easy for this federal government to wash their hands of responsibility here, to simply say, you know what, this is a state issue, a planning issue, and not our problem. But this government has not chosen that path. In fact, much of the urgent action that the member for Warringah is calling for in her NPI is already underway by this federal Labor government. In December last year, the government announced our National AI Plan. The plan has 3 goals: to capture the opportunities, share the benefits and to keep Australians safe. And one of the earliest priorities of that plan, Deputy Speaker, was developing clear data centre expectations which were released only a few months ago. Over the last 2 years, data centres have become one of the most contested pieces of economic infrastructure globally. Advocates call them the factories of a new age and a great tool for productivity. Critics call them giant sheds full of computers which consume electricity and water that create few jobs and that we risk the same mistakes that we made in resources. Both these views contain truths, Deputy Speaker, and our job as a government is to assess both of these views openly, with honesty, and make decisions in the national interest. The AI economy is arriving whether we are ready or not. That much is settled. What is not settled is the federal government's place in it. The position of this government is that it is far better to set the terms of a boom at the outset than to fix the consequences a decade later, which is why we have released 5 key expectations, Deputy Speaker, and I'll focus on a few. Labor expects that data centres must bring their own new renewable energy supply to offset their demand, so they are not drawing down power that should go to households and businesses. That's important. Labor expects that data centres must pay their full share of network infrastructure costs, so those burdens are not passed on to consumers. And Labor expects that data centres should use innovative, efficient and sustainable solutions to minimise fresh water use. These expectations have been backed by the Water Services Association of Australia, the Smart Energy Council and the Australian Council of Trade Unions. Engagements from the states, who control many of these levers, has been positive to date and is ongoing. Labor also expects global operators to make their computing power available to Australian startups and to partner with Australian researchers so that the benefits benefit Australian businesses. This matters because it goes to the question underneath the entire debate. We can be a country that merely consumes intelligent bills elsewhere, or we can be a country that helps build it, owns the infrastructure and trains the people that grows our local economy. In Lane Cove West, residents are writing to me about the proposed data centre at Mars Road. Deputy Speaker, they have genuine concerns about the impact of this data centre on their community. Their local concerns are the frontline indicators of whether our state planning systems can manage this boom and are exactly the type of examples as to why the federal government should and has stepped in. We cannot allow a build first, ask questions approach later. Energy security, water sustainability and community impact need to align with our national interests and our community values. The Albanese Labor government will keep working across this parliament, the states and territories to get this right.
Member for Bradfield.
We've seen this all before. Big multinational company comes to town, brings thousands of jobs to boost the economy, then takes the resources, sends the profit offshore and pays next to no tax. All the while, the temporary construction jobs dry up. We've seen it with gas and we're seeing it again with data centres. Big tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft are desperate to build data centres here in Australia. We have it all, tons of renewable energy potential, wide open spaces and a relatively stable democracy. Microsoft wants to invest $25 billion, Amazon $20 billion. It's the mining boom all over again. But where does this money go? Who benefits? Tech companies claim these benefits are good for the punter, but that's by no means guaranteed. For every $100 invested here by a company like Amazon or Google, $70 to $80 flows overseas straight away to purchase equipment that we don't manufacture here, like semiconductors or servers. The profits fly offshore too, particularly into the pockets of Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. But these tech companies are experts at tax minimisation, being rivalled only perhaps by gas companies. Data centres are being built on the North Shore. We already have several data centres in Artarmon and St Leonards, and there are more in and cropping up around my electorate. We heard from the member for Bennelong, in places like Lane Cove West, Macquarie Park. So I've surveyed my electorate about these issues. 750 people responded and their views were unambiguous. Over half felt negatively about the growth of data centres. Over 80% were not confident the government will effectively regulate data centres, and 3/5 were worried about the repeat of the gas industry experience, about being ripped off. People were most concerned by the impacts on water supply and the energy transition. And rightfully so, because the numbers are astounding. We're a dry country, but data centres can use up to 40 million litres a day. And the UN predicts that data centres to use more water by 2030 than every single person on Earth in their drinking water. Australia's largest proposed data centre in Western Sydney would use as much energy as 2 million Australian homes and generate the emissions of 560,000 petrol cars every single year. This is a massive addition to energy demand, at a time when we're asking Australians to help fund the build-out of our updated energy system, one that's reliable, cheap, clean and sovereign. The only way data centres can support the energy transition is if they build more renewables than they use. Otherwise, they're just sucking up new power faster than we can build it. Now, I want to be clear, AI offers significant economic opportunities, but we have to ensure that the build-out of AI data centres avoids these problems. So what is the government doing about it? They've issued some voluntary expectations for companies to demonstrate national interest, support the energy transition, use water responsibly, create local jobs and meaningfully engage with communities. And the Assistant Minister, Andrew Charlton, who's leading the government's data centre policy, said earlier this month that, "My view is not that Australia should blindly accept or reject investment, rather Australia should actively set the terms on which that investment occurs." I couldn't agree more. But non-binding expectations just aren't going to cut it. The government needs to make those standards binding, and that's a first step. And more broadly, we need to critically engage with the data centre boom and the rise of AI. The narrative we're being fed is it's all about urgency. We're told that we don't have time to lose, otherwise the data centres will go elsewhere. Well, it's the same playbook as the gas lobby. Yes, some data centres will get built elsewhere if we slow down, but there's a reason that Amazon and Google are so keen to build here, because they'll struggle to find anywhere half as good. If data centres really represent such an enormous economic opportunity, the opportunity is not going to go away, and we can afford to take time to get this policy right. So we're faced with some important questions. Are we going to use our finite potable water to keep people and our environment healthy, or to power AI slop? Are we going to let big tech bleed our communities dry, or secure a fair return for the punter? Or are we going to let data centres make climate change worse, or ensure they boost clean energy supply? I think the answers are pretty clear, and my community agrees. It's up to government to slow tech companies down and ensure they deliver for us.
And member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when you want something to work, when you want to shape it, and when you want to have a stake in it, you can't bury your head in the sand. You can't close your eyes and pretend it isn't already happening. And AI isn't coming soon. AI isn't a vision that's for the future. AI is here. And because it's here, we now have a very important question that we need to answer. What is our role, not just as a government, not just as a country, but for every single Australian in that AI journey? And so I thank the member for Warringah for that question, because it's incredibly important. It's something that people are talking about in communities across our nation, and it's something that this Labor government is acting on right now. Because in December last year, this Albanese Labor government announced the National AI Plan. And that plan has three really clear goals. The first is to capture the opportunities. And the opportunities are many. We know that there are huge opportunities in terms of making the economy grow. We know that there are enormous opportunities in terms of productivity. We know that there are big opportunities in the aftermarket of data centres and AI. Secondly, we have to share in the benefits. And the benefits are many, but those benefits need to flow into everyday Australians every day. And third is to keep Australians safe, because we know that disinformation and misinformation are things that people are concerned about in our local communities, and we must protect Australians from them. And Deputy Speaker, when you have a big digital transition like this, and infrastructure rolling out, we have to be in the ring. But we have to be in the ring with some conditions. The first is that when it comes to data centres, we need them to reflect our Australian values. We need to ensure that our values as a nation are implemented when we talk about rollout. And we also need to ensure that those data centres are advancing Australia's interests and our people's interests. And Deputy Speaker, I know that data centres have been something that have been very hotly contested, not just here, but across the globe. And for some people, it's a new age, it's the new industrial revolution, it's something that's big and exciting. And for others, they're big gargantuan sheds that suck energy. And the truth is, when we decide our role in this space, we need to make sure that we account for all those arguments and set a framework to ensure that our country gets the best out of these. And that's why in late March, the government's data centre expectations were rolled out. It's why what we set was some very clear expectations that you've got to bring your own supply, that you've got to cover your grid connection costs, and that you have to cooperate with market operators to strengthen the energy grid. This is not about moving forward at any cost. It's about making sure that when these critical decisions are made and that economic impact rolls in, that we cannot be passengers, we cannot be price takers, we cannot be people who sit on this side of the world and aren't in the game for the benefit of everyday Australians. Instead, what we must do is ensure that data centre providers pull their weight. Instead, what we must do is make sure that as the scale-up happens, workers are supported and are not casualties of this work. And we must make sure that there are frameworks for community engagement. Because the concerns that people raise around water and energy are legitimate. And the way to address those concerns is to set clear expectations for what we need as a country when it comes to data centres. Deputy Speaker, we want to be masters of our own destiny in this place. We don't want to bury our head in the sand on this. And we have a choice. And that choice is for an Albanese Labor government to ensure that we are.
Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for bringing this matter forward. Data centres being built across this country right now are reshaping our energy grid, our water resources and potentially our communities. And at the moment, Australians have almost no say in whether they deliver us any benefit at all. Australia is one of the most attractive destinations in the world for this investment. We have a stable democracy, available land and the potential for abundant, cheap, renewable energy. When the big AI and cloud companies talk about investing in Australia, this is largely what they mean. Amazon has committed $20 billion to data centres here and Microsoft has committed $25 billion. And that investment is coming whether we set the terms or not, so we'd better set them. In March, the government released its data centre expectations. They ask operators to support our energy transition, use water responsibly, create local jobs and engage with affected communities. They're sensible asks, but that is in fact all they are, asks. Developers are not required to comply. A company can secure fast-tracked approval, consume gigawatts of our electricity, draw down our water, employ a few dozen workers and face no consequences for failure to meet a single one of those expectations. This is a wish list rather than a national interest framework. And the costs are real. Reporting suggests that between 70% and 80% of the money committed to Australian data centres flows straight back overseas, while Australians provide the land, the energy and the water and carry the risk. So the issue raised by the member for Warringah is the right one. We welcome the investment, but these companies must build on terms that leave Australians better, not worse off. That means converting the government's expectations into a binding framework through cooperation with the states, a credible plan to run on 100% additional renewable energy, binding water efficiency standards, real commitment on local jobs and training, and genuine community consultation before approval, not after the concrete's poured. The member for Warringah's MPI also refers to the need to ensure that the benefits of AI are shared across society. And this includes ensuring that when these models are trained on the work of Australian writers, musicians, journalists and artists, those creators are actually paid for their work, not stripped for free while the value flows offshore. The matter of data centres, important as it is one piece of a much larger picture. I've just released an AI discussion paper setting out 18 practical policies the government should act on now. This MPI concerns one of them, data centres, and this cannot be the only priority that we pursue. We need an honest conversation about tax. AI companies will generate enormous value from Australian users, data, energy and land. And right now we have no mechanism to ensure any of it stays here. We already know this playbook. In 2025 alone, Google and Meta moved almost $11 billion to offshore entities and paid just $140 million in tax. We cannot let AI replicate that. And we need to prepare for the harder questions. My paper calls for scenario analysis of AI's impact on jobs and the economy, so government is ready whatever happens. It calls for a digital duty of care to protect Australians, and especially children, from real harms happening now. It calls for national AI literacy programs so every Australian can use this technology and protect themselves from its risks. And it calls for properly funding the institutions like the AI Safety Institute, which is meant to keep pace with all of this. These are not competing priorities, they're the same project, making sure AI delivers for Australians rather than at their expense. Uncertainty about AI is no excuse to wait to act. We don't know exactly how fast or far this technology will go, but we know that data centres are being approved today, models are being trained today, and value is being banked offshore today. We made this mistake with gas. We let companies invest under a generous regime, then were told it was unfair to change the rules. The result? A prolonged fight, delayed reform, and billions foregone. We cannot repeat this with AI. So I support this matter wholeheartedly, and I urge the government to treat it not as a standalone fix, but as part of the urgent need to consider the impact of AI on the Australian economy and society and regulate appropriately now. I commend the matter to the House.
This discussion has concluded. I give the call to the clerk for the next item of business.
Thank you. Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces number 1, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Riverina in continuation.
Yeah. The Housing Industry Association's Executive Director, Compliance and Workplace Relations, Stuart Collins, has some advice for this Labor government. He said that this bill, the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces number 1 Bill 2026, is being sold as a modest administrative tidy-up of the Fair Work Commission. And he really pointedly said it is not. And he's right. It contains, Mr Collins said, wide-ranging reforms with significant implications for the residential construction industry, procurement frameworks, workforce costs and the capacity of builders to deliver the homes Australians need. There's a lot in that sentence, and there's a lot of construction companies going out backwards thanks to the policies of this failed Labor government. Workforce costs, that's just what our small business sector does not need right now, is more onerous costs and compliance. The capacity of builders to deliver the homes Australians need. How many homes was it that this Labor government said they were going to build? Was it 1 million? And then they changed the figure, but on their watch, they've built hardly a home. They've built hardly a home. And Mr Collins added this: the federal government is making a bad habit of tabling substantial workplace relations reforms with no notice, no industry engagement and no consideration of cumulative impact. This is particularly concerning given the large number of legislative reviews currently underway that will impose future workplace relations reforms. HIA's immediate concerns with this bill are numerous. But it's not just the HIA, it's so many other stakeholders besides, and yet this government just wants to ram legislation, onerous legislation, which is going to make it so much more difficult, particularly in the small business sector, through the House of Representatives because they can, because they've got the majority, and they think that that mandate gives them the permission to ride roughshod over stakeholders, stakeholders who happen to employ a lot of Australians, stakeholders who are sick to the back teeth of compliance and costs and regulation and union activity on their work sites and in their workplaces. Because this is the modern Australia. This is Australia in 2026. This is the Australia governed by this Australian Labor Party, which has no modicum of care for small business. and for getting out of the way and out of the road of making sure that small business can succeed and prosper. This is the Australian Labor Party that has overseen a cost of living crisis and then does nothing to fix it, bar bringing in legislation which just makes it more difficult for more people, more often. Now, the government would do well to go back to the drawing board and look at this legislation and review it. And yet, this is why there are no Labor speakers on this bill. This is why the Labor members, who so quickly and readily want to talk about unionising and making sure that their unions get their fair share, but when it comes to small business, when it comes to the construction sector, when it comes to the transport sector, nowhere to be seen defending their shoddy legislation.
Member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the member for Riverina. As always, a fine contribution to an important debate. And we just heard a debate in this House about artificial intelligence and specifically data centres. And this is the reality that we're going to see more and more in this House. Conversations, debate and legislation about the impacts of artificial intelligence on our community, on organisations, on sectors. AI and the discussion on artificial intelligence will impact everything and everyone. And so as bills like this relating to AI come to the House, it is so important that where we can, we speak in a bipartisan way with one voice to give the community and to give the private sector and the public sector and organisations confidence and certainty about how we will approach legislation and how we will approach artificial intelligence. And it's so disappointing that this bill, like so many bills from this government, contain two measures that have no connection and no relationship at all. One, around artificial intelligence and specifically the Fair Work Commission, and how their Fair Work Commission have seen a significant increase in applications to the Commission and also in the length of applications to the Commission, because applicants have been able to use artificial intelligence to write submissions so easily and so detailed. That is a genuine concern and a genuine issue that needs to be addressed and is being addressed by this legislation. And it's legislation, when you look at the Fair Work Commission, that the Coalition support, to give the Commission the support they need. But like so many pieces of legislation that we're debating this week and that we've debated in the last 4 years since I've been a member of this House, this government seeks to play wedge politics, seeks to put in a piece of legislation that's not related, but furthers their agenda and is so egregious that they know the Coalition cannot support it. And that is what they have done with this piece of legislation, adding in requirements for the public service for procurement, one of the biggest drivers of opportunity in our country, procurement of government services, adding in a special treatment for unions and the union movement through enterprise bargain agreements, getting special treatment when it comes to procurement. And I'll touch on how egregious that is later in this speech, but if you want to see how bad it is when you have unions controlling procurement, come and visit Victoria and see the $15 billion that has been rorted from taxpayers by the CFMEU, and we have a Premier, Jacinta Allen, who does not even want to investigate that $15 billion. And that number of $15 billion of taxpayer money rorted and wasted in Victoria with a Premier that won't look at it, and that will follow that Premier to the election in November. It will follow every member of the Labor Party at a state and federal level in Victoria, because they refuse to investigate and lift the lid on that $15 billion of taxpayer money that has been rorted out of the system. But to make it so typical of this Prime Minister, This is a Prime Minister that always says one thing and does another when it comes to wedging. And let me quote the Prime Minister in his very first press conference as Prime Minister on the 22nd of May 2002. And I quote, "I look forward to leading a government that makes Australians proud. A government that doesn't seek to divide, that doesn't seek to wedge, but seeks to bring people together for our common interest and our common purpose." Another example of this Prime Minister saying one thing before an election or when he was just elected and delivering the complete opposite afterwards. And it is no wonder that the Australian people have worked this Prime Minister out. It is actually harder, it is literally harder to find a quote from the Prime Minister that is consistent when he said something previously with his actions today. I've not been able to find one thing where this Prime Minister has been consistent with what he has said previously and his actions today. And that, again, that legacy will haunt this Prime Minister to the next election. But we look at these examples that we're dealing with, and governments have choices. So we support the Fair Work Commission part of this. But when it comes to procurement, that is one of, if not the largest lever of opportunity government has, directing the public service, directing government bodies in how they spend taxpayer money to procure services for the taxpayer. They should always make sure that value for money for the taxpayer is first there. But the other opportunity they have is they can choose to support their union mates, or they can choose to support small businesses. And they can support Australian businesses by putting requirements into those legislation that they're doing now to support Australian businesses and small businesses. But this government chose to support unions and their union mates over the small businesses of this country. And I'm proud to represent a community where small business is at the heart of our community. It is at the heart of everything that we do in Casey. It supports our sporting clubs, our volunteer groups, our community groups, and we're here to be the voice of our small businesses. And I want to read a letter from Candice, who is a small business owner in my community. She directed this to the Prime Minister, and it's so important that her words are heard today, and her words represent so many small businesses across the country. Dear Prime Minister, I am writing not as an economist or politician, but as a fourth-generation small business owner who is becoming increasingly concerned about the future of Australian family businesses. For generations, our jewellery business has proudly served our community, employed local people and contributed to the Australian economy. Today, however, we are struggling under the weight of rising costs, increasing wages, soaring utility bills, insurance premiums, rent and countless other expenses that continue to grow while consumer spending slows. Small business owners are resilient people, but many of us are reaching breaking point. We hear a lot about cost of living pressures on households, but where is the support for the people who provide jobs and keep our local community alive? Where is the assistance for small businesses trying to survive? Where is the recognition that behind every small business are families carrying enormous burdens and responsibilities? And where is the support for the mental health of business owners who lie awake at night wondering how they will pay suppliers, cover wages and provide security, not only for their own families, but for the families of their employees as well? Small business owners don't clock off. We carry the responsibility every day. We celebrate our staff's successes, worry about their livelihoods, and often put ourselves last to ensure everyone else gets paid. Yet many of us feel forgotten. We are not asking for handouts, we are asking for understanding, practical assistance and policies that recognise the essential role small businesses play in Australia's economy and communities. Australian small businesses are hurting. Many are on their knees, rising living costs, increased operating expenses and mounting pressures are pushing long-standing family businesses to the brink. If fourth-generation businesses that have survived wars, recessions and countless challenges are now questioning whether they can continue, surely something is wrong. Please don't let small businesses become an afterthought. We need genuine support, meaningful conversations and a government that understands that when small business suffer, entire communities suffer with them. Australia was built on hard work, aspiration and family enterprise. We simply ask that those values are not forgotten. Yours sincerely, Candice. Candice, it was a privilege and an honour to read your words into the Hansard so all Australians could hear your story, and you said it perfectly. I couldn't have said it better myself. And the Coalition, we see you, we hear you, we support small business. We know that strong small businesses means families are strong, communities are strong, and our country is strong. And that's why, as a Coalition, we want to support small business, not just with words, but with policies and actions. And we want to allow any business with a turnover of less than $10 million to immediately deduct assets of up to $50,000 on a permanent basis, supporting businesses to invest. And this is going to help tradies to buy tools, farmers to buy equipment, cafes upgrade kitchens, and small businesses like Candice's to invest with confidence. And we're going to rewrite and simplify the legislative rulebook, including the Corporations Act, the Tax Act, the Competition Act, the National Construction Code and the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. So important because you shouldn't have to need a lawyer to run a small business and understand legislation. And a coalition government will impose new responsibilities on regulators by law. We will require regulators to act in a way that encourages competition, nurtures investment, increases productivity, boosts wages and grows the economy. And we will axe Labor's toxic taxes, a tax on ambition and a tax on every small business in my community of Casey and across the country. And we will consult on a Small Business Act. And we are proposing at least 4 key pillars. Firstly, a single definition, that all Commonwealth law will refer to one definition of a small business to provide simplicity for business owners so they can understand straight away whether they will be impacted by legislative changes. A right to be paid. Cash is king. Cash flow is the lifeblood of a business. It's not the profit and loss sheet that kills a business, it's the cash balance, and cash is king. And we will have a legal maximum payment term to small business from government and big business to make sure that you get paid and you get paid as soon as possible. And a right to be heard. As appropriate, each new law should require a small business regulatory impact statement, and there should be pathways for feedback so small business voices can be heard. From the RBA, ASIC, the ATO and Fair Work. And a right to bid. A right to bid. So new and expanded minimum requirements for government procurement that must come from small business. That must come from small business. And this is the choice. This bill in many ways sums up the difference between the Coalition, the Liberal Party and the Labor Party and the government. We want to back small business. We want to give you the opportunity to benefit from government contracts. We want to make less red tape for you. We want to get out of your way and allow you to thrive. But what does this government choose to do? This government chooses to write legislation to back the CFMEU and the unions. And the scary part is, it's about to get worse. Andrew McKellar, the Chief Executive of the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, wrote yesterday in The Australian about the 2018 CFMEU manifesto titled Goodbye Neoliberalism. It had 18 sweeping recommendations for reshaping Australia's economy. Now, the scary part about this CFMEU wish list of goodbye neoliberalism is that at least half of that agenda has been implemented by the Albanese Labor government. The same Labor government that is happy to back the CFMEU and Jacinta Allen in Victoria and not even want to look into the $15 billion of taxpayer money that was rorted by the CFMEU, refuses to look into where that money went. So the scary part for Australians is they're halfway through, they're 9 down, there's 9 to go. But that report was scrubbed off the CFMEU website conveniently for them. The Coalition will always back Australians, will always back small businesses, just like they deserve.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill asks Parliament to consider two very different propositions cynically tied together. The first is sensible. It deals with the workload facing the Fair Work Commission, and they are underwater and we need to help them, and we fully support the government in this aim. This seeks to make the system faster, more practical and less bogged down in process. Justice delayed is justice not done, and sadly right now people are not getting their cases heard before the Fair Work Commission, and we need to rectify this. When a worker or an employer is caught in a workplace dispute, delay isn't an administrative inconvenience. It's stressful, costly, deeply personal, and often can lead to unjust outcomes. Now, the second proposition, this is very, very different. It's going to create a framework allowing the Commonwealth, the federal government, to preference businesses in procurement because of some random industrial instrument they have. This is a major change and deserves a lot of scrutiny. It shouldn't be bundled together with this Fair Work Commission reform, and this is why the position should be very straightforward. Let's help the Fair Work Commission and do that, and let's have a real honest debate about what we should do about this second element of the bill. Now, in my electorate of Cook, this isn't an abstract debate. We have thousands of small and medium businesses across Sans Souci, Gymea, Janali, Caringbah, Miranda, Sutherland, Kirrawee, Tarrant Point and the surrounding suburbs. We've got builders, we've got electricians, plumbers, civil contractors, family retailers, professional service firms, transport operators, suppliers, subcontractors. Small and medium enterprise makes up 70% of employees, 70% of Australia, and in Cook it's even higher than that. I've got businesses like Shire Pool Care, Little's Cafe, Loftus Pies, AP Performers. These businesses don't have large legal departments. They don't have endless time to navigate industrial complexity. They're already dealing with higher power prices, higher insurance, higher rents, higher material costs and higher inflation under this government. All they want is rules to be fair, clear and workable so they can go about their business, serving their community and doing it in a professional way. They want to compete on the quality of their work, their reliability, their price and their ability to deliver. Instead, we've got a government that's turned procurement into a system where they can rig procurements if you have the right industrial instrument. And it's not just punishing small businesses. There's businesses like Amazon Australia. I was just speaking to them in my office earlier today. Amazon, AWS, building the data centres of tomorrow. Right now, they choose not to use collective bargaining industrial instruments because they want to bring in the best and brightest. They want to be able to move them around the world. So we're saying we are not going to preference Amazon in government procurements. We'll go and find some of the Labor Party's mates who've got the right industrial instrument to get them to build a data centre rather than, look, AWS may have the best prices, the absolute best technology to be building the best data centres of tomorrow. But because they don't have this government's preferred collective bargaining agreement, we're going to give it to somebody else. This is absolutely ludicrous and it needs proper debate. And to tie this to the Fair Work Commission, which is absolutely denying justice to people by delaying their cases, is cynical, and we should fix it and split apart these bills. Now, these Fair Work Commissions are largely practical. The Commission has been under serious workload pressure. Applications have surged, cases are taking longer, and the system's being placed under strain. We can't ignore this, and a workplace tribunal that cannot deal with matters efficiently does not serve workers, employers, or the broader economy. For many people, the early dispute resolution stage is the best chance of resolving a matter quickly, and that's in the best interests of both the business and the worker. And we're on the side of helping both the businesses and the workers. It's meant to be practical, it's meant to be quick, and it's meant to avoid drawn-out, costly delays and often litigation. So if these parties can sit down early, understand each other's position, and reach a fair settlement, that's the best outcome for the business, the best outcome for the worker, and the best outcome for society. This bill would allow the Commission to get on with that early dispute resolution process without first having to resolve every threshold argument. Those questions can still be dealt with later if they need to be, but it should not automatically stop the Commission from trying to help the parties resolve the dispute. For the small businesses in Cook, the small and medium businesses, and the more than 70% of hard-working employees for those small and medium enterprises in Cook, these changes matter. A local cafe in Oyster Bay, a builder in Caringbah, a mechanic in Kurnell, or a medical practice in Miranda can't afford to have a workplace dispute drag on unnecessarily. Equally, a worker who believes they've been unfairly treated shouldn't have to wait months and months for the system to move. These people might be struggling to make rent. That increased cost of rent that's going up since these new budgetary changes. Justice delayed is justice denied, and this principle applies to both sides, both employees and employers. So where this bill helps the Fair Work Commission deal with these matters more quickly, we will support it. But the government has chosen to attach something else. These procurement bargaining powers provisions aren't administrative. These go to the heart of how Commonwealth government may operate. And again, we've got a government choosing their preferred industrial relations instrument over the substance of what the procurement is trying to do. Should we be building the data centres of tomorrow, the AI of tomorrow, Australia's competitive advantage just because they've dealt with the right unions? Or do we want the best technology for Australian businesses to use AI to harness that productivity? Our productivity is dropping through the floor. It's been hit and has it got a crater in it. We need to be procuring from the best and brightest. Now, Commonwealth procurements should be based on value for money, capability, compliance with the law, safety, quality and integrity. The taxpayers need to get the best outcomes for their dollars, and they're not. And that's one of the reasons this side of politics is having to increase taxes so strongly. It's why we have the highest taxing budget of all time. Income has never been taxed more strongly than it is right now under this government. And the only time it's going to be taxed more than it is right now is next year, and the only time after next year is the year after, and all the way to 2030, thanks to their bracket creep tax, it's going to get worse. Well, what we should be doing is reducing government spending, and one of the ways to do that is to have a procurement process that focuses on outcomes, cost and quality, not a preferred industrial relations instrument. The businesses of Australia should understand this. What we are doing here today is going to add cost to the Australian budget, which means this government will tax the businesses out there watching this more. You will be paying more to find their preferred suppliers who use their preferred union mates and supplying those industrial instruments. That is what this legislation will do. Now, there are over 23,000 businesses in Cook. Most of them are small and medium-sized. Many operate under awards. Many pay above award rates. Many have flexible arrangements for their staff and their businesses because it suits their staff better. Many don't have the enterprise agreement because it's not necessary or practical for them and often not in the employee's best interest. This doesn't make them bad employees. It doesn't make them bad employers. It doesn't mean they're less capable, and it doesn't mean they should be excluded from government work. A procurement system that says you may be lawful, you may be capable, you may be the best person for the job, you may be the best person for the Australian people, and then says to them, you don't have the preferred employer agreement and therefore we're not going to give you that job. That's not fair. Not only is it not fair, it doesn't make economic sense, and it's narrowing competition, it increases costs, and it means this government will tax hard-working Australians more. And when the costs rise on the Commonwealth-funded projects, taxpayers pay, businesses pay, employees pay in higher tax take, and that is what we are living right now. We're in this cost of living crisis. Australians are paying more for everyday goods to other firms, groceries, energy, insurance, rent and mortgages, but you're also paying more to your government. Australians are paying more than they ever have had. Income tax has never been taxed higher as a percentage of GDP than now. Company and business income tax has never been taxed higher as a percentage of GDP than now, and it's forecast to go higher as soon as they ram through the Labor Greens deal to tax Australians more. In Cook, these people know what happens when government gets infrastructure wrong. In Cook, we see roads under pressure. We see local facilities stretched. We see a lack of sporting fields. We see overdevelopment with no new schools. We see no new roads, no new metros, no new light rail. We see projects delayed and made more expensive. We see housing supply not being addressed. We want the roads, schools and services to keep up. Cook was one of the few local councils in Sydney that exceeded its housing targets last term, but we had no new infrastructure to show for it. No new houses, lots of new houses, no new schools, no new roads, no new metros, no new light rails, but we exceeded our housing targets. How is that fair, Madam Deputy Speaker? There's also much more broad concern about competition in the Australian economy. We need more competition, not less. We need procurements that encourage more people to compete, not fewer. We need to make it easier for capable businesses to participate in government work, not harder. We must open the doors for local firms, not create another barrier that favours those with big resources and big industrial arrangements that are preferred by this government. The construction sector is a clear example. Across the Sutherland Shire, people understand the importance of tradies and contractors. These are the people who are building our homes. These are the people who maintain our schools, improve our roads and fix things. Many of them are small businesses, many of them are family businesses. Many of them started with one ute, one apprentice and years of hard work. These businesses should not be told that Commonwealth work is effectively out of reach for them unless they adopt this government's preferred industrial models. This is not pro-worker, it's not pro-small business, and I'll tell you what, it's definitely not pro-taxpayer. It is particularly concerning because once these procurement settings are created, they flow down supply chains. And let me explain what I mean. A Commonwealth contract may be awarded to a head contractor, maybe the M6 that the state Labor government's awarded, where it's now closed because they can't complete the project. But the conditions they sign with that head contractor affect the subcontractors and the subbies to the subbies, and it flows all the way down the chain. So while a local business may not be contracting directly with the Commonwealth, if they're out there subcontracting to someone who does have that head contract with the Commonwealth, they can still be caught by the practical consequences of these rules. So all the businesses out there, all the tradies in Cook who are listening to this, even if you don't have the contract with the Commonwealth, If your head contractor does, or the contractor above your contractor does, you may get caught up in this and be excluded from providing work underneath Commonwealth-funded projects. This is how a policy that looks technical in Canberra can land directly on a small business in Tarrant Point, Kirrawee, Como or Oyster Bay. And if this government believes it's justified, it should make this case openly and have the debate about this bill. Don't cynically tie it to actually a good piece of legislation about the Fair Work Commission. Let's get that bill passed and let's have an honest and open debate. But this is trickery. This is Beltway bandit politics in Canberra to trick the Australian small businesses who we are hoping that they are hoping you are not watching. Well, we are going to hold them to account for this. The government believes it's justified. We'll make the case openly. Let's pull this legislation apart and have a debate. The Coalition won't oppose practical reform. We will say yes to good legislation and we will say yes to half of this. But what we are saying is don't bundle good reform with cynical reform that's going to hurt small businesses, that's going to hurt the tradies in my electorate, that's going to hurt the small businesses in my electorate, and that's going to hurt the taxpayers in my electorate because they are going to have to pay more for your preferred cynical industrial arrangements.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Beltway banditry, as the member for Cook describes the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill of 2026. Let's strap in, Deputy Speaker, and continue to examine exactly what is going on here, because it sounds innocuous enough. Building cooperative workplaces. Deputy Speaker, on this side of the chamber, we believe in that. We believe that employees and employers should be empowered to come to an arrangement at their workplace that delivers value for both parties. However, what this bill seeks to do, in a sneaky and underhanded way, is to require the Commonwealth to prefer its procurement to those contractors and suppliers who have union-based agreements. Now, if that's an argument they wanted to make, they could have made it before the election. But this just continues a pattern, Deputy Speaker, that we see of a government that does one thing before the election and then rams through some legislation later, from a Prime Minister who promised he was going to end legislation because he cited the Australian people as having combat fatigue. Well, here we go again. So why is it a problem, Deputy Speaker? Well, in the 2022-2023 October budget, the first of the Albanese governments, which included a Buy Australian plan, which committed to establish the so-called Secure Jobs Code. Now, that ostensibly was to prioritise secure work in government contracts and ensure that government purchasing power is used to support businesses that engage in lawful, fair, equitable, ethical and sustainable practices. So the fluffy-sounding nice things that we can all agree to, they continue. The consultation paper invited comment on whether that so-called Secure Jobs Code could require contracting entities to demonstrate, amongst other things, that they support, and I quote, freedom of association and representation in the workplace and ensure that enterprise agreements used on government-funded projects are genuinely agreed, end quote. Now, the issue with that, Deputy Speaker, is that if you actually believe in the freedom of association, you accept that employees have a right not to be part of a union and a union-based agreement just as much as they have a right to be part of such a collective agreement. And what we're seeing here is, a couple of years down the track, the government trying to take away that very fundamental freedom for Australians en masse. The submissions on that paper closed on the 20th of February, and there have been no further announcements since. And that was until the government released a media statement saying that the bill, and I quote, does not impose any obligation on the Commonwealth to require enterprise agreements in contracting, but that how and when to do so is being carefully considered as part of the development of the Secure Australian Jobs Code, notwithstanding that we're in 2026, Deputy Speaker. Now, the reality is, and the simple reality is, that we see this time and time again, union donations go into the Labor Party and Labor Party policy reflects the union demands. That's how it works. Union donations in, union policy out. We've seen it time and time again, Deputy Speaker. So it's a little bit cute to say that this wouldn't be a mandatory requirement of the legislation if it was passed, because we know very clearly what the Labor Party will do in government. They will absolutely enforce this sort of preferment to the union cartel in Australia. And we've seen that in the state of Victoria, the formerly great state of Victoria, I would say, Deputy Speaker, where some $15 to $30 billion at the moment has been squirreled away into organised crime and union-facilitated corruption. That's just unacceptable. And for it to be included, as the member for Cook rightly said, as some beltway banditry in this bill is not something that we will let slide. The Gillard government's 2009 introduction to the Fair Work Act, including principles that made a condition for participation as part of the federal government's procurement principles, that included a requirement that tenderers for government work operate under an enterprise agreement containing a dispute resolution procedure that allows the settlement of disputes by the Fair Work Australia. Now, the government in 2014, the then Abbott government, repealed those. Here we go, 12 years later, because this bill is seeking to make amendments to the Fair Work Act regarding exactly that, discrimination in procurement related to bargaining. But I thought it was called the Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is because you've got to look at the detail, because the so-called end of legislation, which was promised by the Prime Minister, has gone exactly the same way as all of his other promises. It has been broken. So currently, the Fair Work Act prohibits discrimination against an employer because of whether or not its employees are or are not covered by certain industrial instruments, including the National Employment Standards, workplace instruments or enterprise agreements. Now, that's a reasonable position because it means that no one in Australia, including the Commonwealth Government, can prefer one company over another just because it has union-affiliated enterprise agreements. But this bill creates an exemption that would allow the Commonwealth to do exactly that, to discriminate, and allows the Commonwealth to prefer procurement from a supplier whose employees are covered by a union-covered enterprise agreement. Put simply, the bill is creating an exemption by allowing discrimination where the employer's employees, i.e. their workers, are not covered by an enterprise agreement or kind of enterprise agreement that does not reflect a union coverage. That's one-directional. It only excuses discrimination that favours union-dominated enterprise agreement coverage in workforces. Shouldn't that be, if we refer to those earlier comments where we believed in the freedom of association, as the government says that it does, a complete contradiction in terms? Because, as I said, that freedom applies both ways, the freedom to associate and the freedom not to associate. Now, again, I turn to the fact that this claim that we hear from the government that it doesn't force any agency or entity to use those provisions. This would be the only such discrimination that would be allowed under the Act, and it would permit the government to do something that is currently prohibited by the Gillard government's Fair Work Act of 2009. The government claims that the Secure Jobs Code will provide the detail on how this will be used in practice. But let's not skip past the fundamental point, Deputy Speaker. In this country, we believe in Australians making the right decisions for themselves. And here, the government is creating a loophole for itself and itself only to provide taxpayer-funded support in union-preferred procurement. It is an outrageous and blatant attempt to curry favour with their union mates, who we understand why. Union donations in, union policy out, I get how it works, but they should look the Australian taxpayer in the eye and explain that that is what they are doing. They shouldn't bury it at the back of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, so-called Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill. It should be called the Giving Taxpayer Money to Our Union Mates Bill. And in that case, we could have a rip-roaring debate in this place about what they are trying to do. As I say, these provisions are particularly concerning because they allow, and the moment you allow, and you've got the Labor Party in charge, you know that it will result in Commonwealth procurement contracting processes that will preference employers with union-covered enterprise agreements. So if you are a small or family-owned business in Australia who's done the right thing, who's sat down with your employees and you've negotiated individual agreements, for instance, that might best reflect the skills and experience and the particularly productive employees in your workplace, well, you've got no chance now. The Commonwealth Government is not going to use the taxpayer money they take off you to enable you to bid for work and to supply the Commonwealth, because they've gone and slammed the door shut so that they can shovel that money off to their union mates. Now, that is limiting freedom of association. It is a conflict of the very central procurement principle that the Commonwealth should be focused on value for money. It also risks turning Commonwealth procurement into a mechanism for pushing union-covered enterprise agreements across government contracts and down through supply chains. When you consider just how big the federal government has got under this current government, at some 27.1% of GDP on the government's own budget papers, it should be gravely concerning that they're opening the door to this sort of discrimination. It would be gravely concerning on a point of fundamental value, Deputy Speaker, but it is particularly concerning in the wake of the Watson report, which I know previous coalition speakers have touched on. I mean, the title of that report, Rotting from the Top, by Geoffrey Watson SC, should say it all. And it is a looking glass into what would happen if we allowed this sort of legislation to go through without belling the cat. Because Watson found that the enterprise agreement system in Victorian construction had been so thoroughly corrupted, he described it as an old-fashioned pay-to-play corruption. There was no genuine bargaining under that system. A CFMEU official told a contractor executive that, and I quote, "There is no bargaining. No, nothing will be changed in this agreement," because, the quotes continue, "We control the market. The big build is ours. You can't get in if you don't know someone." And an individual who self-described himself as a fixer, being recorded in an undercover sting, said the price of entry was this: there's a fee to get an EBA and the upfront fee is cash. Is this the sort of thing that we should be encouraging the Commonwealth Government to set about setting as a national standard for procurement? Well, Deputy Speaker, on this side of the House, we actually don't believe in that. We don't believe in taking taxpayer money off hard-working Australians and funneling it straight into that sort of corruption. But because we're dancing to the tune of the union paymasters, it would seem, Deputy Speaker, this bill, the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Bill, very cutely named, as I said, is a Trojan horse for an egregious, an absolutely egregious assault on the freedom of association in Australia, and a complete perversion of any decency when it comes to Commonwealth government procurement. We could have looked not just at Victoria, but also at Queensland to learn some lessons here, because the so-called, and I guess this is a bit of a trend we've got here, the Queensland best practice industry conditions. Sounds great. Best practice industry conditions. What could possibly go wrong, Deputy Speaker, with something like that? Well, we actually know, because having booted the Queensland government, the then Queensland Labor government out, Queenslanders are now discovering that the project costs in their state were inflated by some 25%, creating a blowout of $17.1 billion. So this is on top of the 15 to 30 that we saw squirreled away into organised crime and the union corruption racket that we had in Victoria. So to see that we've got the best practice industry conditions having been abolished in Queensland, now being resuscitated by the back door with this federal legislation and put on steroids, given the government's addiction to spending, Deputy Speaker, we should be gravely concerned. But it's not just the coalition employees, it's not just the coalition members of this place that are concerned. but indeed stakeholders across the board. The Housing Industry Association are particularly concerned, of course, because those who have been at the coalface of construction know just how bad this can be. They're joined by the Master Builders of Australia, who said, and I quote, "The potential exclusion of those legally operating under an industrial award, including those providing above-award conditions, is fundamentally unfair, particularly for small businesses operating in the building and construction industry, who make up 98% of the industry and generally do not rely on an enterprise agreement." Well, we're seeing what the Labor government are planning for those small and family-owned businesses, Deputy Speaker. They're going to crush them out of existence. They're going to mandate a union cartel across the construction sector in Australia and funnel taxpayer money into it accordingly. It is a disgrace that it's dressed up under the Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill title, and as I say, it should be the Racketeering and Union Rorts Bill of 2026 instead, because then the Australian people would have a real sense of what their government was trying to do here today. As coalition members have said previously, when it comes to the sensible parts of this bill that were put forward, we could, of course, absolutely support those any day. But the fact that they have been tied together with such an egregious assault on our freedoms is unacceptable.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill of 2026. The Coalition supports practical reforms that help the Fair Work Commission deal with its workload. But here we go again. This Labor government is presenting a rushed and convoluted bill, a bill that should be split. We say pass the Fair Work Commission reforms and separately scrutinise the procurement bargaining provisions. This is, to be frank, a sneaky move to aid union mates, and it will structurally shift contracting away from best practice arrangements to inefficient, union-friendly arrangements. This Labor government should not give itself ability to discriminate against businesses that don't have union-endorsed arrangements. This isn't just a concern of those on this side of the House. It is exactly what has been made very clear by industry, including the Australian Commercial Chamber and Industry. And they're not alone either, Deputy Speaker. Take the Business Council of Australia. They rightly point out that public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses that have signed the right union agreement. The problem here is that a single Commonwealth project could impose these conditions on every business in its supply chain. The consequences would ripple through entire industries. Justice delayed is justice denied. This Labor government should not use the sensible reforms within the Fair Work Commission as cover for passing unrelated procurement changes. Where is the fair go? Commonwealth procurement should be based on value for money, capability and compliance with the law, not whether a business has the preferred industrial instrument. We've all read the newspapers and seen the TV news. The CFMEU are on the nose big time, in my home state of Queensland and in Victoria. And now they're on the march to Canberra, thanks to this Labor government rolling out the welcome mat and opening the floodgates wide open. Let's keep the spotlight on Queensland. The Deputy Premier, Jared Blage, is on the record, correctly outlining exactly how the Labor government is trying to revive Queensland's most controversial construction policy on a national scale. This, the Deputy Premier has declared, is jeopardising the state's 2032 Olympic Games delivery. In a letter to the Federal Minister, Mr Blage writes, Queensland would not back proposed workplace law changes that nationalise the former best practice industry conditions, which are called BPIC, policy dubbed the CFMEU tax. And Deputy Speaker, let me acknowledge the Queensland Major Contractors Association. They share our view that the wording of the legislation before us is eerily similar to that now defunct BPIC policy. These laws risk the rise of BPIC 2.0 and, combined with the proposed Secure Australia Jobs Code, could make union-negotiated enterprise agreements a de facto requirement for contractors seeking federally funded work. We've all seen what happens when procurement policy is used to advantage union-controlled arrangements. It risks higher costs for taxpayers, reduced competition, and a pay-to-play culture that entrenches corruption and shuts out lawful businesses. The procurement provisions risk pushing union-covered enterprise agreements through Commonwealth contracting and down supply chains. It's so easy to get a case of déjà vu in this place. Rushed bills, attempts to cover up the details where the devil lies, throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And Labor is all about jobs for unions. And now the march to Canberra is on. The bill before us has two main points: changes to the Fair Work Commission and changes relating to enterprise agreements in Commonwealth procurement. It's a tick, tick, tick for jurisdictional objections, delegation of powers to staff, dismissing applications and vexatious litigants, and determining matters on the papers without holding a conference or hearing. These reforms are practical and should be supported. The problem is that the government has attached unrelated and controversial procurement bargaining provisions to this bill as well. I can't see how forcing employers and their employees to strike deals with unions to commercially deal with this government makes any sense. It's not fair and it's not practical. I refer to the Watson report, writing from the top. It's a report by Jeffrey Watson SC into corruption and misconduct in the CFMEU's Victorian Construction Branch. The report became public because it was tendered to the Queensland Commission of Inquiry into the CFMEU. Watson found the enterprise agreement system in Victorian construction has been thoroughly corrupted, describing it as an old-fashioned pay-to-play corruption. Watson found there was no genuine bargaining. A CFMEU official told a contracting executive, "There is no bargaining. No, nothing will be changed in this agreement." Watson found EBAs were awarded corruptly in return for cash to friends of union officials and to known criminals. Labour hire EBAs were said to have been sold for up to $1 million. Watson found the CFMEU punished enemies by refusing EBAs with no reasons given and no avenue for review. And that denial of an agreement can drive a decent contractor out of a business. The lesson is not that enterprise agreements are inherently improper. The lesson is that where market access depends on obtaining the right union-covered agreement, there is a real risk of coercion, exclusion, inflated costs and corruption. That is why Commonwealth procurement should not be used to create incentives for union-covered enterprise agreements unless there is a clear, transparent and evidence-based connection to value for money, delivery capability, lawful compliance and productivity. The Queensland Best Practice Industry Conditions, or BPIC, experience is a useful warning. BPIC used procurement policy to embed preferred industrial conditions into major government-funded construction projects. The Queensland Government has since said BPIC contributed to project delays and cost increase. It was paused in November 2024 and permanently abolished through the Queensland procurement policy in 2026. Independent Queensland Treasury modelling cited by Queensland Government estimates BPICs were likely to increase project costs by up to 25% and create a net economic cost of up to $17.1 billion over the 2024 to 2030 period. This bill creates a similar policy risk. It would allow enterprise agreement coverage, including union-covered enterprise agreements, to influence access to Commonwealth procurement and grants without requiring a demonstrated link to value for money, capability, delivery or compliance. Deputy Speaker, I must note there are reasonable amendments in this bill to help Fair Work operate more smoothly. Changing who sits on the National Construction Industry Forum, or NCIF, from the Industry Minister to the Minister responsible for the construction industry, adding the Minister responsible for skills to the NCIF, giving more time for the Administrator of the CFMEU to prepare financial statements, providing a travel allowance for members of the Road Transport Advisory Group, and creating a faster process for obtaining a new supported bargaining authorisation where the parties already have an existing supported bargaining agreement. All of these amendments do make sense. But a bill like this, when presented, like it has been, with too many flags, we cannot support it as it is. It needs to be split and properly scrutinised. The peak building and construction bodies agree. They say, given the purchasing power of the Commonwealth Government, it should act as a model client in this matter and seek to uphold freedom of association and not lessen it. The bill would bring about a fundamental change to Australian workplace law and should not proceed through the Parliament without the appropriate levels of scrutiny. Ultimately, the provisions that are really concerning are those which allow Commonwealth procurement and contracting processes to preference employers with union-covered enterprise agreements. It will limit freedom of association and conflict with the central procurement principle of value for money. We simply cannot support a move that turns Commonwealth procurement into a mechanism for pushing union-covered enterprise agreements through government contracts and down supply chains. Deputy Speaker, we support the Fair Work Commission reforms but do not support the enterprise bargaining procurement changes. We call on the government to separate the two from the bill and will support the Fair Work changes alone. If the government does not do this, we cannot support this bill as unamended. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Named after Gladys Moncrieff, the off-pressing.
Apologies about that. The member for Moncrieff.
Speaker. The Coalition supports practical reforms that improve the efficiency of our workplace relations system. We support reforms that ensure disputes are resolved quickly. We support reforms that reduce unnecessary bureaucracy. And we support reforms that allow the Fair Work Commission to focus on its core task of resolving workplace disputes fairly and efficiently. Because justice delayed is indeed justice denied. When an employee has lost their job, they deserve a timely resolution. When a small business is defending a claim, they deserve certainty and an efficient process, there's no doubt. No one benefits from a system weighed down by unnecessary delay. Unfortunately, this bill asks the Parliament to support two completely different agendas wrapped up into one piece of legislation. On one hand, it contains sensible, practical reforms requested by the Fair Work Commission itself. On the other hand, it contains significant and controversial changes that would allow the Commonwealth to preference businesses with union-covered enterprise agreements when awarding its contracts and grants. These issues are completely unrelated, so they should be considered separately. Now, it's no secret that Labor and the unions are one in the same, but the government should not be using sensible reforms as a cover to introduce dodgy changes to Commonwealth procurement. The Fair Work Commission has made it abundantly clear that it's facing an unprecedented workload crisis. Applications are projected to increase by more than 70% within just 3 years. The Commission has spoken publicly about the growing pressures on its resources and the need for legislative changes to help it operate more efficiently. The President of the Commission himself described the workload as becoming unsustainable. So when practical solutions are proposed, they deserve support. And there are a number of provisions in this bill that we, on this side of the House, will gladly get behind. The first concerns jurisdictional objections. Until the Coles Supply Chain v Milford decision, the Commission would generally move straight into conciliation or mediation when someone lodged a general protections or unlawful termination application. That made sense. The purpose of the Commission at that early stage is to help parties resolve disputes quickly and informally. But following the court decision, the Commission has often been forced to determine complex legal questions before it can even begin helping the parties to resolve the dispute. Employers can argue there was no dismissal or that the person was never an employee. The Commission must then hold hearings and determine those issues before any conciliation can occur. The result is more legal argument, more cost and more delay. The Commission estimates around 600 cases each year are now caught up in this process. This bill restores the previous approach. If a person alleges they were dismissed unlawfully, the Commission can proceed directly to dispute resolution without first determining every jurisdictional question, and those issues can still be determined later if necessary. That is a practical reform. It reduces unnecessary process without removing anyone's legal rights, and the Coalition supports it. The Coalition supports it. The second reform allows limited delegation of procedural functions to senior Commission staff. So rather than requiring Commission members to perform purely administrative tasks, appropriately qualified staff will be able to undertake certain procedural functions in unresolved dismissal matters. Again, this is a sensibly efficient measure. It allows Commission members to focus on substantive disputes rather than administrative paperwork. The Commission itself sought this flexibility, and we on this side support that too. The third reform deals with vexatious litigants. Every tribunal and court must have the ability to protect processes from abuse. Where applications are frivolous, vexatious, or have no reasonable prospects of success, resources should not be wasted pursuing them indefinitely. This bill allows the Commission to dismiss such applications and, in appropriate circumstances, prevent serial applicants from repeatedly lodging substantially similar claims. Importantly, safeguards exist. A full bench must make the order, and the individual must have an opportunity to make submissions. And that strikes an appropriate balance between access to justice and protecting the integrity of the system. The fourth reform allows certain matters to be determined on the papers. So where parties consent and the Commission considers a hearing unnecessary, matters can be resolved through written submissions. That saves time, that saves money, and it avoids scheduling hearings where no practical purpose would be served. Again, this is a sensible modernisation that improves efficiency while preserving procedural fairness. There are also several smaller amendments that are entirely reasonable, and I'll point to those now. Changes to the National Construction Industry Forum, additional time for the CFMEU administrator to prepare financial statements, travel allowances for members of the Road Transport Advisory Group, and streamlined supported bargaining authorisations. These are practical housekeeping measures. None of these provisions are controversial, Deputy Speaker, but unfortunately, that's not where the bill ends, and Australians need to know this about the Labor Party. This is what they often do: put something that is acceptable in with a bill that is completely not acceptable and put it all into one bill together. That is why we would like them to split the bill. Hidden amongst those sensible reforms in this bill is a completely different policy agenda, and I'll explain. It's an agenda that fundamentally changes Commonwealth procurement, and it is this part of the bill we are most concerned about. Currently, the Fair Work Act prevents discrimination against employers based on whether their employees are covered by particular industrial instruments, including enterprise agreements. That principle protects freedom of association. It means businesses compete based on capability, performance, and value for money, not whether they have negotiated the government's preferred industrial arrangement. This bill actually changes that. It creates an exemption allowing the Commonwealth to preference businesses whose employees are covered by union-covered enterprise agreements. I'll say that again. This bill creates an exemption allowing the Commonwealth, that is the government, to preference businesses whose employees are covered by union-covered enterprise agreements. It permits the government to favour one lawful business over another based solely on the industrial instrument under which it operates. Not because it delivers better outcomes, not because it provides better value, not because it has a stronger road safety record, but because it has the preferred enterprise agreement. And this preference does not stop with the primary contractor. The bill extends throughout the Commonwealth contractual arrangement chain. If Company A wins a Commonwealth contract and subcontracts work to Company B may also be expected to preference businesses operating under union-covered enterprise agreements. The incentive cascades through the entire supply chains. It has the potential to reshape markets. It has the potential to disadvantage perfectly lawful businesses, and it risks creating a procurement system based on industrial ideology rather than merit. Commonwealth procurement should always be guided by three principles. 1, value for money. 2, capability. 3, compliance with the law. Nothing more. Taxpayer dollars should purchase the best possible outcome for Australian taxpayers, not reward businesses simply because they've signed a particular industrial agreement that the Labor government likes. Now, recent history demonstrates exactly why this matters. The Geoffrey Watson SC report into corruption within the Victorian construction branch of the CFMEU painted a deeply troubling picture. We've seen it on the news. It described an enterprise bargaining system that had become, in its words, thoroughly corrupted. A system where access to enterprise agreements became a form of market access, where contractors allegedly paid enormous sums simply to obtain agreements, where refusing an agreement could drive a legitimate business out of the market. The lesson is not that enterprise agreements are inherently improper. Many operate perfectly well. The lesson is that when commercial opportunity becomes dependent upon obtaining the right enterprise agreement, the risks of coercion, exclusion and corruption increase significantly. That is precisely why governments should not use procurement policy to create artificial incentives for one particular industrial model. Now, my home state of Queensland provides another warning. Best practice industry conditions sought to embed preferred industrial arrangements into government procurement. The Queensland government concluded the policy contributed to delays and, more importantly, increased costs. Independent Treasury modelling estimated project costs could increase by up to 25% and impose a net economic cost of up to $17 billion. That policy, I'm pleased to say, has now been abolished. Yet this legislation risks the very same inflated taxpayer costs at a Commonwealth level. It is little wonder that industry groups have raised the alarm. The Housing Industry Association has expressed their concern. The Business Council of Australia, the BCA, has warned public money should go to businesses that can deliver, not businesses with the preferred union agreement of this government. AI Group has warned these provisions risk undermining freedom of association. I mean, currently in the Fair Work Act 2009, there are specific statutory protections to join or not join. Join or not join industrial associations like unions. This bill exempts the Commonwealth from this, which is why it is so outrageous. And those on the other side are looking at me like I'm a whiny cow or something. Well, I am whiny because this is completely and utterly out of order what this government is doing. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has called the proposal a structural shift away from best practice contracting. Master Builders Australia has warned small businesses will be unfairly disadvantaged. Small businesses in my electorate will be unfairly disadvantaged, and many electorates around the country. Queensland's Deputy Premier has described the proposal as a national version of Queensland's former BPIC policy, the so-called CFMEU, there's the word that Labor love, tax. CFMEU tax. These are serious concerns. They deserve serious scrutiny. There are also provisions establishing a separate high-income threshold for road transport contractors. The government argues that high operating costs justify a special carve-out, but stakeholder views are mixed and the evidence to back it up remains incomplete. Now, creating industry-specific exceptions to long-standing legislative principles should never occur without careful examination. That too deserves proper scrutiny. So the Coalition's position is pretty straightforward on this bill. But as I said, this Labor government likes to roll in, some good reform policy in with very, very bad policy, and we, as a coalition, cannot...
Order. I do apologise, the member for Moncrieff, but the debate is interrupted. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on June 28, 3 on 23 June 2026. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. I will now put that immediately. All the opinions say aye. The contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I can give you. Okay, lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the, just got to get right, the right of me and the noes to the left. I appoint the tellers for the noes being the member for Curtin and the member for Werriwa, and for the ayes, for the ayes, it's this side, is the member for Indi and the member for Bean. Just the question has been resolved in the negative. Yeah. Order. The question has been resolved in. Sorry. Yeah. Order. The question has been resolved in the negative. If people could quickly move back to their seats, and we will proceed to putting the question. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. All the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. never.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 45. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations, the road transport industry and registered organisations, and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail as a whole. So the question before the House is the bill be agreed to, just to update the House about what's going to happen next. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier today, the question now is the amendments circulated by the member for Wentworth be agreed to. Before I call the member for Wentworth, just explain to the House that we did receive identical amendments between the member for Wannon and the member for Wentworth. The member for Wentworth were the first to be circulated, so this means they will be dealt with first, as is the traditions and customs of the House. And as the House has made a decision on the member for Wentworth's amendments, the members for Wannon amendments may not be considered by the House because they're the same piece of work. And that's in accordance with Standing Order 150, number E, just so that if people want to follow where we're at, that's what we're dealing with. And Rep's practice on page 299 and page 375. Order, the Minister for Employment. So we shall now deal with the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
I rise to move the amendments to the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment. The problem with this amendment addresses is that Part 9 hands the Minister sweeping new powers, with no statutory limits, no required consultation and no meaningful parliamentary oversight, to determine who can access Commonwealth grants, procurement contracts and funding arrangements across an $830 billion annual budget. That is 26.8% of GDP. It is a record, and this bill enables it to be filtered through an industrial relations test. My amendment would omit this part, retaining the other practical measures of the bill. Even though the government is not compelled to use these powers and has indicated it does not plan to use them for the construction industry, I am concerned. I am concerned that by creating new exceptions to the Fair Work Act's prohibition on discrimination, it gives the Commonwealth legal basis to favour one business over another. Not on capability, not on compliance, not on price, not on delivery, but on the industrial instrument covering its workforce. These powers extend to grants, the procurement of goods and services, and flow through Commonwealth contractual chains. A small business that is a third-tier subcontractor on a government-funded project could find itself subject to this test without ever dealing directly with the Commonwealth. This bill is explicit about this.
Speaker.
The businesses that are most exposed are small businesses. Most operate under awards, not enterprise agreements, in part because negotiating an agreement and navigating the full complexity of the awards as they are currently written requires resources that many simply do not have. They comply with every legal obligation.
Speaker.
Under this bill, that may not be enough. As I flagged in the second reading speech, the policy framework intended to govern this, the Secure Australian Jobs Code, it doesn't exist. Submissions close in February. There is no draft. On the 1st of May, 5 weeks before this bill was introduced, the Minister stated the government had no intention of requiring employers to hold a union-covered enterprise agreement as a condition of Commonwealth construction funding and no intention of replicating Queensland's best practice industry conditions scheme. But the bill and this legislation creates the power to precisely do that. And at best, this bill risks limiting who can deliver government objectives, reducing competition and value for money. It risks locking productive, innovative businesses out of grants and tenders. Queensland's best practice industry condition scheme was used as a procurement policy to embed preferred conditions. It was found by its own Productivity Commission to have reduced construction productivity by 9%, increasing costs and reducing housing supply. And the government should be listening to this because they should care that construction productivity is down by 9% because of the actions of the government. This matters. We do care about construction productivity because we can't deliver housing unless we get construction productivity moving. And at worst, this bill risks creating the conditions for the enterprise agreement system to be a vehicle for organised crime. These risks are not hypothetical. The Watson report found Victoria's enterprise agreement system had been thoroughly corrupted. Agreements sold for cash, awarded to criminals, used to punish competitors. Watson estimated that corruption cost Victorian taxpayers $15 billion. I want to be clear. I support enterprise bargaining.
If members could limit their conversations, Member for Cunningham, while I'm speaking, perhaps we can show some courtesy and respect to the member for Wentworth. If people wish to be here for that, that's okay, but I just ask them to limit their conversations. The member for Wentworth in continuation.
Thank you. I would like to make the point, now it's slightly quieter, to make the point why this matters, because these sorts of arrangements have been used in Queensland and it has reduced productivity in the construction industry, which is holding back housing supply in this country. So this really matters. It does matter because these sorts of provisions were used and abused by the CFMEU in terms of driving organised crime and corruption that cost the taxpayer in Victoria an estimated $15 billion. These are big numbers and this really matters. So this legislation matters. There are not the safeguards there to stop it affecting the construction industry. It's just an assertion by the minister. That is not good enough, and it exposes other parts of our government to the sort of enterprise agreements that have happened in the past. You know, I support enterprise agreements. I wish the government would simplify the awards to make it easier for good businesses to do good enterprise agreements, particularly small businesses, because the awards are so complicated, it's impossible. But we should be using government money to get value for taxpayers, not to support industrial relations arrangements that you guys support. Thank you.
The question is the bill be agreed to. Give a call to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. Look, I thank the member for her amendment, but the government will be opposing this amendment, which seeks to siphon out our reforms to reinvigorate enterprise bargaining. These reforms will allow the Commonwealth Government spending to support secure jobs and fair working conditions by being able to preference enterprise agreements negotiated in good faith and genuinely agreed where appropriate to do so. Enterprise agreements are a transparent and effective way of delivering secure jobs and fair conditions for workers, as well as flexibility and productivity for employers. Importantly, I would make clear the bill does not impose any obligations on the Commonwealth to do anything. How the Commonwealth Government does its spending should support secure jobs and fair working conditions, and how this will be done is being carefully considered as part of the development of the Secure Australian Jobs Code. Value for money and quality, timely delivery will remain front and centre of all government spending decisions.
The question is the bill be agreed to. I'll put that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question, that's the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth, be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. You think the noes have it? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 44, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 43. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill has been agreed to. The question now is that this bill be read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to workplace relations, the road transport industry and registered organisations, and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Customs Tariff Amendment Incorporation of Proposals Bill No. 1, 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is the bill be agreed to. I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask Leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Mallee.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Mallee, the Assistant Health Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
I've received advice from the Honourable the Prime Minister nominating a member to be a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I'll give a call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I ask Leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act 2001, Mr Wallace be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip that he has nominated Mr Farley to be a member of the Standing Committee on Primary Industries in place of Ms Sharkey. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Standing Committee on Primary Industries.
Is leave granted? Give the call to Member Malley.
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that Ms Sharkey be discharged from the Standing Committee on Primary Industries, that in her place Mr Farley be appointed a member of the committee.
Put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, health legislation amendment, improving choice and transparency for private health consumers bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the member for McKellar to the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for McKellar has moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Wentworth has moved a further amendment. So the question before the House is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to speak on a bill that is fundamentally about fairness, transparency and the restoration of trust in our healthcare system. The Health Legislation Amendment, Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill 2026. For too many Australians, a visit to the specialist is preceded by a calculation of fear. Not just fear for their health, but a fear of the fees that they cannot predict. This bill delivers on the Albanese Labor government's rock-solid commitment to strengthening Medicare. To summarise briefly, this bill fixes two things. It increases transparency in our healthcare system and outlaws product phoenixing, which is a deceptive practice when an insurer closes an existing product only to open another one immediately, and which is identical except for a higher premium. And this is done by insurers specifically to bypass ministerial scrutiny. We are ensuring that when Australians need medical advice, that they have the power to find the best value, and when they pay their private health premiums, they have the confidence that they are not being played for fools by corporate loopholes. Now, this contrasts with the rhetoric that we've heard from the Shadow Treasurer, the member for Goldstein. While we're here trying to lower out-of-pocket costs, he's been in this chamber describing our health investments as debt petrol on an inflation fire. He claims to care about cost of living, yet he stands with a party that presided over a decade of Medicare neglect. He calls our targeted cost-saving measures wasteful spending, but ignores the waste created by a system that leaves patients in the dark. Speaker, the Australian Bureau of Statistics confirms that medical and hospital services are the primary drivers of inflation for consumers. We see fees for the very same procedure vary wildly, and sometimes by thousands of dollars, and that's between specialists within the same cities, and this is called the cost lottery. This bill fixes the failed attempts of the past. The previous government spent a whopping $24 million on the Medical Cost Finder website that was a ghost town. It relied on doctors voluntarily uploading their fees, and out of 11,000 specialists, how many signed up? 7. 7 individual doctors. This failure isn't a surprise when you look at the ideology of the man who now holds the coalition's purse strings. The Shadow Treasurer has previously advocated for the transfer of health financing from government to individuals. He suggested that every Australian should have an individual health account to pay for their own care. That's not a healthcare system, that's an invoice system. It's an American-style version where your health is determined by your bank balance. And no wonder they couldn't get a transparency tool to work. They don't want you to see the bill until it's too late to pay it. Speaker, our amendments on this bill will allow the Medical Costs Finder to publish data drawn directly from Medicare, hospitals and insurance billing data. We are shining a light into the black box of medical pricing because informed patients make for a healthier Australia. And Speaker, I speak on this not just as the member for Bullwinkle, but as a nurse who has spent decades on the front line. I have stood in clinics from the Perth foothills, the Perth Hills, to the Kimberley and the Pilbara, and I have seen and experienced the referral barrier firsthand. As nurses, our role is to advocate for the patient, but it is heartbreakingly difficult to advocate for a patient's health when they are terrified of the cost. I have seen patients walk out of a specialist referral holding a piece of paper that looks more like that they've received a debt notice rather than a lifeline. And when a patient doctor shops or delays a procedure because they can't get a straight answer on out-of-pocket costs, their condition can worsen. As a nurse, I know that delayed care is denied care. By automating the Medical Costs Finder system, we are removing the financial triage that patients are currently forced to perform. We are ensuring that the clinical pathway isn't blocked by a lack of data. This bill allows the healthcare team, the GPs, the nurses and the patients to focus on the recovery and not the invoice. But transparency about fees is only half the battle. We must also address the transparency of the insurers. There is this deceptive practice that I mentioned earlier known as product phoenixing. And this occurs when an insurer closes an existing product only to immediately open an identical one at a higher premium rate, specifically to bypass ministerial scrutiny. Currently, insurers may seek approval to raise premiums on existing products, but by killing off the old product and birthing a new one, they avoid this law. But this bill slams that loophole shut. We are requiring approval for any proposed new product and any change that reduces value. Just last month, the Shadow Treasurer was out there decrying the 4.41% premium increase, an increase that was necessary partly because his party had left the hospitals, the private hospital system, on the brink of collapse. He talked about inflation clangers, but where was his voice when insurance were using phoenixing to hike prices without any oversight? He wants deregulation. This bill offers protection. He wants the market to rip. We want the family budget to rest. Speaker, some on the opposition side might call ministerial oversight red tape, but as a nurse, I call it patient safety. In a hospital, we have protocols to ensure transparency and accountability, and why should the insurance market be any different? Let's be clear about how the bait and switch of product phoenixing worked. An insurer would see a product that was perhaps too good for the consumer. Maybe it had low gaps or high coverage. To raise the price, they would have to justify that to the minister, and to avoid that, they would simply sunset the product. They'd send a letter to my constituents in High Wycombe or Mundaring and say, your plan is retiring, here are your new options. And like a phoenix rises from the ashes, a new plan, extremely similar to the previous one, appears. It looks the same, it smells the same, but it costs 10% more. Because it's new, it bypassed the minister's desk. That's unfair. This bill ensures that the Minister for Health, and not a corporate board in an offshore office, is the final gatekeeper for the value of Australia's policy. We are bringing the same level of clinical accountability we expect in our hospital wards to the boardrooms of insurers. Speaker, the member for Goldstein recently claimed in this House that he doesn't want to privatise Medicare, but his records and his writings tell a different story. He has spent his career arguing against the nanny state, which in his vocabulary seems to include the basic safety net that keeps Australians alive and healthy. When the Shadow Treasurer talks about ambition, he means the ambition for individuals to shoulder the burden for a failing system. When we talk about ambition, we mean the ambition of a government that uses its power to protect its citizens from predatory pricing. The Coalition's view on Medicare is out of step with the Australian values. They see Medicare as a line to be cut on the budget, and we see it as promises to be kept. They want to protect the flexibility of insurers to hike prices. We want to protect the flexibility of families to pay their rent. Speaker, in conclusion, this bill is a clear-eyed response to the cost of living pressures that are facing Australians. It empowers patients with data of specialist fees and protects consumers from corporate trickery, and reinforces our long-standing commitment to the Medicare system that is strong and fair. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. To hear those members opposite constantly bang on about their Mediscare campaigns really in 2026 is getting just a little bit beyond the pale. They've tried it in all the last few elections, and look, I don't know how many times, in the words of the Prime Minister, how many times do I have to say this? 50 times. This government, this coalition, is committed to Medicare. I am committed to Medicare. The last thing I want to see in Australia, as someone who has had two very, very dangerously life-threatening illnesses of two of my 4 kids, the last thing I want to see is a US-style health system in this country. And the Coalition is absolutely committed to ensuring that people, doesn't matter where you live, what your postcode is, what your income is, you can have, if you are an Australian citizen or a permanent resident, you should be able to get access to Medicare and be treated for whatever illness or injury that you've had by world-leading doctors and hospitals. I don't know how many times I have to say that, because those Labor members opposite just seem to think we'll rattle out this old Medicare trope. It's BS, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it should be treated and called out for what it is. Anyway, I digress. Let me be clear on this bill. The Coalition supports the intent behind the bill. We support greater transparency in healthcare pricing. We support protecting consumers from unfair premium increases. We support giving Australians the information they need to make informed decisions about their healthcare. Nobody in this side of the chamber disputes those objectives. But supporting an objective and waving through legislation that is not ready to deliver that objective are two very different things. And this bill, despite being announced more than a year ago, is still not ready. Approximately 15 million Australians hold private health cover. The private health system does not operate in isolation from our public hospitals, particularly in rural and regional Australia. It works alongside them. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the private system is strong, it relieves pressure on public hospitals. When Australians drop or downgrade their cover, they shift onto public waiting lists already under severe strain. We're already seeing record levels of ambulance ramping and increasing wait times at hospitals across this country. Any reform in this space carries real consequences, and those consequences must be weighed very carefully. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a result of what this government did in the budget, more than 8,000 Australians have signed my petition
opposing Labor's decision to strip private health insurance rebates from older Australians. And each and every one of these people deserves to be taken seriously. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, what this government has done, you're probably too young to remember this, Madam Deputy Speaker, but when I was a young lad, I remember sitting across the kitchen table with my wife, and John Howard was talking about how you need to sign up to private health insurance before you turn 30. And if you don't, then if you want to come into the private health insurance system later, you're going to pay a premium. But if you signed up before you turned 30, you'd get concessional rates for the rest of your life, provided you kept doing it, right? This government is now ripping that away from people 65 and over. That is exactly true. At a cost of $1,600 for a couple on the gold rate. That is absolutely true. And you can try and pull the wool over people's eyes, as this government tries to do all the time. But the misinformation, the distruths, the dishonesty coming from that side of the House on everything in relation to this budget just belies belief. Australians, particularly over 65, that is when you need private health insurance the most. That's when you need medical assistance the most. And now this government has changed the rules on them. They've ripped that rug from underneath them. And they are angry. My electorate is an older electorate. They still call me the young fella, so there must be an older electorate. But they are angry because they feel like they have been misled. Because this commitment that was provided to Australians was provided by multiple governments of all varying colours. But this government is the first one to breach that trust. And I've got to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, those pitchforks are being sharpened by 65 and overs, and they cannot wait for the opportunity for this election to come around. Now, I digress again, Madam Deputy Speaker, but this is exactly why the Coalition supported referring this bill to the Senate Community Affairs Committee for greater scrutiny. And the inquiry confirmed what we suspected. Key operational details remain unresolved, and on some of the bill's most fundamental questions, the department was either unable to answer them or they had not yet considered their responses. That matters because changes to the way private health insurance products are approved and changes to how specialist fees are published affect the decisions of real people and how they go about making their healthcare decisions every single day. Now, when legislation is poorly designed, real people bear the consequences. Schedule 1 of this bill deals with transparency by default. The bill would allow the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing to publish individual specialist fee data on the Medical Costs Finder website, drawing on Medicare hospital insurer billing data already held by government. The Coalition established the Medical Costs Finder website. We believe transparency in medical pricing is worthwhile and necessary. Australians deserve to know what they are likely to pay before they walk into a specialist's room. But the volume of data involved here is significant, and the risk of errors are a real concern. A clinician's fees, speaking of doctors, published incorrectly on a government website cause immediate and potentially lasting reputational damage. Mr Deputy Speaker, despite the government announcing these changes more than a year ago, the Senate committee received no satisfactory answers to several fundamental questions. How dated will the information on the website be at the time of publication? How regularly will it be updated? Will clinicians be able to upload and amend their own fee information to ensure accuracy? What will the error correction process look like in practice, and will this have a quick turnaround, or will it be a typically glacial response at the expense of the clinician? Someone just like you, Mr Deputy Speaker. What makes this more troubling is a provision buried in this legislation that grants the department immunity from civil liability for loss, damage or injury arising from the publication of medical fees. You heard that right, Mr Deputy Speaker. The government is holding individual clinicians to strict compliance obligations while exempting itself from equivalent accountability when things go wrong. It is entirely appropriate that one of the country's most leading paediatricians happens to be in the chair right now, because this government is going to hold you and your colleagues to a different standard to what it holds of itself. That might cause you some consternation and may cause you to rethink my suggestion to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, that you might be best served serving your community by going back and being a great paediatrician. But I'll continue. This is a troubling double standard.
You're very kind, the member for Fisher.
I am. If you say it enough, I say it enough, people might believe it. This is a troubling double standard. You don't build in immunity provisions unless you anticipate errors. The government appears to have accepted that it is going to make inevitable errors. Rather than designing a system robust enough to prevent reputational harm to clinicians, its preference is to protect itself from legal consequences. The Parliament cannot make a fully informed decision on Schedule 1 until the government provides clear answers on data currency, update frequency, clinician input mechanisms and the error correction process. The Coalition will press for those answers and seek amendments to address these gaps when this bill comes before the Senate. Turning now to Schedule 2, it deals with regulating premiums. The bill would require insurers to seek ministerial approval for new products and for existing products where certain changes are proposed. This extends the existing approval process to new products, and the objective of addressing product phoenixing is one the Coalition supports. Product phoenixing is the practice of closing an existing insurance product and reopening an essentially identical product at a higher premium, circumventing the requirement for premium change approval. It's a practice that undermines the intent of premium regulation and it harms consumers. The Coalition supports closing that loophole. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, evidence presented to the Senate committee indicated that product phoenixing primarily involves gold-tier products, the same people who I spoke about earlier that are going to be paying $1,600 a year extra on their premiums if they're over 65. The bill, as drafted, imposes the new approval requirement broadly across all new products, including extra policies. That is a much wider net than the problem requires. Requiring ministerial approval for every new extras policy creates red tape for insurers with minimal consumer benefit. It risks slowing the introduction of innovative new products. The approval requirement should be targeted to the products and market behaviour actually driving the problem. Applying it broadly is ministerial overreach and it will generate compliance costs that will ultimately be borne by consumers. The committee also received no satisfactory answers to several critical operational questions. How many applications does the department expect to receive? Does it have the resources to process them? Will insurers face application fees, and if so, what limit will apply? And what statutory timeframes will ensure decisions are made promptly and efficiently? An insurer left waiting indefinitely for approval of a new product cannot respond to the market. These are the practical questions any competent legislator would want answered before voting for a bill. The fact that many remain unanswered, despite a year of lead time, reflects poorly on the government's preparation. This legislation has all the hallmarks of a policy announced prematurely with critical detail never properly examined. Fancy that. Mr Deputy Speaker, the bill's stated purpose is improving choice and transparency for private health consumers. That goal requires honesty, fancy that, about the state of those consumers right now. According to the government's own most recent Medicare data, the bulk billing rate for specialist attendances is 28.2%. 28.2% for bulk billing for specialist attendances, with an average out-of-pocket cost, I don't know where these figures are coming from, of $123.48. Seems pretty generous to me, Mr Deputy Speaker. For anaesthetists, The bulk billing rate is 8.7%, with an average out-of-pocket cost of $244.49. Out-of-pocket costs to see a GP have reached more than $50, the highest level on record. Research conducted by Redbridge showed that 3 in 10 Australians referred to a specialist did not go simply because they couldn't afford it. Australian families are being forced to choose between seeing a doctor and paying the bills. Publishing fee information on a website, however, well designed, will not put money back in Australians' pockets. It will not drive specialists to lower their fees. It may help some patients make better informed decisions, but it will not address the underlying affordability crisis. There's also a broader issue of trust that the government appears to have overlooked. Transparency only works when consumers have confidence that the information they are receiving is complete, current and meaningful. A specialist fee published on a government website may provide part of the picture, but patients are often faced with a range of costs that extend beyond a single consultation. Mr Speaker, we're not opposing this bill. We are doing what an opposition should do. We're insisting that legislation affecting 15 million Australians and the clinicians who serve them is properly designed before it becomes law. The government has had more than a year to work up the detail of this policy. The fact that so many fundamental questions remain unanswered is not good enough. The Coalition will strive to make this bill better.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill 2026. There are 2 key purposes to this bill. Now, in terms of operation, firstly, it amends the Health Insurance Act 1973 and Private Health Insurance Act of 2007 to allow the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing to publish information for consumers on medical fees charged by medical practitioners, including specialists and general practitioners, together with the likely out-of-pocket costs for their private healthcare experience. The purpose is to support greater transparency in healthcare pricing, helping consumers make informed decisions about their healthcare and obtain better value from private health insurance. Secondly, it amends the Private Health Insurance Act to require insurers to seek ministerial premium approval for new products and existing products where certain changes are proposed. The new premium approval process provided in the bill broadly aligns with the current process for premium changes for existing products, and the purpose of these provisions is to expand and formalise ministerial oversight of premium setting for private health insurance products. So overall, the bill aims to strengthen transparency and improve patients' understanding of their healthcare and private health insurance arrangements, which can be often very complex, difficult to understand and difficult to apply. Measures that facilitate greater transparency from private health insurance regarding what policies include how agreements with providers operate and how arrangements affect patients and hospitals, together with measures requiring private health insurance to clearly explain what is and what isn't covered, are critical. People often access their private health cover during times of illness and stress, and they should not be left navigating complexity alone during this time. Anything that helps patients understand what they're paying for and why is something included or not included is something that should be prosecuted, as should the provision of genuine help for patients to assist them to anticipate their out-of-pocket costs. Furthermore, this bill will outlaw the practice that is known as product phoenixing, where private health insurers close a product and then reopen an identical one at a higher price or reduce the value of a product. This is designed to close a pre-existing loophole. We know that many Australians choose to take out private health insurance for personal, individual reasons. Private health insurance, especially hospital cover, does provide security. It's peace of mind knowing you and your family will be cared for if you're injured or have a health condition. Having private hospital insurance means that even if the worst happens, there is a security blanket. So hospital cover can provide that security. Private health insurance can also mean more choice in your healthcare, in that you have more choice when it comes to choosing the doctors, surgeons and specialists who might treat you. Then there is time. Depending on your cover, private health insurance may help avoid public hospital waiting lists so you can access the care that you need more quickly. That being said, in Australia, although our public health system is very good, there are challenges and there can be long wait times to get elective surgery. So having private hospital cover means you might get faster treatment for elective surgery, unlike those who rely only on the public system. Extras are another important part of private health insurance, and depending on the type of cover, you may then be able to claim back money for a range of health services that might not be covered by Medicare up to your yearly cover limits. Many Australians take out private health insurance because they want more security, more choice and quicker treatment than what the public system is able to offer. They also take it out because they know that sometimes lightning strikes. Nobody has a crystal ball about what future health issues might affect them, and many people just want to be prepared. Given its importance, but also given the cost, the private health insurance system needs to be transparent and clear about what is covered and at what cost. It also needs to be sustainable and equitable for everyone. In a health system where it's important to have a balance between private and public health services, it is a disincentive to take up private health insurance if costs are opaque, hard to understand, or not available until after the event. This bill, the Health Legislation Amendment improving choice and transparency for private health consumers, will enable Australians to make informed decisions about their healthcare and their private health insurance. It will enable them to weigh up the factors that underpin a decision to take up private health insurance or not. Schedule 1 of the bill is dedicated to this in that it provides consumers with more detailed information on the expected medical fees charged and the likely out-of-pocket costs for a private healthcare experience. The schedule will facilitate the publication of the relevant data on the medical cost finder without the need for input from specialists, as it will be drawn from Medicare, hospital and insurer billing data already collected by the government. The medical cost finder, operated under the auspices of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, is a tool to find and understand costs for GP and medical specialist services across Australia. Because it can't be right that patients who need treatment are required to commit to that treatment without knowing what the cost of the treatment will be and without being equipped with the tools to enable them to compare those costs with costs charged by other like providers. When you go to a restaurant, the prices are on the menu. You know what you're up for before you place an order, and no one would go to a restaurant and order dinner without knowing what it was going to cost. Now, no one is saying that the provision of highly skilled surgery by incredibly well-trained and intelligent medical professionals is the same as eating a meal in a restaurant, but the principle of transparency before the event is the same. People need to know if they can afford a service before they commit to it, what savings and sacrifices they may have to pay or may have to make to pay for the healthcare that they need, what they might need to give up or go without in order to fund the healthcare that they need. Now, the fees and charges applied by surgeons and specialists are what they are because the work is incredibly skilled, performed by clinicians who have spent years and years training and honing their craft in order to provide the best possible outcomes to their patients in often incredibly difficult, complex and challenging environments. This bill recognises that, but all it seeks to do is to make sure that patients understand what those costs are prior to incurring them, and that patients have had the opportunity to compare costs of the multiple skilled providers. Comparison might not matter to some patients. They know who their preferred surgeon is, and that is the end of the matter. But others do want to investigate and explore, just to be sure, and the capacity for patients to do that on the basis of accurate data is completely reasonable. Now, the private health system also relies on private health insurers operating with integrity and incentivising people in a fair and transparent and ethical way to take up or maintain private health insurance for themselves and their families. Schedule 2 of the bill is directed at this, and that is relevant to changes to strengthen ministerial oversight of private health insurance premiums to better protect consumers. Without Schedule 2, the status quo would remain, and that status quo is that private health insurers are required to apply to the minister if they wish to change the premium from an existing product, which typically occurs annually as part of the annual premium round process. Currently, there is no requirement for insurers to seek approval for the premium charged for new products, and what has happened in some instances is that this loophole has been used to bypass the intent of the premium round by closing an existing product to new members and then launching a new but very similar product at a higher price than was previously authorised by the minister for the existing product. This process, known as phoenixing, has driven up the cost of private health insurance policies, far exceeding government-approved average increases. Phoenixing means that some Australians end up paying more than they need to, especially those on newer or top-tier policies. These steep hikes don't just increase costs, they also discourage tailored healthcare because many policyholders choose to stay on older, cheaper plans to avoid sudden price jumps, which limits their options and may result in them not actually enjoying the benefit of the most appropriate policy for them. Other consumers might then elect to downgrade their cover, which ultimately just leads to the risk that they will be underinsured and exposed if their cheaper policy does not include the treatment they actually need, rendering it useless in terms of value for money. Schedule 2 of the bill addresses this issue through amendments to the Private Health Insurance Act that will require insurance to apply to the minister for approval for the premiums for new and existing products. In addition to requiring ministerial approval for proposed premium changes, insurers will have to apply if they open a new product or they reduce the cover, benefit or other term or condition of an existing product. If a product is genuinely unsustainable, not being taken up, or genuinely loss-making with little available mitigation strategies to counter this, then a new product can still be initiated, just not without the minister's prior approval on the associated premium, making it fairer for consumers. This is an important reform that has at its heart the purpose of ensuring the private health insurance industry is operating to the benefit of consumers and for the purpose of ensuring consumers are able to make informed decisions and select policies that are appropriately tailored for their individual healthcare needs, all underpinned by accurate and contemporary data. The government values the private health insurance industry and will always look to implement reforms that ensure the industry delivers value for money and transparency for consumers in a way that facilitates consumers having choice and agency over their healthcare decisions. That is what this bill does, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this health legislation amendment. But right from the outset, I want to acknowledge your decades of service to improving the health of Australians. in my humble opinion, you're a great Australian.
Oh, thank you, Member for Sullivan.
I welcome the opportunity to speak about the achievements of our Albanese Federal Labor Government, both in relation to this legislation and to improving choice and transparency for private health consumers, and the many achievements of our government in my electorate of Solomon around health. The Health Legislation Amendment, Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill, represents the first significant step in taking action to address the impact of specialist fee charging and the consequential out-of-pocket costs for consumers. It delivers on 2 election commitments to expand ministerial scrutiny of premiums to provide assurance around the cost and value of private health insurance by driving more transparency on patient medical fees, as well as a commitment to outlaw product phoenixing. The legislation further strengthens Medicare by helping Australians find the best value when they need specialist medical advice and treatment, and provides more confidence in their private health insurance by outlawing, as I said, product phoenixing. It will enable Australians to make more informed decisions about their healthcare and private health insurance. The proposed amendments will allow for the Medical Cost Finder website to publish individual medical practitioner fees and insurer out-of-pocket data for common medical services. Medical practitioners will no longer need to upload their billing information, as it will be drawn from Medicare, hospitals and insurer billing data already collected by our government. The bill will also deliver election commitment to outlaw product phoenixing. This is where an insurer closes an existing product and opens an identical or similar new product at a higher premium, or even reduce the value of the product without ministerial scrutiny. Product phoenixing behaviour was contributing to declining consumer confidence in private health insurance. Currently, private health insurers are required to apply to the Minister for Health if they wish to change the premium for an existing product. The main requirement of the bill will be to amend the Private Health Insurance Act 2007 to require an insurer to seek ministerial approval for the premium charge for a proposed new product, and, where changes are made that reduce cover, a benefit or a term of conditions of an existing product. According to the ABS, the cost of medical and hospital services is a key driver of health inflation for consumers, which feeds into higher out-of-pocket costs and higher private health insurance premiums. Fees can vary widely across specialists, even for the same procedure in the same part of Australia. This bill will ensure that Australian patients will have the power to compare costs and make informed choices about their medical care, while not imposing any administrative burden on our doctors. The Albanese government's focus on strengthening Medicare has delivered on a range of commitments to benefit Territorians. The Darwin Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has opened near the airport there on Osgood Drive, just adjacent to the ice skating rink. All Territorians know where that is. It's a cool place. And it complements the existing Palmerston Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, which is one of the most successful in the nation. There have been close to 40,000 visits to the Palmerston Medicare Urgent Care Clinic since its opening in October 2023. Last month's budget made our Medicare urgent care clinics permanent, providing funding certainty for the urgent care clinics in Darwin and Palmerston. These clinics provide walk-in care for urgent, non-emergency medical needs. Open 7 days a week, Medicare-eligible patients are bulk billed. No appointments are required to get the care you need when you need it. And I've had so much positive feedback already about the urgent care clinic in Darwin, as I have for some time now around the one in Palmerston. When it comes to aged care, which takes pressure off our Royal Darwin Hospital and Palmerston Regional Hospital, we've announced a successful tenderer for the 120 to 150 bed aged care facility to serve Darwin and Palmerston, the rural area, the top end. Not-for-profit Auscare has been selected to build and operate this residential aged care home. As I mentioned, it's going to importantly free up beds in our hospital system currently taken up by aged care demands, when those senior Territorians should be in a more comfortable place in residential aged care. Auscare are a very experienced provider that has done a lot of work, particularly in Queensland, and it will make an enormous difference to the provision of health services and the provision of quality residential aged care services in my electorate and in the NT generally. Our government has also delivered a once-in-a-generation change to bulk billing, which will mean, and already is meaning, that more Territorians can see a doctor for free with no out-of-pocket expenses. There are now 25 Medicare bulk billing GP practices across Darwin and Palmerston, which is an increase of 17 clinics offering bulk billing services since our changes come into place. Over 70% of all local GP practices are now registered as Medicare bulk billing practices. We've also launched services like 1800 Medicare, helping keep people out of emergency departments. Investments in the PBS will mean that Australians continue to benefit from life-changing medications at cheaper prices. We have capped PBS medicines at $25, saving Territorians real dollars. The Albanese Labor government's cheaper medicines reforms have already saved Australians more than $2.5 billion, with a B, since 2022. And there have been over 1.4 million cheaper scripts in my electorate, Darwin and Palmerston, under Labor's cheaper medicine policies, with 2 million across the Northern Territory. We continue to add and amend medicine listings on the PBS, including for cystic fibrosis, chronic kidney disease, various cancers and much more. We have also put in place measures to increase childhood vaccination rates through an enhanced immunisation campaign, SMS reminders and growing the National Immunisation Program vaccination in our pharmacies. The Albanese Labor government has delivered record hospital funding for the Territory, $3.5 billion over 5 years from 26-27, which is an additional being the key word, $741 million over those 5 years. This latest budget also announced $95.5 million over 2 years from 26-27 for primary healthcare services in remote Northern Territory, and a one-time fixed funding amount of $66 million in 26-27 for the NT to address the challenges that smaller jurisdictions face in delivering health services. Deputy Speaker, as someone before politics who worked in the provision of health care providers into remote areas of the NT, this is all very good news for Territorians living in those regional areas. We're also growing the health workforce to deliver more doctors and nurses than ever before, including the largest GP training program in Australian history and hundreds of scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and qualifications. We're also building the local Northern Territory long-term health workforce with our own medical school opening at Charles Darwin University, housed in a brand new building which is called Garawa, or the other name is the Better Health Futures Building, which has been funded by our government. The first cohort of students has commenced at Charles Darwin University Medical School in February, delivering a major boost to medical training and the doctor pipeline in the Northern Territory. This delivers on a plan to double permanent medical students in the NT to 200 by the year 2030, enhancing long-term staffing for hospitals like Royal Darwin Hospital. Also, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the long-time provision of a medical program by Flinders University, partnered with Menzies and CDU as well. Labor is providing Australian women with more choice and better treatment at low cost, making contraceptive cheaper and funding more treatments for menopause. We're helping Australian women suffering from endometriosis and complex gynecological conditions so they have access to longer specialist consultations covered under Medicare. This includes funding an endo and pelvic pain clinic in Coconut Grove in Darwin, meaning that more Territory women can access the care they need closer to home. The clinic provides expert multidisciplinary services and care for women with endometriosis and pelvic pain. Soon, Territory women will have better access to safe, affordable, long-acting reversible contraception, or LARC, with the Northern Territory selected to host one of 8 new LARC Centres of Excellence being established across Australia. Our government is investing $25.6 million to establish a national network of centres that will provide free advice, support and access to services such as IUDs and contraceptive implants delivered by skilled healthcare professionals at no cost to patients. The centre will also provide outreach services and hands-on training for healthcare professionals, helping to increase access to long-acting contraception in regional and remote parts of the Northern Territory. The announcement builds on reforms introduced by our government on the 1st of November 2025 that made long-acting reversible contraception more affordable through Medicare. The Albanese Labor government recognises the complexity of issues that young people face and the demands within Darwin, the broader Greater Darwin region and the Territory. Darwin Headspace has been uplifted to the new Headspace Plus, along with a youth specialist care centre in Darwin for young people with complex needs. The existing Darwin Headspace Centre will be upgraded over the coming period, and a new centre in the NT for people with those very complex needs, whether it be psychotic disorders, personality disorders, complex eating disorders, and we need to do much better and provide more support in the Territory for young people and anyone dealing with those serious health challenges. The service in Darwin complements Headspace in Palmerston, which provides young people access to vital mental health support around home, close to home in Palmerston. These services are open to young Territorians aged 12 to 25, and it offers mental health and related physical health, substance misuse and social and vocational support. The Medicare Mental Health Centre in Casuarina has also expanded its hours and provides a welcoming place for people to access mental health information, services and supports from qualified professionals over extended hours. Anyone can reach out for support for themselves, a loved one or a patient that they know about. It's free and no appointment or referral is needed. It's truly a great service that's available to anyone in the Northern Territory. The Australian Government provided $30 million to build acute mental health service capacity in the top end. Royal Darwin Hospital's brand new mental health inpatient unit with stabilisation assessment and referral area will bolster capacity at Royal Darwin Hospital and provide a more therapeutic environment for mental health patients. The new 3-level building houses the mental health inpatient unit with 18 inpatient beds, support services and a 6-bed stabilisation assessment and referral area, also known as SARA. The Albanese Labor government also delivered a $27 million operational cyclotron for local cancer care, producing locally made radioisotopes for PET scans. And this was something I campaigned for many years because for a long period of time we were getting our radioisotopes made interstate, a long air journey which reduces the half-life. And locally made is the way to go, and we're very proud of our centre there. The Albanese Labor government has also delivered on a permanent home for the Darwin Veterans and Families Hub, providing $5 million to build the centre to help support the 10,000 veterans and families in the Northern Territory. In the future, we will be establishing, in the not too distant future, establishing some veteran accommodation as well in my electorate, all aimed, as all of our veterans improvements are, in improving the health and wellbeing of our veterans who have served our nation. I commend this legislation to the House.
I thank the member for Solomon. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
It's fitting to speak on a health bill with you in the chair, given your 37 years as a paediatrician in Campbelltown and your lifelong work helping children and families get the care that they need. And I thank you for your contribution to paediatrics and also to the many, many thousands of patients that you have cared for over the years.
Thank you very much.
When Australians make decisions about their health care, they should be able to understand the costs before them, not discover them after the bill arrives. This legislation is about making the private health system clearer, fairer and easier to navigate by improving the information available to patients about specialist fees and out-of-pocket costs and by closing a loophole that has allowed some private health insurance products to be repackaged in ways that undermine consumer trust. For people in my community of Griffith, these issues are felt in the everyday pressures families are managing: paying the mortgage or rent, keeping up with groceries or school costs, caring for children or ageing parents, and trying to make sure that when someone they love needs care, they can make an informed decision with confidence. Across Griffith, more than half of my constituents are covered by private health insurance because they want an additional measure of security and certainty. Medicare is a cornerstone of fairness, providing universal access to essential care and forming the foundation of our healthcare system. And many Australians choose to complement that strong base with private insurance to provide additional options and reassurance, particularly for specialist care and elective procedures. And when doing so, they want to know that if they need treatment, if their child needs a specialist referral, or if their partner needs surgery, or if a parent needs support, they will have choices available to them. Too often, people's experience with the private health system falls short of that standard. We hear the same story from colleagues, friends and family members. Someone is trying to navigate the next step in their care, whether choosing a specialist, arranging tests, considering treatment options or preparing for a procedure, and they find themselves dealing with a system that feels complicated, opaque and just too hard to compare. At the very moment when people should be focused on their health, they are also left trying to work out what Medicare will cover, what the fund will pay, whether there will be an out-of-pocket cost, all while frustrated by the fact that it's so difficult to get a straight answer before the bill arrives. This uncertainty is not just an inconvenience, but it can have serious repercussions. It causes real stress, can lead to delayed treatment, and may contribute to poorer health outcomes. It can leave families putting off care while they reshuffle the household budget, or worrying that at the end of a difficult health journey, they may be hit with costs that they simply did not anticipate. No one should have to make a medical decision in the dark or only discover the price of their care after the fact. People should be able to ask a plain question and get a plain answer, and that is the context behind this bill. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about helping Australians make informed decisions when they need specialist advice or treatment. It's about strengthening confidence in private health insurance by improving transparency, and it's about closing loopholes that have undermined trust. My electorate of Griffith is young, diverse and a growing community, home to young families, older residents, renters, students, health workers, carers and small business owners. We are also home to some of Queensland's most important health institutions, including the Princess Alexandra Hospital, the Mater Precinct and the Queensland Children's Hospital. Our community understands the value of good care, but we also understand the pressure that comes when people cannot clearly see what that care might cost. Griffith is one of the nation's youngest electorates, with a median age of 34, and with 48% of private dwellings rented, there is not much room in household budgets for a surprise invoice. If someone in Griffith is referred to a specialist, they should not have to spend hours sifting through bits and pieces of information on top of the stress of a diagnosis or procedure. They should be able to make that decision with confidence. At a national level, around 12.6 million Australians have some form of hospital cover equal to 45.6% of the population, according to the Australian Prudential Regulation Authority. In the December quarter of 2025, the average out-of-pocket cost for hospital admission was $471.29, with an average medical gap of $277.36. For many households, that's the difference between going ahead with the care or putting it off. In Queensland alone, nearly half of the state is covered by private health insurance, and within the Brisbane City Council region, including my community of Griffith, the ABS recorded 499,000 people with private health insurance in 2022. So when we speak about transparency and fair value for people footing the bill, we are talking about millions of Australians and thousands of families in places like Griffith who need to plan for the cost of their care with the right information in front of them. Schedule 1 of this bill is aimed at giving consumers clearer information about those medical fees that they can expect to be charged and the likely out-of-pocket costs associated with their private health care. In 24-25, 8.6% of Australians delayed or went without specialist care because of cost, which equates to more than 800,000 Australians each year delaying or foregoing the care that they need. One of the most common sources of out-of-pocket health care costs is specialist fees, and that is why transparency is so important. When someone is referred to a specialist, they should not be left trying to piece together what Medicare will cover, what their private health insurer will contribute, and how much they may be expected to pay out of their own pocket. Nor should they have to wait until after appointment, a test or procedure, to find out that the cost is much higher than they had expected. The Medical Cost Finder, launched under the Morrison government, was intended to give patients a way to compare costs, understand likely out-of-pocket expenses, and make more informed choices about their care. And in all fairness, Deputy Speaker, the intent behind the Medical Cost Finder was a good one. The problem was not the intention, the problem was in the design. The model was built entirely on voluntary disclosure, relying on specialists and insurers choosing to come forward and provide the data needed to make that website useful. That approach by the former Morrison government was destined to fail in delivering meaningful transparency, and the results are proof of this. By the end of 2022, across some 6,300 eligible specialists and the 11 specialties listed on the site, just 6 individual doctors had listed their fees on that website. Even now, only around 88 have done so because the website those opposite created was based entirely on voluntary disclosure. This is not simply a case of $24 million being spent on a website that failed to meet expectations. It means patients were left without clear practical information they need to understand likely costs, compare their options, and make informed decisions about their care. It offers no help to a parent trying to find out the cost of an ENT appointment for their child, or for a young person seeking clarity on what they might pay to see a psychiatrist for an ADHD diagnosis. Rather than relying on voluntary disclosure, this amendment will allow the Medical Cost Finder to use Medicare, hospital and private health insurer billing data already collected by the government, making it more practical, more comprehensive, and far more likely to produce a tool ordinary Australians can actually use. The principle is straightforward, Deputy Speaker. Transparency should be the norm. Patients should be able to see typical fees, likely out-of-pocket costs, Medicare rebates, and relevant insurer contributions. Clearer information gives people the confidence to ask better questions, helps GPs and referrers have better conversations with patients, supports informed financial consent, and reduces the risk of bill shock at that very moment when people should be focused on their health. We also know that fees can vary significantly, even for the same procedure in the same city, and that variation is exactly why transparency is needed. If one patient faces a very low out-of-pocket cost and another faces hundreds of dollars for a similar service, people deserve to know that before they commit, not after. This amendment will help make that information easier to find. The second major part of this bill goes to fairness in private health insurance by tackling a practice known as product phoenixing, a practice that has been eroding trust in this area. Product phoenixing occurs when a private health insurer closes a product and reopens an identical or very similar product at a higher price, or reduces the value of the product without the usual scrutiny or oversight. Consumers who pay for private health insurance expect the system to be fair. They expect a policy to deliver what it promises, and they should not be sold a supposedly new product that is little more than the same old cover repackaged at a higher price. Nor should they be left wondering whether the complexity of the system is being used to their disadvantage. The Commonwealth Ombudsman has examined the impact of product phoenixing, including on top-tier gold products. The issue is that new customers or existing customers trying to upgrade may be pushed onto a more expensive product, while very similar older products remain closed to them. That cuts across the purpose of the standard annual premium review process, which exists to provide scrutiny of premium increases and ensure changes are assessed in the public interest. If insurers can avoid that scrutiny by closing one product and opening another that is substantially the same, then the system is not working as it should. This bill closes that loophole by requiring insurers to seek ministerial approval, not just for premium changes to existing products, but also to premiums charged for proposed new products and for certain changes that reduce cover, benefits, terms or conditions. This reform has been welcomed by consumer advocates and health sector voices who understand that the status quo has not served patients well enough. The AMA has supported action to stop product phoenixing while also making it clear that the medical cost finder must be implemented carefully so information is accurate, meaningful and fair. The Royal Australasian College of Surgeons has also supported reforms that improve transparency and inform financial consent, while making the point that transparency should apply across the whole patient cost pathway, including practitioner fees, insurer rebates and benefit design. The patient experience through the health system can be seen as a pathway: a GP appointment, a referral, a specialist consultation, a scan, a procedure, an anaesthetist, a hospital stay, a bill from one provider, a bill from another, until finally a gap they did not expect or a far greater one than they had budgeted for. If we want people to navigate that pathway with confidence, we need transparency at every point where cost can affect choice, and that's what this legislation is targeted to address. Deputy Speaker, this bill forms part of the Albanese government's wider efforts to improve affordability, accessibility and clarity within the health system. We've strengthened Medicare because we believe every Australian should be able to see a doctor when they need one, not just when they can afford one. The government has invested to support more bulk billing, including expanding bulk billing incentives to all Australians and supporting fully bulk billing practices through the Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program. In Griffith, that work is already making a difference. Bulk billing rates increased to 63.5% in March 2026, up from 58.7% in October 2025, meaning more people in my community can get the care they need without having to worry about the cost. We have also expanded access to Medicare urgent care clinics so people with urgent but non-life-threatening conditions can get the care they need without having to wait in a hospital emergency department. In Griffith, our 3 Medicare urgent care clinics, South Brisbane, Coorparoo and Carina, have now seen more than 43,000 presentations, taking pressure off hospitals and helping families access timely bulk bill care closer to home. We've also continued to make medicines cheaper. The maximum PBS co-payment for Medicare card holders was reduced from $31.60 to just $25 at the start of this year, while the concessional co-payment remains frozen to $7.70 until 2030. These changes are making a real difference in communities like Griffith. They help the parent filling a script for their child, the older resident managing a chronic illness, the student or renter weighing up every dollar at the pharmacy counter, and the person who might otherwise delay filling a prescription because the cost is too high. Since July 2022, Griffith residents have saved more than $18.2 million on more than 2.1 million scripts. That is more money staying in household budgets, money that can go towards grocery, rent, school costs, transport, and all the other everyday expenses that families are facing. Most importantly, it means people are less likely to delay or skip the medicines they need because of the cost. Strengthening Medicare is not just about bulk billing, urgent care and cheaper medicines, important though all of those are. It's also about what happens when people move into specialist care, private treatment and surgery. It is about whether people can understand the costs in front of them, whether insurance products are fair and whether the system treats people with the respect that they deserve. Health reform should make the system easier to understand at every point, not just at one part of it. Deputy Speaker, we know an increasing number of Australians are not taking up referrals from their GP to see a specialist due to concerns about cost, but this legislation will give hard-working Australians the clarity they deserve about costs and more choice in their healthcare. This bill legislates wider scrutiny of premiums so consumers can be more confident in the value of their private health insurance. This bill begins to put that right by giving patients better information when making decisions about specialist care, strengthening informed financial consent, closing a loophole that has undermined confidence in private health insurance, and providing stronger safeguards against unregulated charging behaviour. It builds on the Albanese Labor government's broader work to strengthen Medicare, lower health costs and make our health system fairer for all Australians to navigate. For families across Griffith, that means better information, stronger protections and even more confidence in the choices before them.
I thank the member for Griffith. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the health legislation amendment, Improving Choice and Transparency for Private Health Consumers Bill 2026, and particularly want to congratulate the Minister for Health and Ageing for the work that he has done on this bill, but also the work that he has done. I guess that he has led the health strategy, the economic team led by the Treasurer, the government led by the Prime Minister. That really health is very much at the heart of the Labor story, and it's very much at the heart of what I really am setting out wanting to do it in our community, as so many people in this place do. But that is to listen to our community, to fight for our community, and to deliver for our community. And on healthcare, I think that it is the best received. I think of what the Labor Party does. So there are two elements to this bill, which I don't think I've got the full 15 minutes. So I particularly wanted to focus on insurance and just talk a little bit generally about what I think insurance is really there for. And it could be maybe because of the Holzberger, the German last name that I have, that I always have a bit of an interest in German history. But German history and the history of insurance are very much intertwined. In fact, there are two really great insurance markets in the world, and that is Germany, with the great reinsurers of Hanover Re and Munich Re, and also you've got the market of Lloyd's of London. And so those two markets tell a fascinating story of the history of what insurance is. Ultimately, in Germany, sometime around whenever it was, the 1400s, sometime around then anyway, farmers decided to collectivise their risk. Trying to mansplain this to the doctor in the chair is probably a little bit difficult, but so farmers got together to collectivise their risk, and if a barn burnt down, or if a mob of cows just happened to keel over and die, it was this idea that nobody should be disadvantaged by what was effectively an unlucky event. So everybody pooled the resources, and if somebody was unlucky, there'd be that pool there to get that person out of trouble. And so there was never an intention from that sort of attitude of insurance to make a spectacular profit. On the other hand, Lloyd's of London was very much founded in that day of, for want of a better word, of exploration around the world as the European countries set sail to colonise other countries. And so you had these quite dangerous voyages that were being undertaken. And the word to underwrite literally comes from the idea that there would be a board there of each voyage that was going, and you would write your name underneath that voyage, betting effectively whether or not that ship would make it safely. Quite often they didn't, and so it was a high-risk bet, and accordingly you'd want a high-risk return. And so I think, as I say, it could be a predilection of having the Holzberger as a last name, but to me it's the former. It's that model of taking a more collective approach to risk, and taking a more collective approach to looking after people who effectively, through no fault of their own, find themselves either sick or injured. And so it is that sometimes, in order to make sure that insurers aren't out there trying to maximise their profits, it is up to government to save them from themselves. And the government has put the insurance industry on notice that there's despicable practice of phoenixing a health insurance product so that they can effectively circumvent the law, up the premium, make more money, and leave the poor consumer either worse off financially or not insured. That despicable practice is coming to an end. they've been put on notice. They haven't changed their ways, and this government is not going to put up with that sort of attitude. And again, this sits very much with the philosophy of this government, which is about real change, about actually making an impact where it needs to be made, and not resting on our laurels. So I commend the bill on the basis that this is going to fix this problem. It is going to save insurers from themselves, and it is going to mean that consumers, that Australians can get the insurance that they need at the cost that is fair and reasonable. But the second thing that this bill does is it also puts the specialists on notice, because I think that for too long now we have seen that gap fee between what Medicare rebate pays and what some specialist can charge to be completely out of proportion to anything. Whereas I think with GPs you saw maybe a gap fee of 30, 40, 50 bucks or something. It was enough for people not to go see their GP, by the way. That it was enough for people to decide to put food on the table rather than go and look after their health care. But 30, 40, 50 bucks, at least there was some sort of explicable consistency to it all. But in specialist fees, it's all over the place. Why will one specialist doing a colonoscopy have a gap fee of 50 bucks and another one have a gap fee of $700? It really doesn't make any sense. And so this puts the specialists on notice. This will give consumers, this legislation will give consumers an opportunity to see what they're up for before they even go in for the operation or before they go and see their specialist. That in itself is going to have some benefit for sure, and it will, I think, give specialists a bit of a chance to think about what they are charging. There's nothing like actually letting a bit of sunlight on as disinfectant. And I think that while doing a little bit of reading for this contribution tonight, I came across an interview with Mark Butler, with the Health Minister, in 30th April this year, being interviewed by Hamish McDonald and on ABC Sydney, and he was talking about this subject of specialist fees, and a caller called in. So I'm not sure how Hansard will handle my reading out of this transcript, but so Hamish McDonald goes, "We've got Steve here from the Southern Highlands. Good morning to you, Steve." And then Steve says, "How are you? How are you going?" McDonald says, "Well, you've got a knee replacement coming up, I think." And Steve says, "I've got a total knee replacement coming up in about 3 weeks' time. My out-of-pockets, I'm up in the top health cover, my out-of-pockets are nearly $8,000. McDonald, "Wow, and can you afford that?" Caller, Steve, laughs. "Not on top of the elbow operation that I've got to have at the end of the year as well." McDonald, "Yeah, right." Caller, Steve, "I mean, I'm not a self-funded retiree by any stretch of the imagination." McDonald, "And did you go into this knowing that you'd be facing these sorts of costs?" Caller, Steve, "Look, before Christmas last year I had a massive accident where I fell over and I damaged nearly every bone in my body. And I broke my kneecap and I tore my, what's that little cartilage thing, the meniscus? And I damaged an already replaced metal elbow. So I've got to have them all replaced again, and it's just a frightening expense, I can tell you." And so it is that in the 21st century, why should people be choosing between $8,000 or putting up with the pain? How have we got to that situation? And so I commend the bill to this House. It is not going to do everything, but it is going to do something. Just as this Albanese Labor government is focused on change,
Order.
This will change and be real change.
7:30 p.m, I propose the question. that the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Calare.
Mr Speaker, we are now more than 100 days into the catastrophic indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass. This is no longer a short-term disruption. It's a drawn-out economic execution of our region, and it's happening because of sheer, unadulterated government neglect. Let's be real about this. If a private corporation had caused this closure and shutdown, a major economic artery for over 3 months, starving our towns of customers and destroying local livelihoods, we wouldn't just be angry, we would be suing them into oblivion. Yet when the government admits this disaster was a failure of government, and because of their inaction and negligence, what do we get? Accountability? Real compensation? No. The best the government can offer our struggling business owners is a pat on the head, a few crumbs and a recommendation to call a helpline. It's an insult, a sick joke. Are we seriously at the point where we need to sue our own governments just to get them to fix a disaster that they admitted that they created? Main Street Lithgow is being bled dry and businesses are going broke. I've been out on Chifley Road talking to hard-working business owners who are staring down the barrel of financial ruin. Greg Nielsen from Lithgow Tyre Service told me the drive-in trade has almost completely vanished because people are terrified of being trapped in traffic gridlock for hours. Rod and Ann Gurney from R&A Chainsaw and Mower Supplies are watching cars and trucks shake their building every single day, but no one can stop in. The regular customers from the Blue Mountains can't reach them. Rod's words should haunt this parliament. He told me, we have got to the stage where we really need to just move out, lock up and go. We've got no choice. After 30 years in business, they have been forced to shut down. And there are many others who are simply going broke. The impacts are felt across the Central West. Tourism is down right across the region. This is the heartbreaking reality on the ground. And how does the New South Wales government respond? With a pathetic business support package that is woefully, hopelessly inadequate, which barely extends past Hartley and completely abandons Lithgow and beyond. We're told that we can't get disaster relief because this isn't a natural disaster. Well, I've got news for you. We shouldn't need to wait for a bushfire, a flood or an act of God to get access to government support. This is a government-made disaster. Government inaction caused it. They've admitted it, and they just need to take responsibility, open the coffers and spend the money, but they won't do it. They won't do it because they're too busy hoarding billions of dollars for their gold-plated vanity projects in Sydney and Newcastle, such as $7.4 billion for the Western Harbour Tunnel, $2.1 billion for the expressway to the new Sydney Airport, $3.1 billion for the M6 motorway in Sydney South, $2.2 billion for the M1 extension to Raymond Terrace, $440 million for Windsor Road, and up to $90 billion for high-speed rail to Newcastle. Meanwhile, our communities on the other side of the sandstone curtain are left with empty words and small change. This is an absolute fiasco. Offering tiny one-off grants that businesses can't even access until late June, forcing them to jump through bureaucratic hoops for a drip-fed pittance is an insulting disgrace. We don't need more phone numbers and helplines. We want economic justice. We demand an ongoing, structured support package, a JobKeeper-style lifeline that matches the scale of the damage that this government has inflicted upon us. We want the convict bridge fixed and we want new, genuine, high-speed access to Sydney. How many more shops and businesses need to close before you wake up? How many more families have to lose everything before this government steps up, takes responsibility and pays for its own failures? We've had a gutful. It's the oldest rule in the book. You break it, you bought it. You knew the bridge was crumbling, you failed to upgrade it. Your neglect broke our economy and now it's time to pay up. Do your jobs. Start governing for people west of the Great Dividing Range.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday was an unusual day for this parliament, but a special day. The parliament was adjourned early so that we could all attend the opening of the new additions at the Australian War Memorial, the Atrium and Anzac Hall. For me, this was particularly a momentous moment in that I was on the Public Works Committee at the time that approved the project. It was not without its controversy, and those who are in this place would remember the very public campaign that was being run to stop the project. Labor was in opposition, but myself and the other Labor MPs on the Public Works Committee took the time to go meet with the team at the Australian War Memorial to learn from them why they believed the project was necessary. And whilst we'd all been to the War Memorial prior to this particular event, to hear from them why they wanted to purpose-build galleries that recognise the contribution of our peacekeepers, that help to tell the story of our our soldiers and our ADF personnel that were deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq. So last night was special. It was a moment where we could join with the Australian defence community, with veterans, with current serving soldiers, but also too with the many people who work in the Australian War Memorial to recognise and to officially open these new spaces. One of the other elements to one of the other additions in these new spaces was the Bendigo-built Bushmaster Debbie. Now, many in this place may not know the story of Debbie, but she and her crew, 6 Australian soldiers, were damaged whilst on deployment in Afghanistan. 2 people were severely injured. The driver, the Bushmaster, hit an improvised explosive device in Afghanistan in 2012. But thanks to the unique shape of the Bushmaster hull, which deflects away the force of the explosion, all 6 soldiers survived the blast. 2 were seriously injured, including the driver, Private Matthew Clark, who sustained significant leg injuries. Last night, he was in Canberra. I'd met Matt previously. Now retired and living in the Hunter region, he had previously last year visited Bendigo to speak to the men and women who built the Bushmasters, to see them being made, and to share his story of resilience, his story of survival. And he thanked them for their work and what they do. To be there and to see Matt tell the story in front of Debbie was a very special moment, and I want to thank him for the privilege and honour to be there as he walked into the new gallery spaces at the War Memorial to see Debbie in her new home. The damage to the vehicle is profound, and it is truly a credit to Matt's driving and to the entire crew that they were able to get out safely, but also to Debbie, the vehicle that saved their lives. Defence manufacturing is important. It's important that we have that sovereign capability in our country, and it's what we continue to do in Bendigo. We are proud that the Bendigo-built Bushmasters is credited to saving Australian soldiers' lives. And we are really proud that our government has seen the merits in continuing to manufacture Bushmasters and committing to investing a further $750 million into Bendigo to build more Bushmasters, a pipeline to upgrade the fleet. This continues the 20 years of production, this world-leading capability that saves Australian lives. Designed in Australia, built in Australia, for Australian men and women serving in the armed forces. These are the kind of things that we can do together. It's the modernisation of our defence procurement strategy that will continue to see good jobs in the region. I know that all the men and women in Bendigo that work at Tallis and their families are overjoyed to know that work at the site will continue, and we'll continue to welcome amazing veterans like Matt back to Bendigo so they can share with us their stories as well.
The question is the House to now agenda give the call to a member for Forest.
Thank you, Speaker. You might not have heard, but East Coast activists are trying to get rid of the fuel tax credits that our farmers, freight companies, builders and fishers in the forest electorate depend on. Fuel tax credits simply refund a road tax on fuel that is not used on roads. These activists are supported by the Senator for Canberra and the other places over here, whose answer to everything is a new tax, and the solution to every problem is simply more government spending. They don't understand that by getting rid of fuel tax credits, it just means another cost to the small businesses in our community at a time where they can't afford to pay more in tax. Enough is enough. It's time regional WA stands up against the East Coast on this. So go to the website and sign the petition to keep their hands off our fuel. Speaker, I've spoken about the damage that East Coast activists will cause if they succeed in getting rid of the fuel tax credits for our farmers, builders, fishers and miners. A new Parliamentary Budget Office report shows that it isn't just small businesses who'll be impacted. If these East Coast activists get their way, it is you who will pay more. The impact will flow through the economy with higher costs for your food, your freight, housing and local services. It'll put further pressure on jobs, investment and our regional community. It's time we stood up and told the influencers and activists from the East to bugger off. So go to the website and sign the petition to keep their hands off our fuel. Mr Speaker, too often in this place, in response to some issue or other, the answer is always the same. More government programs, more rules and more spending. And it is this exact instinct that has plagued our nation in recent times and exacerbated the issues we seek to confront. But what if reaching for an expansion of the state was replaced with backing the strength, the judgment and the responsibility of our Australian people? Australia is at its best not in the halls of this building or in the bureaucracy around it, but in each of its citizens. It is our people who must grow for our nation to thrive. Because to grow the government, the people themselves must wither, because the state is inherently parasitic. This is about building a society of responsibility, not one of dependency. No government could ever replace the judgment collectively of our Australians, and that judgment must again lead the way forward. Because when the state does overreach, not only does it grow in size, but it shrinks the space in which those individual Aussies can act, thrive and grow. That's the fundamental principle that we seem to have forgotten in this place. A strong society is not built by a bigger government. It is not grown by expanding the reach of career politicians who've never worked a real day in their lives. It is built by stronger citizens who make the best decisions they can, who take responsibility for their lives, who jump on opportunity, who build, who create, who participate, not because the government tells them so, but because they choose to. The challenge facing us as Australians is to once again define government properly. A government that attempts to do everything will ultimately achieve little and come at great cost to those who support it. We need to focus government on its core functions to protect Australians, maintain our sovereignty and set out the framework for opportunity. That's the type of government that enables Australians to flourish. We need to find that balance between support and independence, because it's in that sweet spot where the best growth exists for our country. When we allow those decent people of Australia to grow and to get on with their own lives, they build the nation with us. Growth, therefore, is defined by the people who live it every day. It's something that the people themselves create, and it's why ownership matters. When we allow people the chance to determine their destiny, they seize it. They take responsibility, they invest and build. They dream, and every possible reality may well be within reach when they work like nothing else until their ambition is met. These people are not spectators in their nation, but they are active participants, building it and pushing it ever on. So, of course, we shouldn't be turning our backs on those who need support, but we must have regard to those with whom ambition is everything. The goal must always be to lift the Australian people from dependence and deliver them towards independence. That's backing Australians to do the right thing, and that's what's so easily forgotten in this place.
The question is the House to now, agenda. Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The importance of education has been instilled in me from my earliest years, and my time in Australia's education system as a student, then as a researcher and lecturer, has given me an even deeper appreciation for high quality and well-resourced education. It means security for teachers, and I have a lot of teachers in my family and see how hard they work. It means safety and opportunity for students, and it means a more cohesive society that we all benefit from. I'm so lucky in this job to have the opportunity to see this firsthand in schools all over the electorate of Chisholm. I've seen students engage in civic education in a way that makes me absolutely sure that our future in their hands will be one of care, humility and fairness. This government is giving them the tools to do just that. And I'm really proud to be able to represent so many bright young people in this place. Just last week, I had the great pleasure of visiting St Roch's Primary School in Glen Iris as a guest adjudicator for their Year 6 Civics and Citizenship debating competition. St Roch's Primary School embodies community spirit and civic education, and indeed it was only last month that the Speaker and myself visited their students for the Parliament in Schools program, where we unveiled one of the flags that once flew above this place. And you could see in every student's face how proud they were to have been able to touch a piece of Australian history. And I'm sure that they will carry the memory of that experience for years. And I thank the Speaker for sharing in that special moment. Seeing them again last week, the students of St Roch are absolutely leaders. They debated whether video games should be an official sport, if plastic packaging on all food items should be banned, whether museums should return ancient artefacts to countries of origin, and whether smartwatches should be banned in the classroom. I might have been the adjudicator, but I was also a student. I had the opportunity to learn about what our future holds under their leadership, and it shows nothing but promise. I want to thank and congratulate Connor, Mariana, Jacob, George, Charlie, Dom, Matilda, Mia, Harper, Margot, Matthew, Grace, Harriet, Walter, Luca, Marcus, Catherine, Rose, Ira, Leo, Olivia, Richard and Scarlett. And I'm sure at least one of them may one day take a seat here in this place. I look forward to seeing them again soon. They are organising a dog parade. St Roch was the patron saint of dogs, and I will not be missing an opportunity to see that. Every school in my electorate, though, embodies the spirit of democracy and care for community. And recently, 4 very passionate Year 6 students from Mount Waverley Heights Primary School presented my office with a petition that called on us to make healthy food options cheaper. Together, they collected 80 signatures from the school community. One of my most favourite things to do as the federal member of Chisholm is to hear from young people about their passions and hopes for Australia's future. And I think our country is safer, smarter and kinder when young people speak up. It certainly makes it easier to do my job. I wish all of the students who organised the petition the very best of luck in their last year of primary school, and encourage them to continue to follow their passions and to involve themselves in their community as leaders. I encourage all students right across my electorate to get involved in the life of their school and their community, whether it be through debating, whether it being by putting your hand up to be a student representative, to help out at local sports clubs and art groups and many other community organisations. And I encourage all students to be brave and be themselves. Our role in this place has always been to look ahead and consider the effect that the decisions we make today will have on students like those from St Roch's and Mount Waverley Heights in years to come. That principle stands at the centre of this government's policies, and indeed it guides everything that I do in this place every single day. It's why we're acting on our intergenerational responsibilities through the budget and making sure that those young students who had the absolute pleasure of meeting recently will have a fair shot at owning their own home in the future and accessing an incredible education, whether that be through the vocational education system or through our universities. I want to do everything I can to make sure that the system for education and for everything else that we do in this place is fair and is sustainable for those generations that will come after us. Thank you so much, Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm for inviting me to a great school like St Roch. I give the call to the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday I raised the alarm about the SA Labor government's failure to properly address birthing service shortages in Crystal Jamestown and Kapunda. Expecting mothers across the Mid-North are being forced to travel long distances to give birth, and the decision to divert birthing staff has destroyed their continuity of care. Now, you would think this terrible situation might motivate the federal and state Labor governments to put some long-term solutions on the table to address this issue. But, Mr Speaker, you would be very, very wrong. Instead, the federal government is doing the exact opposite by actively making it harder to attract and retain midwives and birthing staff in regional South Australia. Kate Edwards is a registered midwife working in the Whyalla Hospital. What she's experiencing right now is absolutely shocking. Kate is amazing. Kate answered Australia's call for skilled healthcare workers. She packed up her life in the UK and moved to regional South Australia and filled a critical skills gap in Whyala's maternity services. 18 months ago, Kate bought into the Australian dream when she purchased her first home. Now, for those of you playing at home, what do you think this Labor government has done to thank her? If your answer was slapping her with an $89,000 fee in taxes and charges, you would be right. All because of admin errors that weren't her fault. Now, Mr Speaker, to make a bad situation even worse, Kate was threatened with a $100,000 fine if she didn't pay up. When a fee waiver was sought, Kate was refused on the basis that she was deemed by this government to be a foreign investor, and it was not in the national interest. Speaker, I say Kate's work is in the national interest, and shame on those of you who say otherwise. We need more people like her. Because of this madness, Kate feels conned. She feels conned by this government. Kate was forced to use her inheritance obtained from her grandmother just to cover these unfair costs to stay in Whyalla. And frankly, Mr Speaker, I was embarrassed to learn of this story that Kate has experienced. She has given up so much to move to Australia and fill a critical skills gap. I had to apologise to her on behalf of our federal and state Labor governments. It is absolutely outrageous. This type of treatment of essential birthing staff in regional SA is completely unacceptable, and it sends the wrong message. Whyalla, a town of 22,000 people, their birthing service was forced to close in 2023 because of critical staff shortages. It only reopened after determined recruitment efforts secured experienced professionals like Kate Edwards. Kate's permanent role provides women in Whyalla with dependable maternity care they otherwise would not have access to. Even South Australia's then Labor Health Minister Chris Picton wrote to our Treasurer requesting a fee waiver. And how has the Treasurer responded? Absolutely crickets. But it gets worse. Because while Minister Picton has asked the federal Labor government to waive their fees, his own state Labor government have served up more than $28,000 in their own taxes in the worst case of hypocrisy I've ever seen. Despite our calls, the federal Labor government has ignored Kate and persisted with a system that penalises the very people regional Australia are trying to attract. Absolutely madness. Speaker, the irony is impossible to ignore. Governments spend millions recruiting skilled healthcare workers from overseas only to burden them with punitive charges and make staying in regional Australia more difficult. Regional communities deserve better than this. Now, this is simply not about Kate Edwards. It is about every nurse, doctor, midwife and allied health professional considering whether to call Australia home. If the federal government is serious about strengthening regional healthcare, it cannot continue to discourage the very workforce we rely upon. Because when a highly skilled midwife chooses Whyalla, chooses regional South Australia and chooses to make Australia their home, our government should be opening the door, not slamming it shut and handing them a bill.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There is an old saying that if you repeat something often enough, people will eventually accept it as fact. These days, that appears to be the business model of large sections of the political commentary industry. Not journalism, not analysis, commentary. Every budget, every reform, every proposal pushed through the same narrow filter. If working people benefit, it is somehow irresponsible. If investors receive a tax concession, it is somehow economic genius. If wages go up, it is inflationary. If profits go up, it is market efficiency. And if government attempts to deal with problems that have been building for decades, we are told civilisation itself is on the edge of collapse. The reality is less dramatic. Budgets involve choices. Governments have a responsibility not to the next headline, but to the next generation. And Australians deserve better than a permanent panic campaign from people who often have a direct interest in nothing changing. Because if housing remains unaffordable, some people make money. If wages remain suppressed, some people make money. If inequality grows, some people make money. When the government tries to change those outcomes, suddenly we are told the sky is falling while those people who make money shoot themselves into the sky. This budget reflects a simple principle. Australia should remain a country where hard work is rewarded, where a young person can realistically aspire to own their own home, where wages grow, where public service remains strong, where opportunity is not reserved for those fortunate enough to already have wealth. That is the Australia I believe in. I was an apprentice electrician. I've worked on construction sites, in the resources sector and in labour hire. I've been a publican. I went to university. I've studied law and worked as an industrial officer and employment lawyer. And that is what Australia is supposed to be, not the lucky country where the way people use that where people usually use that phrase, the author never intended it as a compliment. Australia succeeds when it is the land of opportunity, a country where people can reinvent themselves, a country where your starting point does not determine your destination, and that is worth protecting. In Western Australia, we are seeing a familiar political cycle emerge. The Liberal Party has discovered hospitals. The Liberal Party has discovered schools. The Liberal Party has discovered public services. Apparently, every problem can be solved with a new building, a new announcement, and an artist's impression. But hospitals do not operate themselves. Schools do not teach themselves. Buildings are not healthcare. Buildings are not education. People are. The challenge facing Western Australia is not only infrastructure, it is workforce. You can announce a hospital every week if you like, but where are the doctors coming from? Where are the nurses coming from? Where are the allied health workers coming from? Where are the teachers coming from? Where are the electricians, plumbers, construction workers coming from? Last time I checked, none of those professions could be manufactured in a press release. They require training, they require investment, they require decent wages and decent conditions. Yet the same political movement now promising miracles spent decades attacking both. Western Australians remember wage suppression, they remember privatisation, they remember outsourcing, and they remember being told that private operators could somehow deliver better services while paying workers less. And that theory never quite survived contact with reality. And whenever Conservatives speak warmly about efficiency, workers have learned to check whether their pay packet is about to become more efficient as well. There is a broader lesson in the politics of grievance. If you spend years telling people that institutions cannot be trusted, eventually they stop trusting yours. If you spend years telling people that every reform is a conspiracy, eventually conspiracy becomes your policy platform. If you spend years feeding anger, eventually someone else harvests it. Many Australians are genuinely worried. They are worried about housing. They are worried about the cost of living. They are worried about whether their children will have the same opportunities they had. Those concerns are real and they deserve respect. But concern is not a policy. Anger is not a plan. Slogans are not solutions. Australia faces serious challenges: housing affordability, skills shortages, health workforce shortages, productivity, energy transition and defence capability. They require serious responses, not memes, not outrage, not slogans. We cannot assume the opportunities available to the previous generations will automatically remain to the next. They will not, and without action, and not without reform, and not without political courage.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. No.